We are live. Hello everyone. Okay, hi, how are we doing? Hi Cricket, how you doing? Hope you're doing good. Might be right back soon. Okay. Take care. Oh god. Hi Eliza, how are you doing? Hope you're doing good. Hello. Alright, give me still a moment real quick. I need to adjust a few things, but we should be almost ready. Okay, seems good. That works. Very good, very nice. Alright. Alright. Poke late. I'm right here, how am I late? I usually, when I start, wait 5 minutes. About 5 minutes. Because not everyone gets a notification at the same time. That's important. Okay, that seems fine. Okay. Need to look at the... Oh, it's alive. I had to refresh my page. Yes. I lived. I lived! Yeah, we got a lot of things to react to. I still got some recommendations in. Mainly by Salmax at this point, but okay. Yeah. We'll have a bunch of things that I need to look at. Hi, Cocos. Hi, hello. How are you doing? Hope you're doing good. Hello. Yeah. This works. We'll start with, by the way, with Internet Anarchist video. So Zoom finally keeps silent about his recommendation all the time, as he usually does. By the way, that Xbox handheld is hella expensive. Have you seen that, by the way? Like, almost in the United States, almost $1,000, and for me, it's like here in Europe, it would be like 800 or something, almost 900. That's fun. That's fun. And then the weaker version is like 600 or something. I don't know. Crazy, crazy shit. Kinda expensive. Hella expensive. You know what's bad? I have to go to college next week again. Oh, terrible. Also, it's really warm again. Well, not as warm as yesterday, but it's still really warm. I don't like it. I don't like it at all. Anyways, how are we doing? How are we doing? Also, it has rained today. You want to know how much? For legit, like half a minute. That's it. It rained for like half a minute, and that's it. Nothing else. Nothing besides that. That was interesting to look at. It's the first time Stream is available on a gaming platform. Steam is available on the gaming platform. Yeah. It's still hella expensive, not gonna lie. I wouldn't buy that. Just like I wouldn't buy the Switch 2. Both hella expensive. But that thing is even more expensive. We'll see. Like, for me, it's like, you might as well get a Steam Deck? But I don't know. For another AI horror video. Okay, we'll probably look at that towards the end. But yeah, that makes sense. I would stop with the yapping. We'll just get to business. Sorry, I'll be back after the missile. Okay, take care. Be safe. Be safe. It's hot in England right now as well. Okay. You're okay. You're from England? Cool. Okay. Let's see. Let's start. Let me turn that off. Okay. Surprising, a lot of people from England recently here, which is really cool. It's freezing here in Australia. Yeah, because you guys have it reversed, right? When we have winter, you have summer. When we have summer, you have winter, right? It's reversed, as far as I'm aware, right? Am I wrong? Okay. I think we're pretty much almost ready. And we'll look at that stuff. Where are my headphones? That's a good question. Ah, behind me. Interesting. Okay. Now we'll just look at that stuff, look at a bunch of things. Let me switch over to this. Perfect. We got the things I want to look at. Very nice. Very nice. Yes, okay, yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense. And it would be cool for you guys. Well, for you. Here it's warm. And it will cool down in the next few days a little bit, but then it'll shoot up to like 35 degrees Celsius again. Not particularly nice, but what can you do? Anyways, we've got things to look at. And the first one. Right, my tab is not muted. Nope, it is not. Perfect. The first one we're gonna look at is about Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast is in huge trouble again by internet anarchists. Apparently, he was sued. And I'm gonna be honest, a lot of the drama that happens to like Mr. Beast is kind of fabricated. Sometimes there's a little bit of truth to it, but oftentimes it's also very, in my opinion, very fabricated. We'll just look at what he got into again. Like I said, apparently he got sued by Mexico. We'll see.
When you're a creator as big and recognizable as Mr. Beast, it becomes near impossible to avoid controversial situations. However, how on earth does a harmless video about exploring ancient culture escalate into a lawsuit riddle?
Maybe he didn't keep some parts of the deal. Maybe he made a mistake. I don't know. I mean, a simple mistake could already lead to that. And yeah, with being a bigger content creator, that will probably often lead to controversies because people would just find a reason to get rid of you. If they don't like you, like they would just straight up search through your past and look for something that seems bad so they can cancel you. That's just pretty normal nowadays. Just look through things that may seem troublesome. That is just normal nowadays.
Scandal involving not just national agencies, but the president of an entire country.
Not gonna lie, you kind of have aura if you have beef with a president. Not gonna lie, you kind of do.
A popular YouTuber is now being criticized for filming in some of Mexico's most important archaeological sites. Mexico's president is asking for details on the permit and warned that there may be sanctions if that permit was violated.
Hi, I'm the Internet Anarchist. I create weekly YouTube documentaries, and today we'll be going over the recent events behind one of Mr. Beast's most unexpected controversies. How it all started, why people are mad at Jimmy, and what the real details about the lawsuit actually are. On the 10th of May 2025, Jimmy published a video titled "I Explored 2,000-Year-Old Ancient Temples," in which he and his crew visited the ancient Chichen Itza temple.
Like I said, I can't watch Mr. Beast content mainly also because it's like, for me it's just like it's not my style. It's fast, it's very quickly edited, it's very it's targeted towards a younger audience. I'm just not the target audience for this kind of content. And I would probably say that this probably also has a lot of educational background for it. It's just not my style. I like the Beast games, but the problem with like a lot of that stuff is that he just picks oftentimes also just picks randos. I feel like he should take people that I guess financially it would be more beneficial to pick people that are in a very known in the space, or yeah, in general just people, celebrities, big content creators, right? I feel like that would maybe make me more interested, but yeah, I don't think so. That I'm just not the target audience.
And several other archaeological sites in Mexico.
We'll be exploring dozens of ancient temples, all of which hide ancient Mayan secrets from the world deep underground.
From navigating underground tombs to inspecting artifacts, Jimmy's team made a conscious effort to take the video beyond flashy entertainment and provided educational insights about the culture viewers might not have known otherwise.
Now that we're at the end, you said you had a surprise.
Yes, this has been found in the last 2 decades.
Oh, whoa, what?
It is a funerary mask. And this is the face of one of the kings of the Snake Kingdom.
The Mayans used masks like this one to shield those that have passed away from dangers on their journey to the underworld. Can I hold it?
Yes.
This was made over 1,000 years ago.
Yes.
I would not touch that. I would not touch that, mainly because I would be scared of dropping it. What if I drop it? Oh god, nah, I wouldn't touch this at all.
Which means my great-great-great-great-great-grandparents weren't even alive. Why is this not in a museum? Why is a YouTuber holding this? Get this away from me. Take it, take it.
Don't tell anybody.
Okay, I totally won't show 200 million people.
Culturally significant sites like these are often highly restricted areas that even most archaeologists aren't even given access to. However, for some reason, Jimmy was seemingly given privileged access to the area, something he made sure to point out in the video.
It's actually a pyramid built on top of a pyramid. So the deeper we go in, the older things get. Be careful, boys.
It's so sketchy, Jimmy.
Can't believe the government's letting us do this. It really is crazy. Not even archaeologists are allowed to go back.
However, there were parts of the area Jimmy's team couldn't set foot in.
At the top of the
Yeah, I wanted to say that. The top is probably very holy and you cannot go in there. Nobody can go in there. Hopefully didn't do anything with that.
this pyramid is a temple so sacred to the locals that no one is allowed up there. Out of respect for the culture and all the people who hold this very sacred, we are not going to touch the temple.
As unassuming as the video and its contents might have been, it was about to spiral into a much larger controversy that no one, not even Jimmy, could have seen coming. By the
Here's my prediction of what he did. For now, it seems everything seems very, what's the word? Everything seems very chill, very, you know, educational. For now, it doesn't seem disrespectful at all. Here's my prediction. He placed an ad in there. And that ad effed him over. What are the chances? Probably paid for the access. Very likely, very likely. I don't know how everyone is attacking Mr. Beast. Very simple. He's a big content creator. People are jealous. People will find anything to harm him. Not only that, of course, some controversies, there's certainly some truth to it. Like when he hires people that he just should not hire, like a known criminal, I don't think that's a good idea. He doesn't do background checks. How some people are treated, obviously. Some other things, like some of the food things that he did, like the Beast Burger being absolute dog shit. Those are one. The initial, like the chocolate bar, the initial one, that was also one. Including the Beast games, people exposed him because of injury. To be fair, some of these I don't particularly trust because of how much time it took for them to actually come out with the truth. I feel like this, like I said, a lot of it is fabricated, but a lot of it also has some truth to it.
15th of May 2025, Mexico's National Institute of Anthropology and History, otherwise known as INAH, released the following statement about Jimmy's latest video on Twitter. Regarding the video released by YouTuber Mr. Beast, we are pleased that YouTubers and all the young people around the world appreciate the value of our ancestral civilizations. What the INAH strongly condemns is that there are those who take advantage of the goodwill of institutions to commit abuses. Furthermore, the INAH condemns those who, for commercial gain and private profit, dare to distort the value of archaeological sites, which are a legacy of our indigenous cultures and the pride of our nation. Following this, the INAH pointed out their major concerns with Jimmy's video and outlined the steps they'd be taking to correct these issues. Reading, the permit issued to Full Circle Media, representing Mr. Beast, did not authorize the publication of false information or the use of images from archaeological sites to advertise trademarks for private profit. The nation's
Okay, so it is because of an ad. Okay, it is because of an ad. Okay, it has to be because of an ad. Yeah, okay. Probably Feastables. There's a good chance.
heritage, which is public by nature, cannot be exploited by commercial enterprises. For this reason, the INAH has filed an administrative lawsuit against the production company, demanding compensation for damages and a public retraction for failure to comply with the terms of the permits issued in good faith by the institution. At a first glance, this post seems incredibly damning for Jimmy and raises questions about how his team violated the terms of agreement with INAH. Was it because the video was monetized? Did the advertisement in the video count as private profit? Or perhaps the problem wasn't with Jimmy's video presentation at all? A few days before the INAH made that statement on Twitter, they published a press release regarding how the video was filmed and regulated. Reading, the visit and recording that took place in the archaeological zones was carried out in accordance with requests made formally by the Federal Tourism Secretariat and the governments of the two states mentioned. In addition to this, they corrected some of the the misrepresented facts Jimmy made during the video, reading, "In the case of Chichen Itza, we clarify that no drone flight was made inside El Castillo. As falsely mentioned in the video, this flight was made outside the structure. Obviously, the video has extensive audio-visual post-production work and alludes to events that did not occur, such as the one that the producers never descended from a..."
Wait, so there were lies about information, okay. Okay, but the statement before that was because of some advertisement. Odd. Welcome back, Cricket. Enjoy your coffee.
Helicopter, nor did they spend the night within the archaeological zone or have any mask in their possession. Pre-Hispanic, because the one they present is clearly contemporary reproduction. All of them are false assertions that obey the theatricality of the YouTuber in question. Even the governor of Campeche came out with a statement affirming Jimmy's adherence to regulations, reading, "Mr. Beast's team acted at all times with utmost responsibility and respect towards our ancestral heritage. All necessary permits and legal procedures were duly processed and authorized by the INAHMX, who were present during the filming alongside Sector Campeche and the government of Campeche. All of this would lead one..."
Wait, so he did nothing? Then he did nothing wrong? He didn't do anything wrong in that regard. Because, like, the people crying about it were literally there. If he did something wrong, they would have literally stopped him if he were about to do something wrong. That feels clearly... There's clearly something wrong. There's clearly something wrong.
To believe that the lawsuit wasn't filed because of anything Jimmy did personally, but rather some mistakes on the part of the associated production company, Full Circle Media. However, this didn't stop people from assuming Jimmy was part of the lawsuit or criticizing him for entering the archaeological site in the first place.
Now, adding to the controversy, Mexican President Claudia Sheinbaum herself has requested clarification on the conditions under which Mr. Beast and his crew were granted access to these historically significant locations. But the core of the dispute lies in the alleged commercial exploitation of these sites. In fact, throughout the video, Mr. Beast is seen promoting his own brand of snacks, even referring to them as Mayan approved. And the Institute is...
Oh man, it is the Feastable ad. It is the ad. Well, there we have it, right? That's pretty much it, right? Then I'm correct from the beginning. It is, in fact, that he just advertised his own brand. Well, that's a problem. Imagine reality, someone do something wrong but have friends and connections to hide the wrong from the people who want to fix the balance, but that's just hot take. Well, according to the video here, he hasn't particularly done anything wrong. Well, the thing that he did wrong was advertising his own brand. That's the big deal.
Search that the permit granted to Full Circle Media was solely for filming purposes and did not extend to the promotion of private brands. The sentiment is echoed by locals in the region. And in Mérida, the capital of Yucatan state, residents, including tour guides, have voiced their disapproval for the preferential access seemingly granted to the YouTuber.
With the media cycle in full swing and criticism coming in every direction, Jimmy had two choices. Either 1, let things run their course and let the controversy die down on its own, or 2, speak up and clarify the situation. Fortunately for Jimmy, he chose the latter. But would that be enough to convince those who already assumed he was in the wrong? By the 18th of May 2025, Jimmy tweeted out the following statement defending his visit to the ancient Mayan temples, reading, "I've seen a lot of stories about our recent video in Mexico and wanted to clear some false things being said. We did this video to get people all over the world excited to learn more about their culture. Much like we did with our pyramids video, we are not and never have been sued by them, lol. That is false, and it saddens me to see people spreading lies. We filmed with full permits, followed guidelines, had representatives from government agencies following us, Mexican archaeologists to make sure we were accurate, and representatives from sites to ensure we were following the rules. To fully get his point across, Jimmy included several statements from the governor that support the stance of no lawsuit being filed against him, reading, "This material, by the way, was produced with respect and professionalism. I'm surprised that, on the other hand, the Ministry of Culture wants to sanction the production for its adaptations for an international youth and children's audience, which are typical characteristics of visual literature. These adaptations do not violate current law." Regarding concerns about the advertising featured in the video, Jimmy made it clear that all government agencies were aware of the Feastables ad and
So let me get this straight. Some government institution had a crash out over Mr. Beast advertising his own brand. Even though everyone basically knew that the advertisement was in the video. Huh. Somebody's lying here. That much is true. Somebody's lying here. But the thing is this, if they were there, right? If they were there, right? Then basically it's even if they didn't know, that's still their own fault. Because, they could have stopped him.
everything in the video was pre-approved. He also shared a few extra details that show the visit had other positive impacts on the surrounding communities beyond mere exposure, reading, "They were aware of us mentioning Feastables in the video, but for the respect of the sites, it was filmed off-site from any national monuments. The dinner scene where I made the Feastables joke was not near any main temples. We also never planned on sharing this, but as always, my hand is forced by false headlines. Behind the scenes, we funded wells and water projects in the state. I've also been working with INAH on a fund to support local Mexican archaeology and new discoveries because I wanted to help spread the culture as a thanks for allowing us to film." While it seems Jimmy wouldn't be facing any direct legal action, the same couldn't be said for the production company he collaborated with, as the INAH stated the following a day later. "The administrative legal procedure against the legal entity Full Circle Media, SADCV, due to the violation of the terms of the permit for the production of a documentary video titled Mr. Beast, I Spent 100 Hours Exploring the Mayan Jungle, was notified to the company on May 14th of the current year. The YouTuber used the permit to make another promotional video for his Mr. Beast Feastables chocolate and other commercial brands such as Walmart."
So, Mr. Beast was not sued, but the production company was sued. What? That makes it. I guess they went in on whoever was basically easier to, so to speak, defeat. But that is still wild. Okay, somebody's lying here, and I'm definitely going with the INAH here being the liar.
Walmart, 7-Eleven, Kroger, and Albertsons. This constitutes a violation as it created a production different from the one authorized, with commercial purposes and using the archaeological sites to monetize content through digital platforms. This is prohibited in accordance with the general law of national assets. Naturally, this emerging lawsuit caused some confusion on why INAH was suing the production company even after they had approved the video almost immediately after filming. From Jimmy's earlier statement, it seems the INAH had their agents present during the production and allowed him to include the Feastables ad. So what had changed after the video was released? More importantly, what would the result of the lawsuit mean for the Mr. Beast brand and the production company that he worked with? The current Mr. Beast controversy is the perfect example of doing everything right, but still losing the game. From Jimmy's perspective, he had gone through all the necessary red tapes to get the video produced, even going the extra mile to give back to the community he worked with. However, he inevitably ended up getting caught in controversy on a national scale. Could it be
that would significantly influence me on helping others if I'm being treated like that? Not gonna lie. Is it owned by Mr. Beast? I have no idea. Maybe it is. Hi, GT. How are you doing? I've been good.
Be that the MrBeast brand is simply so big that it has become a magnet for contention, or was something amiss behind the scenes. Either way, we can only wait to see how the lawsuit progresses, and find out whether or not it will negatively impact Jimmy and his team. If you wish to stay updated, make sure you subscribe.
Very simple. Yeah, subscribe and like the video. For real. Here's my idea, right? Here's what I believe. I believe that he actually did everything correct, at least from what he has shown. Everything seems to be correct. I just think that I don't know. Could it be jealousy? What could it be? What could drive them to sue Mr. Beast for no reason? Of course, we'll never know all the details, but I feel like it just doesn't make sense to me. Like it doesn't. There's no reason. It seems like he's done everything correct. But we'll have to see if it turns out into something bigger. Man. Another lawsuit. Heard about company with TLD on it, right? It's been at least half a century since companies relied on their CEO. Okay. Have you watched the video that I shared yesterday? Not yet, but it is in here. It is, in fact, in here. I'm going through some recommendations today, so that one will be watched as well. It is in here. Like down here. Next up, what I want to watch. Where is it? I didn't have it in here. Am I tarded? Did I forget what I want to watch? Anyways. Wait, did I not put it in here? Am I tarded? Hold up. I didn't put it in here. Wait a minute. There's something I need to watch. Or want to watch. Give me a second. That is not in here. That is not in here. I need to look where that is. Where did that go? Where did that come from? Wait, do I have to reload the website? Hold up. It might be in here.
When you
Never mind, it is in here. Never mind, it is in here. I found it. Call Poker's manager. I don't have a manager. I am managerless. I don't need a manager. This one. This one I wanted to watch. Horrible streamer so unprofessional. Horrible streamer tragedy by Pyro Life or Pyro Cynical. Well, disclaimer, this has some heavy topics of people dying. If you are not comfortable with that, please leave. But yeah, we're gonna look at this.
Small disclaimer, this video isn't going to be the laugh out loud hilarious slop that you usually see on this channel. This isn't like a typical internet happening where Mr. Breast released a new Skibbity Toilet chocolate bar and 5 people didn't like it.
There was a Skibbity Toilet chocolate bar? What the fuck? That is interesting.
This is actually an altercation that happened between 2 streamers, and it ended up with one of them losing their life. Now, as we know, internet drama is basically an inevitability.
I have seen a little bit on Twitter, but that's about it. I've seen a little bit of Twitter. On Twitter. That is really all there is to it. Apparently it was 2 smallest streamers having beef.
As soon as you put yourself out there on the internet, you will always have a group of people that just do not like you. You know, maybe this might evolve.
Another reason why I do not want to be known and want people to know what I look like. Because there will be some mongoloid who deep down wants to annihilate me. Another reason.
Into something else, maybe a boxing ring match where people punch each other. Something which I now feel like every 3rd YouTuber has tried at least once. But thankfully, rarely any of these confrontations actually spill out into the real world and actually become so bad that 2 people end up losing their lives over it. Now, I do need to disclose that the 2 people...
Hold up, now it's 2 people. Did both streamers die? Hold up.
People involved in this, Finny and Manny, the streamers, they were never like enormously huge content creators. Finny's channel has around 4,000 subscribers, and that's why covering this has been really difficult because this wasn't an incredibly famous content creator.
This is just 2 little dudes. Okay, okay. For some odd reason, small content creator beef is like much more intense than big content creator beef. Because like often a lot of it, like a lot of the big content creator beef is kind of fake. With like the small content creators, that's not really the case. It's really weird. It's really weird. There's a bunch of I've seen like a bunch of like smaller creators go after bigger creators and talking about them for like 2 years straight and like never letting go and saying that they're gonna find them and shit. It's like crazy. Some of these like a lot of these I'm not like that, but some of these small creators they take this way too serious.
The details are really sparse what's actually happened. And on top of this as well, the other streamer, Manny, has actually had his entire channel taken down by YouTube. Meaning, again, a large chunk of information and context to what's happened has just been lost to time. So the main thing we can only really run off here is Finney's account of the story. So a streamer by the name of Finney the Legend starts his live stream in Las Vegas. This was on the 8th of June. And something really quite haunting about the stream as well. When he starts it, there's a Queen tribute actually playing Bohemian Rhapsody in the background.
What the fuck? What Bohemian Rhapsody? If you don't know, that song pretty much is about a young guy deleting another guy. That's incredibly ironic. What the fuck? That is crazy. Yeah, it's like I have to say this. A lot of songs nowadays where like people like it like really catchy, they kind of have a dark theme and people really don't think about what they're hearing. And like sometimes I see like these compilations on like TikTok where people listen to song lyrics and then realizing what they actually mean, and like some of this is actually there's some songs that are like really popular but they're really dark. Nobody talks about that.
And if you're unaware, the context of Bohemian Rhapsody is a song about a young man who kills another man, and then he's reflecting on what his life will be like after the murder. You can literally hear the lyrics in the background. Like when he boots up the stream, you can even hear it being said, "If I'm not back again this time tomorrow, carry on. Carry on as if nothing really matters."
It ain't what we thought.
And for everything that happened during this stream,
Bro, that is incredibly weird. What a weird coincidence.
that is a horrifying coincidence. Now, Finney is actually from Arizona. He's just visiting Las Vegas, where another streamer who Finney has a rivalry or beef with actually lives there. Now, this other streamer who's based in Las Vegas is called Sin City Manny Wise. Now, there is a lot of beef between these two, which I will get into in a little bit, but Manny is definitely not Finney's biggest fan. In fact, when Finney actually went to Las Vegas, Manny started up a live stream trying to essentially hunt him down.
I'm out here searching for my baby. I went through every casino there is. I heard there's one of my biggest fans here in town.
Bro, that's dedication. that's dedication. But you're fucking weird. If you hunt somebody down, somebody else, that's kind of you're a fucking weirdo.
I'm dying to see him. I'm dying to see him.
Later on that day, around 10 p.m., Finney and his wife, who goes by the name Bubbly, headed down to the Bellagio fountains.
Oh no. Oh no. I think I have the feeling who's the other victim. Oh no. It's the wife, isn't it? Oh no, it's the wife. Oh no. Over YouTube beef, and she didn't even have anything to do with it. Oh my god, nah.
On the Vegas Strip. Now, this is one of the most visited areas in pretty much all of Las Vegas. There are these massive spurts of water shooting up and surrounded by an even bigger man-made lake. And they even do musical performances there sometimes that are synced up to the fountains. It's a really iconic location that a lot of people, when they go to Vegas, they'll get pictures there. And since Finney was streaming himself going by these fountains with his wife, that put a massive red arrow on his location. And for Manny, who at the same time was trying to hunt down Finney, he basically knew exactly where he was now. Now, I'm not going to show the entire clip of the confrontation. That's for obvious reasons and also, you know, respect to the victims. But I will try to basically explain what went down. So at this point, Finney is talking to his live chat. He's got about 300 concurrent viewers. And it seems at this point that people are having a pretty good time. You know, he's laughing, taking in some of the sights of Vegas. But then you hear the voice of a woman that catches Finney's attention. And then she starts saying, "Bring your ass over here. We ain't starting now, shit." And then you can see both of them enter the frame.
The heck? Wait, there's a second woman? Is it this dude's wife? Well, this is Finney's wife, right?
Now, I don't have complete and total confirmation here, but I'm 99% sure that that is Finney's wife, Bubbly, from looking in the past live streams, because they have the same hairstyle and they look kind of similar, but again, can't 100% confirm that. Now, Bubbly is standing in between Finney and Manny, blocking Manny trying to get to Finney. Now, I don't actually think Finney identified who Manny was straight away because there's like a bit of a delayed reaction there. But when he does, Finney says, "Oh, what's up, bro?" And then as he finishes his sentence, Manny pulls out a gun and fires 5 bullets into Finney.
What the fuck is wrong with this dude? What the heck? Over YouTube? Over YouTube? Over beef on the internet? I wonder what went down between these two. But then again, this other dude's... What the fuck?
When this happens, of course, Bubbly looks incredibly shocked, grabs the camera, and then we hear 2 more shots as she screams, drops the camera, and falls silent. By the time police arrived, Manny already fled.
What the fuck? What the heck? Yeah, I think the second victim is the wife, 100%. 5 is a bit over. That's not just... 1 is already too much. 1 is already too much. Over YouTube?
Fled the scene, but we learn about what happened with a press interview with the sheriff of the Metropolitan Police Department. There's a man called Andrew Walsh, and the first responders to the scene were police officers. They were basically on patrol at the time, they heard the gunshots, and then rushed over, and they discovered both Finney and Bubbly lying on the ground with bullet wounds. They tried to administer first aid, but unfortunately the injuries were too severe, and they both passed away.
And they found 2 victims who were laying on the sidewalk.
Oh my god, oh my god, no. No. Oh no. Oh no. She probably tried to protect her husband and got in the way. Oh no. Oh no, no, no. That is oh wow. Bro had a really good wife. That is crazy. She got into the way to protect her husband, likely. Oh my god.
Suffering from apparent gunshot wounds.
Now, at the time of recording, the police have not officially identified the 2 people as Finney and Bubbly, but Walsh does actually state that he believes that they've identified the perpetrator that was a result of Finney and Manny's internet feud.
At this point, we believe we have the suspect identified and that this is an isolated incident, knowing that the suspect and the victim had previously engaged in some type of conflict using a variety of social media platforms.
He then ends the press conference by saying to anyone that has more information, please come forward. And then on the following day, the 9th of June, Manny handed himself into police custody. So yeah, as you can see, this is like a really heavy situation to talk about. And you might be wondering, what kind of beef did they actually have?
That is insane. She probably got in the way. Protect her husband from what? The gunshots. I mean, she immediately jumped in the way the moment this other dude pulled up, right? So it wouldn't surprise me if she jumped in the way if she got in the way when he fired the bullets on into her husband. It wouldn't surprise me. It wouldn't surprise me at all. That is crazy.
Ended up with 2 people losing their lives over it. According to one of Finney's friends, they've basically said that the beef these 2 have had has been going on for years.
This brewed for 2 years.
And unfortunately, again, because Manny's channel has been deleted by YouTube, there really isn't too much to work with here to find out how deep this rabbit hole goes. So obviously take all of this with a pinch of salt, but the narrative that I've been seeing people running with online is that Finney, Bubbly, and Manny at one point were all friends. Maybe not friends, not super close, but they didn't have like a bitter rivalry between each other. According to Finney's friend, again, this good relationship they had basically broke down after Manny pepper sprayed Bubbly.
I was saying, I'm just glad it was pepper spray and it wasn't bullets.
And
what the huh? Wait, so this started? Why would you randomly pepper spray somebody else? There had to have been something going on. This is why gun has to be illegal. Even if gun was illegal, I'm gonna be honest. I'm gonna be honest, if you want to get a gun, you will get a gun. Like, it happens here in Germany also. If you want a gun, you will get a gun. At that point, if you want to kill somebody, you will kill that person. Whether there's guns or not.
Why he did this, the context, we don't know, but it seems to have basically set the stage for their hatred of each other. Now, one thing we do know for a fact is that Manny did have a much larger following than Finney. Although the channel, like I said, was taken down, there are archives of it and search results and caches basically showing that the Sin City Manny Wise channel had over 14,000 subscribers, and the Sin City family account actually had over 46,000 subscribers. And this is where apparently Finney saw this as an opportunity to start hitting Manny where it hurt, his YouTube audience. So some weeks, Finney would basically host a live stream where he'd begin to attack Manny. If you look at the live tab on his channel, you can basically see that every stream title has Sin City Family or SCF on it.
What the heck? What the heck? Bro, this is all over YouTube. This is just because of YouTube. This is literally just because of YouTube beef. But look at he's not even, like, he's doing really well. I mean, he gets like 300 live viewers. He gets like almost 10k views each like stream or each video. He was doing quite good. Without a gun, there are chance you will try with your hands and one fail to notice what you're doing since it's a long process. Gun, button to kill. Yeah, but instead you get a knife. You just get a knife. In this case, I mean, look at England. Look at my country. The amount of stabbings has increased significantly. In this case, you'll just get stabbed. So it literally does not even matter all that much.
And it wasn't him just criticizing Manny. He'd regularly platform other people as well, who also didn't like Manny. From looking at it though, it doesn't seem that Finney was like mindlessly hating on Manny, but actually been pointing out other things that he'd been accused of in the past. Like for example, apparently how Manny allowed a woman to expose herself on camera when she was drunk, and while doing that grabbing her breasts, despite the fact at the time he was married to another woman. Now even though Finney was a much
that's already really scummy. Overall, this dude is just really bad. I'm not saying it's impossible to kill someone with a toothpick, but with downgrade the weapon, the more harder it is, the chance the attacker will back off is higher, especially for random beef. I guess so, the chance is higher, but again, I can tell you, you take away guns, and immediately some other way of deleting people just jumps up. You're literally not escaping it. And even, like I said, even if you wanted a gun, you could have one almost in every country. I don't know how much you know, but in Austria there has been a school shooting recently. If you want a gun, you will get one, regardless. Good morning, Poke and Chat. How are we today? I'm doing pretty good. How are you? How are you doing?
Smaller creator, he would regularly pull in on average around 10,000 views. And by the look of it, this really angered Manny because according to reports, he was losing subs from this. His audience slowly stopped watching him and they went to go and watch Finney instead. So in an attempt to squash Finney, Manny basically started copyright striking his videos. Manny actually did submit 2 successful copyright claims on Finney's channel. There's 2 videos here. Who said my channel was going away? And P Manny, nobody likes you, liar. You didn't get my super chats, stupid. Taking both of those videos down successfully and giving his channel 2 copyright strikes. For those who don't know, when you get 3 copyright strikes, that basically means your channel is either going to get taken down or it starts this timer before your channel gets taken down. Now, from what I understand, looking into it, these seem to be false strikes. Manny was basically abusing the system to try and silence Finney's criticism. Finney might have reacted to a video of Manny's, which he had every right to do so, but Manny saw this as an opportunity to strike his channel and jumped on it. But obviously YouTube has got slightly better over the years, so these strikes were deemed false and they were like,
so Finney was criticizing Manny. Manny was copyright striking Finney, and let me guess, instead of Finney letting it die down, he struck back and copyright struck Manny. That is my idea. right? But human being lived before guns, and guns do help the process easy and smooth. Yeah, but also, I have to say this: a lot of robberies in countries where guns are allowed are unsuccessful because of guns. There's a lot of robberies that if the person living in that house didn't have a gun, they would have either get robbed or would have died. There's always two sides of the coin, right? On one side, guns cause innocent to die. On the other hand, you have guns protecting people from dying. There's always two sides to it. We don't have much guns here, but people still die a lot because everyone uses knives. That's the same here too. Or a car. Cars, for some odd reason, cars have become very popular. Cars have become very popular around in Europe. Yeah, exactly. It's not the weapon, it's the person holding it. Yep. I think the process of getting a gun should probably not be as simple. So that people who are unfit to have a gun should not have a gun. I think the process of getting access to it should be made more difficult. I can get along with that.
Quickly reverted. But having the strikes removed wasn't enough, so in retaliation, he actually started to try and strike Manny's channel. And it does sound like these were in favor of Vinny, because you can see here, he wasn't actually going to send a third strike to take down Manny's channel, citing Manny's extremely poor mental health as a driving factor.
We all laugh and joke, but mental illness is real, and we can clearly see this guy is mentally ill. So one thing about it, that's why I want to put it on y'all too. If he give us another strike and I got 3, y'all know that channel mean everything to him. He don't got no outside friends, nothing. I don't think I could do it in my heart. And I'm saying this on live so he can hear it too.
So now you know the context. This had been a rivalry that had been going on for quite some time. From Finney basically having weekly rent sessions smearing his name, to Finney building his platform, mostly from how much people disliked Manny. All of that led up to a bursting point, and that's obviously when the really fatal incident happened in Las Vegas. So the big question that people are wondering now is, what happens next? Well, since Manny, like I said earlier, actually handed himself in, the manhunt's ended. He'll most likely be in prison for the rest of his life. From what I've seen, especially in the clip where he talks about basically hunting Finney and his wife down, prosecutors will have a really easy case here for premeditated first-degree murder.
Just know instigators get this too.
And as well, in the state of Nevada, where this act was actually committed, first degree can get you some really bad sentences.
I'm gonna predict the deletion penalty. 30 years in prison, 50 years in prison.
I mean, you can just straight up get the death penalty. You can get the death penalty if the aggravating circumstances outweigh the...
Close enough, close enough. Close enough, I was close enough.
Mitigating circumstances, or life in prison without any possibility of parole after 20 years, or 50 years in prison with the possibility of parole after 20 years. I mean, even if he gets like a lesser sentence, like 20 years, his life is still over. And on Finney's side of the story, because obviously he was a victim behind this, he'll be leaving friends, family, and more importantly, children, because...
Oh no, he had kids too? Oh no, they're orphans now! He had kids too. Oh no.
From the interview that Fox Vegas did with the friend, we actually learn, unfortunately, that Finney and Bubbly had children, and now they're basically orphans. But that's pretty much the whole update on that. Usually I end with like a funny bit or something, but it's just sad. It's just a really sad situation.
That was terrible. There's not even much to say. That is terrible that happened. That over YouTube, that shouldn't even be a thing. That shouldn't even be a thing. That is nah, dude. Nah. Over YouTube. You like jail. Never let this dude out again. I'm gonna be honest, straight up jail. Over YouTube is crazy. That is just nuts. Over something so insignificant. Like I said, the wife had nothing to do with it, and the kids are now orphans. That is crazy. Man, that sucks. Wow, that sucks. That sucks a lot. Man, that sucks. That's terrible. Why everyone has kids now? Kids! Children! Maybe they did listen to Shinzo Abe. Marry and reproduce. Ah yes, I got another one. We'll do... we'll do that one next.
South Korean.
Alright, that looks interesting, but that was 6 months ago. Well, let's look at this. This is not too long ago. Let's look at this. Wow, yeah, this is crazy. Whew. That is sad. Anyways, let's look at this. South Korea is broken by Gatsu. 6 months ago. How is South... Is this about, Wait, I think I already most know this. Well, let's look at this, I guess. Sure.
South Korean politicians are all morons! They will do literally everything to try and fix their birth rate problem rather than get...
Yeah, anything but that, huh? Anything but that. Remember, the downfall of South Korea will begin, I think, 2035. They will first start to witness changes where the problems started. According to, we watched the video of Kurzgesagt, where practically it is predicted at 2035 the first problems will arise, but we'll see.
Getting to the main cause. The literally everything includes a politician promoting Kegel exercises or suggesting girls start school a year earlier than boys to make them more appealing. What?
Huh? Huh? That makes no... Okay, so, that is, first of all, weird. Second of all, educationally, that doesn't kind of make no sense. You know why? Educationally and developmentally, it would make more sense to send boys into school a year later, in fact. Here's a fun fact. Because boys are not on the same level as girls early on in school. They're overall weaker. So here's a fun fact. Hi Salmax, how are you doing? Hope you're doing good. Hello.
What the fuck are you talking about? Because I heard that it was a kid diddler. Yeah, I heard that it was a pedophile. If you ever watched any of Bong Joon-ho's movies, you would know that the main message of all of his amazing movies is South Korea is a fucked up place. This
Wait, what? I didn't read that.
Movies is South Korea.
Get me out of this godforsaken hellhole. I mean, from what I've seen, this country might actually be a little bit of a hellhole, considering how people are especially like celebrities are treated. Like, we've seen this stuff. Holy. They'll do anything but fix the crushing work culture that stops people having the time to have kids. It's not only that, right? A lot of the people... There's also a for real, like an actual real gender war, kind of worse than what we have here in the West. But also, it's this country's hella expensive. And since it's hella expensive, you can't even afford children. I'm doing well, Duck. How are you? I'm doing good. Good to hear that you're doing well.
Is a fucked up place. This country is literally ran by Samsung, LG, and Hyundai Kia. They have a horrible work and school culture, but by far the most important quote-unquote challenge they face is the horribly low birth rate they have. It is...
Wait, I need to read the memes. Excuse me, sir, can this pregnant woman have a seat? South Koreans. Accurate! I've seen some posts by Korean men, right? Where I was like, homie, you can't be serious. Like, bro, this is you say some heinous shit like it's not my problem. I will not let this pregnant woman sit here because she is pregnant by another man. I was like, bro, shut the fuck up. If that's the reason, that's crazy.
challenge they face is the horribly low birth rate they have.
It's just parabolic.
It is the worst in the world.
South Koreans in a not making children competition.
And it's recently plummeted down to 0.72 births per woman.
This country's dying. Like, for real. 0.72. But let's be honest, let's be honest for us, the Europeans, and also the people from the United States. Let's be honest here. Let's be honest for us Westerners here. This will be our future. This will be us. In probably the next 20 years, this will be us. Most certainly.
A country needs a birth rate of 2.1 to keep their current population, let alone grow it. And they're at 0.72. So why do the South Korean women not want to make babies with these handsome, rich, cute little twinks? They fuck with the other guy. They ask me to give up my seed. South Korea is miles,
which is crazy. That is such a diabolical thing to say.
ahead in misogyny technology than every other country in the world. Among Korean men, there is a widespread perception that designated seats for pregnant women are an excessively female-friendly policy, to the point where it became a trend on the internet to protest this policy by posting photos of dudes sitting in these seats as a form of protest.
But that's a good thing, though. Here's the thing, right? I wonder if these dudes had the same crash out if there was seats for disabled people. Because we have that too in a way, where in some areas you have seats for disabled people. So I'm questioning, right? I'm questioning if pregnancy causes that crash out. What would a disabled person? What kind of crash out would that create? Like, what do you mean? Like, dude, let these women just sit, dude. They're pregnant.
Imagine you're a woman in South Korea, right? You already have these unbelievable, unrealistic beauty standards where to be considered pretty, you have to be basically a supermodel. South Korea has the most plastic surgeries per capita in the world, with over 1 million operations happening every year. And with every 1 in 4 women aged 19 to 29 already having plastic surgery done, with men being 2%. On top of this, these motherfuckers decide to give you the largest wage gap on the planet for your hard work, and they only decriminalized abortion in 2021, 3 years ago. It's not legal now, but it's not illegal either. Me personally, if I was a woman, I would be crashing out and tweaking. Man, fuck men.
Okay, but we don't know if there's a pregnant lady around. Well, obviously, you could make it like this, right? If there's a pregnant woman around, right, and you sit in that seat, then you can give up the seat if there's a pregnant woman around, right? That I guess I would say that makes sense. We have that as well. Honestly, you sit in them until an actual pregnant lady walks in. That's when you give them up. Yeah, I mean, yeah, that makes sense, right? That makes sense. You give it up, but I don't think these dudes give those seats up, regardless.
In particular, but not literally, which is how the 4B movement spawned, which means no dating, marriage, childbirth, or sex with dudes. And when your country's laws about women...
I've heard, though, from a lot of Korean women that this isn't the main reason. Apparently, this isn't the main reason. The main reason that shit is too expensive. And that there's no time for family, basically. Or so I've heard. That is what I've heard from Korean women online. That say that this, when the 4B, so to speak, hit the United States, but now it's gone because nobody, and Germany as well, and Europe, when that hit, but it was not nearly the same. A lot of Korean women said, "Bro, this is not the main reason. It's money and time." See, I don't think they do that. I hope not. I mean, of course, sitting in these and taking a picture could just be performative, right? But then when a pregnant lady comes up, they give up their seat. What do I know?
Women are written by John Jones and Harvey Weinstein. With intense misogyny, discriminatory laws, and the highest wage gap in the world, it is no surprise this movement spawned in South Korea. You know what does not help either? South Korea being the most expensive place in the world to raise a child, costing around $270,000 to raise a child until the age of 18. In second place is the glorious People's Republic of China. Taiwan, South Korea. Your destiny is to be obliterated into nothing by a Chinese Dongfang missile. South Korea has this phenomenon.
What the fuck? That was out of pocket. There was no reason to put that in here.
Called academic elitism, where basically if you don't go to the best universities they have to offer, your life is basically over. You're gonna get a shitty job, no money, you'll be sucking dick behind the KFC on Daihakro Street for money. And then there are the Sky Universities, Seoul, Korea, and Yonsei Universities. Whether or not you get into one of these three universities decides your financial and social position in the country for the rest of your life. It's like parkour civilization. So there's a huge pressure on the Korean youth to get into one of these, which is why private tutoring has a whole term for it called hagwons, and why it's a $20 billion industry. Because every parent, no matter their financial capability, wants their child to succeed. And since Korean society is set up in a way where you need to go into the sky schools, Korean households spend more on private tutoring than housing and food. Because of these exorbitant prices, households...
Bro. Whoa, that is... yeah, this country is broken, never mind. My biggest enemy isn't financially. My biggest enemy getting into high school, getting into college, university, is me. Because I'm retarded.
Can barely afford one kid, let alone more, and they also probably don't want to put their kids through the same education hellhole they went through. An 8-hour entrance exam? Real question. 40
What? South Korean's version of the SAT or ACT is the College Scholastic Ability Test, CSAT. One of the numerous distinctions between the two tests is that the SAT is 3 hours long with an additional 50 minutes for the optional essay, whereas the CSAT is 8 hours long. What the fuck? You can't even study for like 2 hours straight before your brain gives up. When you need some at least 15-minute break. How you're gonna get through a 8-hour? That is crazy. Any parent want their child to succeed, Greta Thunberg parents, when you wanted it and why you didn't protect your child. I mean, I'm gonna make people mad, but I think Greta is a nepo baby.
8-hour entrance exam? Real question. 48 hours with Diddy or 8-hour entrance exam?
You're fucked regardless. You're fucked regardless. It doesn't matter. You're fucked regardless.
Decides the rest of your life. Discuss in the comments below. The Korean entrance exam, CSAT, aka cock-skibidi ass torture, literally has killer questions that are bullshit questions just to make the student scores lower. A lot of times these questions aren't included in normal schools either, but are only included in these private tutoring schools. So already, if your kid is not in those expensive private cram schools, he's set back by this capitalist shithole called South Korea. And these killer questions are either some insane deluded algebra questions that have not been solved by any mathematician ever, or some obscure literary takeouts. What did Tyler respond to Kai Cenat when Kai asked her out on a date? Oh my god, bro. They only decided to remove these questions last year, so good job on that, but... Oh my god, bro. They only...
South Korea is cutting killer questions from an 8-hour exam. Some blame for a fertility rate crisis. There are basically questions that will fail you. Where did they get that idea from? Where the fuck did you get that idea from?
Decided to remove these questions last year, so good job on that. But Koreans still spend nearly $20 billion a year on these private tutoring schools. Usually what happens in a normal Korean teen's day is they go to school from 8 a.m. to 4 p.m., already 8 hours of classes, and then goes to the private cram school, which
Well, that's pretty average, but then you have the cram school, which is another... that is another 3 hours.
usually goes from 6 to 9, already 11 hours of classes, and then the rest of the day is spent studying at home before falling asleep and lacking on sleep. A lot of people estimate that they spend 12 to 17 hours a day just studying. Hey, why are the fertility rates low? Bro, if you told me I had to study 15 hours a day, the last thing on my mind would be making kids. I want to make kids out of spite of what this world has to offer, because why would I want to let my kids go through?
I'll be honest, the moment I get the chance to leave the country, I'd be gone. There's probably also, like, there's probably also... There's probably also a lot of people that would want to leave but can't because the laws are so difficult to get out of the country, because I don't see how there's not mass migration from that country. It's not new. There are so many kids that want to go to these colleges, and the acceptance rates are usually really low, barely 1% and stuff, so they've got no choice but to add questions to eliminate kids. But that's still crazy. That's still crazy. That is still crazy. 15 hours? Yeah, 15 hours of studying. And I was complaining about 6.
This hellhole called studying in South Korea. A big part of their demographic crisis is that they are extremely urbanized, and as all problems, it always comes down to fucking real estate. Over half of South Korea lives in the Seoul metropolitan area, because that's where all the Sky universities are, so everyone who wants to live well has to live in Seoul, and also because there are a bunch of construction restrictions that don't allow for a lot of housing to be built, so the limited housing in Seoul is basically a bidding war between Samsung higher-ups, normal South Koreans, and the guy from Squid Game. And the bidding war usually ends in the Samsung higher-ups buying these apartments, renting it to normal South Koreans for huge sums.
1 bedroom, 290 square feet, renting for 57% of the monthly salary. What the fuck? Your money's gone. Your money just evaporates. What the fuck?
Of money, and the guy from Squid Game sucking dick behind the Shake Shack in Yonge District for 2,500 won so he can keep chain smoking his SA lights. In 1928, Stalin started the first 5-year plan, and the goal was to move these stupid, dumb, illiterate peasant farmers out from the farms and get them into cities where there was big industry and make them make tractors and a bunch of other cool shit. By moving illiterate peasants out from these big farms and cramming them into apartments, the Soviet Union's birth rate crashed. In peasant farmer societies, children are usually encouraged because they're more of a free labor and not as much of a financial burden. However, in cities, raising children is expensive, and you also don't get a large family to help with farming. You're all alone in that Samsung factory, resulting in this, where you can clearly see that the fertility rates in big cities are much lower than their less urbanized areas. In Vienna's airport, they made the benches purposefully uncomfortable to keep people from sleeping on it. A real dedicated sleeper like me will never succumb to the capitalist.
A dedicated sleeper will find the way to sleep. I know people that sleep standing. They do not care. They just lean against the wall and sleep. Doesn't matter. Yeah, that's very true. The more people live in a city, you're just more likely to have less children. Because where are you going to put those children? Nowhere exactly. You think a 2-bedroom apartment has enough room for a kid? For kids? No. Maybe like 1, okay. Maybe 1. Okay, maybe 1. But that's about it. 8 square feet count as big apartment. Yeah, the kid probably around here too, kinda.
invention of anti-homeless infrastructure. And even though these metal rods were hitting me straight in my hips, I had an amazing 8-hour-long sleep in this airport. Governments will spend hundreds of thousands of dollars building anti-homeless infrastructure just for me to sleep on it, when the only anti-homeless infrastructure that works is giving the homeless homes. And yeah, South Korea is cooked on all fronts. Not only everything I mentioned, but also their views are literally the complete opposite of women. It's like the South Korean...
Wait, what? I didn't pay attention to that. Oh yeah, that makes sense. That's a dip. This is though funnily enough, this isn't particularly like actually crazy, right? This happens, by the way, currently everywhere. Like this dip in like women going really progressive while men going more and more conservative again. That happens everywhere currently for men. That's what happens when I guess you neglect the needs of men. That's very interesting to see. And fun fact, here's even a fun fact. For some countries, if you go back in their history, you can see that women actually were at some point more conservative, in fact, than men were. Which is very interesting to see.
The complete opposite of women. It's like the South Korean male population thinks women are their enemy, because what even is this divide? It's literally just two opposite extremes, and the chances of them getting along to the point where they would want to have children is slim to none. Because of this toxic work, education, and dating culture, South Korea has the highest self-end rate in a first world country. Recently, I went out for a walk in Tbilisi with Geopol, discussing important topics such as Diddy and Skibbity Toilet. And when I came back to my apartment, my Lenovo monitor had broken itself. Hong Kong had disappointed me. The warranty people told me it would take 3 weeks to order me a new one, and I would genuinely rather be waterboarded than not have access to my computer for 3 weeks. So I went ahead and got a new Samsung monitor. With this, I contributed to the mafia, not so secretly running the country of...
Okay. Interesting. Yeah, it's just crazy. It's just crazy. I think this country is just really mostly run by companies, let's be honest. So the average apartment size, we're using meters here. The average apartment size here in Germany is a neat little 92 square meters. I don't know. How does that translate? Let me check. To square feet. Oh, that's actually 990 square feet. What the heck? That is okay. That's pretty. I don't know. If the average is 92, something cannot be right. Because 290 is a big home. I don't feel like that's a big home. That's really small. That's really small. That is incredibly small. Oh my god. These people live like sardines in this case.
South Korea. In 2017, the son of the chairman of Samsung literally bribed the president for a corporation favor that would benefit Samsung, and then got exposed for it. The president got overthrown and Lee got sentenced to 5 years in prison. Then they reduced it to 2.5 years and released him after serving only 1 year in prison. Then for some reason, he had a retrial about this, got sentenced back to prison for 2 years and 6 months. And then when there was a global chip shortage in the world, Joe Biden went to South Korea because America needed more chips, and the new president of South Korea pardoned the chairman of Samsung, and now he leads Samsung. I'm really liking this monitor though. Like, look, I can rotate it and watch Instagram reels like this. I don't know what it would take for the South Korean government to realize that their ultra-capitalist society is the cause for all their difficulties, such as being an incel, pulling 2014 ISIS numbers, and the real estate market being horrible. Also, the 3 big companies, but mainly Samsung, have so much power over there that every politician is there to serve Samsung's interests and not the South Korean people. You guys already saw how Samsung literally bribed the president with $37 million, and that is only one of the...
Joe Biden, main enemy. I live in 40 square meters. That's still more! That is still more! They still live in sardines. 290 square okay, 290 square feet, right? That is just 26 square meters! What the heck? You cannot raise a child in this! You cannot raise a child in this! This is small as shit! This is not even, there's basically just enough space for one person. That's not even enough space for one person. Bro, this is small as hell!
Things they have been exposed for. Just imagine how many secret deals have been taking place with Samsung's leaders and Korean politicians. I do not care how much money you have. If you're going to be alone for the rest of your life and also hold some extreme beliefs about the opposite sex and also never be able to own a home for yourself, no matter how much money you have either way, because Samsung exists, what's the point? And government-funded matchmaking events to try and get people to talk to each other is not going to fix the fact that even if they really liked each other, they wouldn't be able to afford the home because Samsung keeps buying up all the property to the point where they have their own little town dedicated to themselves. But a bunch of corporations have their own office towns. This isn't my big.
Okay, so for Samsung, for Korea, South Korea, it's Samsung, and for us here in Europe, in the West, it's BlackRock and Vanguard. Cool. Oh, never. We've got 280 something, and that's honestly big enough. That's not a small home. That is not a small home. But 290 square feet is a small home that's just barely 20. We've got different units, had to do all the Googling and stuff. So yeah, you live in like 280 square meters. That's pretty good. Though, that's pretty good.
Beef with them. I hope my Samsung monitor does not shut itself off using their Samsung AI to detect the words I'm writing and fucking explode my monitor. Because people in Korea get born in the Samsung medical.
What? That is crazy. That is crazy.
I do not care how much money.
I just thought my audio died. But it's just the counter. Okay. I was like, my audio died for real. Okay, so Samsung Hospital. Amusement park owned by Samsung. Whatever that is. Samsung Tower Palace. Phones, messengers. Tower Palace. TVs. Holy fuck. Everything's just Samsung. The fucking fridges, everything. Samsung Wedding Hall! Nursing home! They have everything! Funeral home! Developmental Park Cemetery.
This is genuinely a cyberpunk dystopia.
This is a dystopia. How does a company own cemeteries? What is that? Nursing homes? Bro, that is crazy. Get these fuckers out of here. That's crazy.
If I've ever heard one, where one company controls everything and bribes the president. These huge country-controlling, family-owned companies are the cause of nearly all of South Korea's problems, but they enable you to watch Instagram Reels on a full 4K screen in portrait mode. Basically, if you're South Korean, you only have 3 options: Samsung worker, professional League of Legends player, or a K-pop idol.
Samsung workers, professional League of Legends players, and K-pop idols. Choose your which way, Korean man. Honestly, the only people living well here in Asia at least are people who have generational wealth or people who bought their homes decades ago, because you can't buy these homes now. You can't buy homes now anywhere. In fact, they're just way too expensive. You cannot buy anything. You cannot buy a house anymore. Those times are over. I guess you could buy a home if you like buy it with multiple people. That could make sense, but even then that's already difficult. I thought I was just high from the pain meds, but you also experienced the lack of audio poker. Yes, I did. All they're missing now is a Samsung Heaven and Hell upcoming.
Idol. And when you become a K-pop idol, you are basically signing your human rights away to become a slave for a management company, where you live in dorms with your group members that are about to debut and literally starve yourself as a diet, usually eating about 1,000 calories a day. These women are stronger than most men in the galactic empire. I mean American military. Because they eat basically nothing all day and train these
I think I consume about 300 calories a day? Bro.
dances for 8 to 10 hours a day, aren't allowed to leave without permission, and are not allowed to date anyone. And after 2 to 4 years of training, they might not even debut because their management company will refuse it. So put some fucking respect on K-pop's name. You might not like the music, but the work these people put in and the literal slavery they had to go through to get to where they are is just respectable. Game recognizes game. If I was a slave for 4 years and then random American teenagers made fun of me because I look gay and have plastic surgery, I would tweak out. I would defect to North Korea and send one of their Hwasong 19 missiles to that kid's house. Bye bye, Russia! What do you think nearly all
Bye bye, Russia. I went how you share a house with few people. There have been incidences from which I've heard where people just bought a piece of like land, not really like just an area, and they just bought a house with like multiple apartments, so they all could live separate. So they were basically paying the house together, but they would all live separate within their own apartment. That has happened before as well. We've got people doing that in a few tech cities. Young people buy homes with their friends to live and stuff. Yep. That's the only way.
the cinema that comes out of South Korea is about hating rich, big, corrupt companies such as Parasite and Squid Game. This is their reality that they're living through. Side note, on top of this, they require me a visa to go there? Ah, hell nah. You know who doesn't require a visa for me? The European Union and China. I know who I'm choosing.
Wait, what? You can go to China without a visa? That's interesting.
Like and subscribe and goodbye.
That was crazy. That was a banger. That is crazy. Wait, you have the North Korean version as well. Should we add that to our list for later? But that's crazy. Wow, that's crazy. Yeah, this country's cooked, in fact. If they don't fix anything in the next few years, like, this country's dying. Like, we will see this country disappear in our lifetimes, pretty much. That's crazy. That's actually wild. I hope they can fix their issues. They probably won't, because they're all government-owned. But it is what it is. Hopefully they can, though. Like, comment, and subscribe. And what, I'm gonna add that to the list for later. For some time. I'm gonna add that to the list for some time. You know what? Yeah, let's add that. It's added now.
South Korean politician.
It's added now. Chat, I need a quick bathroom break. I will be right back. How's the video? That was good. That was good. I like that video. I like that video. That was fun to watch. Chat, I'll be right back. I need a quick bathroom break. Alrighty, I'm back. I have returned, chatto. Alright. Next up, the next video I need to watch. The next video we will be watching. First of all, we'll get rid of what we have watched. So that needs to go. And that needs to go. Next we are gonna watch is, in fact, this one. Another. And my neighbor friend made homemade turkey pot pie. Can we get a huge W in chat for my friend? That's a huge W. That's nice. That's nice. Yeah, we're gonna watch this one. We're gonna watch this one, which is another think before you sleep video. So we'll look at that. We'll look at that because I'm curious. That was also recommended, I think, by Eliza. Let's just look at this. Moving to Africa to escape racism by Think Before You Sleep. That's we'll look at that. We'll look at that. That's gonna be interesting. We're gonna hear some outlandish stuff. Also, I think I've heard that people that live in Africa aren't particularly fond of Black Americans moving to Africa. That is just what I've heard. So I don't know if it is a particularly good idea to move to Africa to escape racism.
Good morning, YouTube. I tried so hard to stay here in Africa, but I really think my time is up now. I had enough. I'd rather go back to America and deal with the racism in America before I sit here in Africa and deal with the bullshit bribery, the bullshit scams, the bullshit not having no snacks.
Let it be known that there are no snacks in Africa. Racism is rough, but have
Ah, interesting. Africa has no snacks. With snacks, she absolutely means the stuff is the reason why she looks the way she does.
Have you ever been to a country with no snacks before?
I cannot afford to live here. I feel broke and I feel poor in Africa. I feel like I'm going to be out there selling some shit soon.
How are you broke in a third world country? Half the reason people move to these places and put up with a lower standard of living is because it's cheaper.
No. The problem is that she moved there. She moved there. You know, obviously these people, they move there. But they don't have the money to sustain moving away. Whether you are from a rich country or not, that makes no difference. If you don't have the money to live, if you're broke in the States, you're likely broke in Africa too.
That being said, over the years there have been many people who feel that America is a bad place to live, and so they're moving.
I'm leaving by the end of the year.
I know you're in Argentina, but
yeah. Living in the U.S. was too triggering.
Granted, most of these situations are just people with no intention of moving, threatening to move because their favorite presidential candidate lost. But some of these people actually stick to their word, and because of that, we have a lady who has moved to Ghana.
Because of that, we get nice content, like nice piece of content like this. Just like this. My friend heard you poke and put a big smile on her face. I'm pretty sure you just made her day. That's nice. That's nice. That like I said, that's a huge W. No, people move because the cost of living is different and conversion rates are good. Well, that is in fact if you have the money for it. But if your bank account is almost zero in somewhere else, it's also probably zero. It's almost gonna be zero somewhere else too. The problem is that even then, these people don't have the money to move.
In Africa. However, after just a handful of weeks of living there, she's starting to think that maybe America isn't so bad, and one of the big reasons why she wants to move back to the U.S. is because Africa is too expensive.
This ain't making no sense to me. I pay $130 a day to drive around in a truck. I paid $100 a day to live in a 2-bedroom and the 6 of us with no hot water, no stove, no refrigerator. The refrigerator broke.
How are you paying $130 a day for a car? That's like $4,000 a month. Are you financially retarded? That's the payment of a car that is well over $100,000. There's no way that this is the only way to get transportation in Africa.
I live in America in a mansion, and we don't have to put no water on the stove. We got steady hot water, steady electricity, and the only time our electricity...
Is there a chance that this woman is very financially irresponsible? And just has no idea of like, money? Because that's what it is. By the way, when we're already, like, people being incapable of understanding, like, their expenses, right? I've seen a TikTok where a lady bought food. The problem with the food was that it was all just unhealthy, like chips, not she called it snacks, but it was actually more like treats. Like all that stuff, there was not. It was like she complained that it was really expensive to buy food, but there was not a single there was no food on the table. Like there was there was nothing healthy on the table. A lot of these people are financially irresponsible.
To get cut off is when we don't pay the bill. And we got it so good now, we got prepaid electricity, so if we forget to pay the bill, we put some money on that prepaid thing and it comes right back on in 2 minutes. In less than 2 minutes. This shit right here didn't come on for 14 hours yesterday.
I gotta say, I have no idea how long it would take for the electricity company to turn my power back on, because I've never been late on the bill. Even if the bill is past due, I believe there's like a 10-day grace period before they shut your power off. So this chick must be incredibly irresponsible with money. Also, welcome to the developing world. I don't know why you moved expecting the exact same modern conveniences as America, but it kinda seems...
Because lack of education. That's what it is. You cannot expect to live in a first world country with all the conveniences and then move to a into a country that is still developing, third world development country, because there is a difference, by the way, and expect the same conveniences. That doesn't work that way. It just doesn't. Surprise, surprise! A poorer country is living in a poorer country is less convenient. Congratulations. Have you watched the game breaking glitches video yet? No, I have not, Chad. I have not. I will though. I will though. If that is in the requested channel. If you are on Discord even.
Seems like this lady had some pretty rose-tinted glasses before she went to Africa. Like she didn't even vacation there for a week to see if she liked the place.
The bullshit animals, it's scorpions outside the house, it's big ass spiders, it's big ass lizards, colorful lizards you ain't never seen before, all in the fucking room with you, sleeping with you.
Did you even research this place before you moved? You know there's this website called YouTube where you can watch people share their experiences of what it's like to live in different countries. And more importantly, those people will also tell you all the positives and negatives of that area.
I'm not happy. Every house I look for, the house is expensive as hell. Oh my God. 200, 300, 400, 500, 600, 700, 800, 900, $1 million to live in a house where you look outside and all you see is turkeys and ducks and chickens and sheeps and old malnourished cows. I didn't even pay that much for my house in America.
Again, this would have been incredibly easy to just Google. Here, I did this in like 10 seconds. Houses in Ghana. So why are the housing prices such a shock to you?
All the bullshit people trying to...
She went there with no research. Completely uninformed, she went there. Nothing. Straight up nothing. She went there with essentially nothing. Oh my god. This is infuriating. That's odd. If... As she says, she lived in a mansion. I feel like that's a lie. How'd you end up like this? Makes no sense. That's probably a lie. That's probably a lie, to be honest. Malnourished cows is crazy. Like I said, I don't think this woman has ever seen a cow, potentially. She's probably a city woman that has never seen a cow in her life, potentially. feel bad for her, but she's kind of funny. Yeah, she's just kind of odd. It's just kind of odd. I don't know. Did you know there's a service in Japan where you can rent a girl to be in bed with you, cuddling the most, nothing sexual? Ah, a symptom of the low birth rate.
Scam you when you go outside thinking you rich, so they trying to get more money off of you. I can't afford to live here. I cannot. I love the people. Don't get me wrong, when I'm outside, I'm having fun. I love the people. I'm really trying to wrap my head around how are Americans coming to Africa and being happy. Please comment down below.
They have money.
Because for me, I'm ready to go. And I always used to say, if it's up to me, it will be. And I'm going to go out to Africa and make shit happen. No, I don't want to. I want to take my businesses back to America. I want to open up shop back in America, open up my dentist office, and all the stuff that I was going to do out here in America.
I love the people, but everyone's a scammer. Sounds great. Anyway, that's all for that video, and most people who reacted to this clip thought the story was over. However, I did some research, and apparently this is a whole movement called Blaxit. I found several channels of black...
There's a term for this. It's Blaxit. What the fuck is that? Well, that movement didn't go quite as well. That movement didn't quite go quite so well. Wow, congratulations. That's crazy. That's wild.
Black people sharing their experiences of leaving America to escape racism, I guess. More importantly, though, one of the channels called Go Black to Africa had an archive that shows that this event with Ghana Lady actually happened back in 2020. I believe she used to have a YouTube channel, but it's been since deleted, so unfortunately there's no deep dive. However, the good news is that an additional video about her move was archived, so the story continues. In this next video, our Africa lady gets on camera with her husband. His role is not that important, he stays silent almost the entire time. But outside of that, this video is a response to the backlash that she got for the first one. Well, backlash is probably the wrong word. People were making fun of her.
I was basically telling everybody what they will experience when they come to the motherland. And we keeping it raw and unfiltered, uncut. So you have everybody talking about, oh, the motherland is beautiful. It is a beautiful place. But you gotta know reality.
The motherland. Bro, they sound like... Comrade! Come to the motherland. Mother Russia. What the heck, bro? This is not... You are not African. You're from the United States. I hate to break it to you. You, your parents, and your parents are lived and grew up in the United States. What do you mean? This isn't your country.
When you get here, reality has to set in. So I'm basically telling them, look, when you come here, don't think it's going to be a parade for you, because it's not. Don't think that it's going to be snacks and it's going to be the same thing in America, because it's not.
Wow, she is really insistent on the no snacks thing. You would think that this would be more of a wake-up call for her to get healthy, but it probably wasn't. That being said, she elaborates more on why she decided to move to Africa.
And I'm very in tune.
I mean... She took everything she had everything she had to Africa, even the bad eating habits.
Very in tune with the universe. I'm very in tune with my ancestors. I heard the calling and I came. Africa needs help. It needs work. We came out here to build Africa. I closed all my businesses down. And of course, I could have stayed in that colonized as United Snakes of America and dealt with their bullshit and kept getting my money, okay? So I could have sat there and I could have dealt with that. But no, I decided, no, I'm going to close all shop. I'm going to come out here. I'm going to get me a...
Okay. Assuming that she is correct with the information she's giving here, that she actually had shops and shit. What a downfall. You went from being somewhat wealthy to, like, just broke. What did you do? How did you do that? How did you do that? What? How? What? Bro, no. What the heck? They eat fruits. They are healthy for you. But they aren't snacks. Bro, this is so fucking dumb.
A bus, and I'm gonna do free teeth cleaning and spas for the people in the village.
Right, okay, so she moved for humanitarian reasons because Africa needs help. I can agree with that. There's a lot of poverty and suffering there. It would be nice if there were less of those. So Ghana lady wants to help, which is why she moved to the safest and most developed part of the country.
We came from the gutter, and we managed to pull ourselves up and look at everybody else still sitting there. So we're not gonna go to Africa and be fucked up and be guttered too. I ain't asked nobody for nothing. I ain't asked for no handouts. I didn't ask for no parades. I was just sharing my experience. Yes,
You went not only into one of the more developed parts in Africa, right? You went there to help people, but you came there with essentially nothing because you closed everything. And now you have no money. You're not helping anybody. If anything, now you've become a liability to the country. If anything.
I am in Accra, and I knew that Accra was the most expensive place, and I knew it was the most developed as well. I wanted to be in a developed place, but at the end of the day, don't shit me. I always used to say, get me, don't shit me.
For some reason, though, I feel like she's lying about something. I mean, she touts herself as this rich entrepreneur with multiple businesses.
I have money. I can go wherever the fuck I want to go.
So she's this great...
Okay, so you have money. You can move wherever you want to. But you don't have money to fix a fridge. You say the houses are all expensive. My voice just went south. You say the houses are all expensive. There's no snacks. Which technically you likely probably could, if you had that kind of money, you could import. You complain about no running water, yet with the money you have, you could probably get running water. I feel like you just there's two options. Either you're correct, but you lost all the money, or you're lying and you moved there broke. Also, this picture's from Germany. I just realized it's from Germany. I don't know where, but it's from Germany. Stop drinking so much alcohol, Zoom. This is not healthy for you. I've noticed this trend recently. You drink a lot more recently. I've noticed that trend. That's not good for you. She's just angry because there aren't any Big Macs in the area that she lives in. There's no KFC. I think she's lying. She's for real lying. I just think she's lying.
Rich business owner, but she's having trouble paying her electric bill, and she stresses out about houses that are a few $100,000, which is insane because dentists make a lot of money for taking care of people's teeth, and I assume that her husband works too, and they previously owned a house, so they would have money from selling that. Like, how are they strapped for cash? Maybe there's something I'm missing here, but at a first glance, it sounds like they make a lot of irresponsible financial decisions.
But I want to live better in Africa than I do at home, of course. So, of course, I came out here to buy beach land, to build a house, and while I'm building the house, buy another house to live in while I build my house, because I'd be damned if I'm going to be sitting in somebody's living room.
Which is crazy because the video that everyone knows you for was filmed in someone else's living room at an Airbnb that you rented in Africa.
I rent an Airbnb for $100 a night. Airbnbs, if you want a nice one, it's going for $100 a night.
So for a while, you rented a broken Airbnb for $100 a day, and then you bought a house so you could live in Africa while your beachfront property was being built. Like, you're complaining about everything being too expensive, while at the same time you choose the most expensive path to live in. And
Sure. I do not believe you, no. I do not. I just don't. I just don't believe you. Because Like, there is certainly the option that she has a huge spending problem, right? That is there, right? That option exists. But you can't be this... Okay, you can't be this unreasonable.
Any other dumb financial decisions that you want to complain about?
We have 5 children, but we only have 4 of us. Four children with us. And there's 2 of us, so it's 6 of us all right now. As far as me renting a car or whatever, how else am I getting around? Every little car is that small. It's little bugs. All of us, 6 of us, cannot get in little bugs and ride around. So I had to rent a big SUV that can go through these muddy streets, because the streets, as you know, aren't paved. So we have to have a 4-wheel drive that can get through these streets. So me renting a vehicle was $130 a day. I knew that was going to be the case anyway. If you go research too, you'll find out that that's the average of a vehicle. So I didn't get gaffled nowhere. I just don't like the prices.
Let me clarify that she lives in a place called Accra, which is the capital city of Ghana. This is a well-developed area that has roads and people with normal cars. According to my research, really the only places that have dirt roads in Accra are the new housing developments, which is typical of any housing development. Now, after researching the specifics of this, I have to say that if you do things properly outside of schooling, Ghana is a very affordable place to live. Accra is a place where you can basically get a full meal for $1 from street food vendors that look actually very clean. India should take notes. That being...
Indians catching strays again! It just happens. Well. I think somebody has a severe spending problem. I think somebody spends money on things that are not necessary. You're trying to live like you did in the United States, and that is going to kick your ass. What the heck? Going to be spending her imaginary money on making imaginary home the creativity. I think she lives in what her parents gave her, and now she can't believe the world doesn't provide like her parents. That could be, yeah, that could be. There's a potential there. She's right. One thing, life became more expensive, harder, most average and under. I'm tired to hear kids with a worldview talk about the world problems like they've been outside for more like 5 seconds. The strays, poor India. Yeah, poor Indians.
Instead, the $7,000 a month for a car and an Airbnb is ridiculous. I checked out car rentals and it looks like they're about the same price as American car rentals. Even with COVID pricing, an SUV is probably not costing $130 a day unless it's a luxury vehicle. As for why she's renting, well, that's because there's not really a leasing system in Ghana. If you want a car, you have to pay for it in full, unless you want to pay like 25% interest. But paying in full shouldn't be a problem because Miss Dennis said that she was rich. And I assure you that no actual rich person would want to burn money at the rate of $46,000 a year if they could afford the car outright. I mean, it would be cheaper to just Uber everywhere or take a shuttle bus. As for the house, she is correct in saying that renting is quite expensive in Accra. That's if you rent a house. However, there are plenty of apartment complexes that cost almost nothing compared to what her Airbnb costs that could fit her whole family while her house is being...
Oh my god, she's retorted. She has a this all comes down to a spending this is all a spending problem. This is just all a spending problem. Here's Croc. Hi, Croc. How are you doing? Hope you're doing good. Hello. This is a spending problem. That's what she has.
built. I'm not sure if you have to pay in full like you do for the cars, but $100,000 shouldn't be that much because she's rich. There are plenty of things that she can do if she doesn't like the prices, but I'm guessing she doesn't want to do that because it sounds like she's burning money trying to live some sort of luxury lifestyle that she can't actually afford. Like I said, I think there's a lot that she's lying about. I'm not going to trust a dentist with crooked teeth. Anyway, let's continue to hear what it's like to live outside the Western standard of living.
Don't have me come all the way out here, and because you see I'm American, which you don't even know that I'm a Ghanaian too, but okay, I'm going to give you that I'm American because...
Shut it, you grew up in the United States. Hate to break it to you, but you have the mannerism and the behavior of an American. You are an American. I hate to break it to you.
to my accent. So don't have me come all the way to Africa and say a house is 400,000, but you tell me it's 700,000 because you feel as though I'm rich. Everybody I've ever talked to looked at me like I was dollar signs. As soon as they see me, it's money, money, money. I can tell you 15 stories right now since we've been in Africa where people try to overcharge us and overprice us, and I'm on their ass.
Right, so not only is she going for the most expensive land, but there are also tons of scammers who are trying to charge her double for the house because she's American. It's funny how she'll call the U.S. the United Snakes of America, followed by going to Africa and being flooded with tons of people trying to scam her. And gee, it's so weird to be in a place where people will look at you and treat you worse than others based on your birthplace. That almost sounds like prejudice. In fact, it sounds exactly like prejudice.
You're not going to fuck with me. You're not going to fuck me over. You're not going to have me come all the way the hell out here to build your dirty ass country up for you to sit here and tell me, oh, in order for you to get out the airport, you're going to have to pay us $1,800. In order for you to get out the airport, you're going to have to put $200 extra.
Yeah, what did you expect? Did you really expect that people from Africa are too fond of people from the United States? Like I said, I think a black dude from Africa once said it like that, where he said, when black people from the United States move to Africa, they feel like white people. And I feel like it's kind of accurate. Also, Deer told me he's your father, which means, Sumax, he slept with your mom. I wouldn't let that slide. Her family probably hasn't been in Ghana for centuries, yet she's confident she belongs there. Apparently so. Apparently so.
In order for you to get out the airport, I'm gonna tell your husband he tested positive for coronavirus so you could pay me some extra money. Fuck no.
It looks like Miss Black Savior out here who came to fix Africa, got a reality check, and got some insight into what's actually hurting the motherland. It's not some white oppressor. It's culture and how their society is structured. And if you're trying to fix that structure, then maybe you shouldn't move to someone else's land, call it a dirty-ass country, and then behave like the natives are inferior to you.
And so for the people who say, oh, Africa is not weak, it's not for weak people. Let me tell you something. All Africans are weak. I got a fucking African father who's weak.
Why are you there? Why are you there? Holy fuck, why are you there? Bro, why are you there? Why are you there? Like, why are you there? Bro! That is crazy.
Weak as fuck. I know all Africans are weak. They aren't built like us in America.
How are you not prejudiced or...
I mean, with that body mass, she is at least correct that they aren't built like her. That's at least accurate. They aren't built like her. She isn't wrong.
Or racist. How are you not a part of the problem that you said you wanted to get away from?
So let's be honest and let's keep it real. Nobody wants to live like...
Also, it's kind of racist. Yeah, it's friendly fire.
This. They shouldn't even be living like this. I want to take half of Africa back to America because they can see how real living is. Because this shit is pathetic.
Right, take all the Africans to the land of the white colonizers to show them what real living is like. You can't make up this extreme lack of self-awareness. But the worst part of their YouTube channel being gone is that I really wonder what exactly she considers to be racist. What was so bad about America that she thought that moving to Ghana would be better? Because really, basically when these types complain about racism, most of it amounts to people just being kind of mean, which is nothing compared to how she said she was being treated by the people in Ghana. So I can't give her exact words on how she defines racism, but there are other channels with black people who have moved to Ghana for the same reasons, who have also shared similar sentiments about scammers, by the way.
I think of a story of my mother-in-law who was talking about having to get her electricity taken care of, and every time she would go to pay the bill, the person who would process her would be like, oh, there's another fee that wasn't there last time. But what they wanted was this cash bribe to get things done. Right. You're always having to think about, is somebody trying to get it over on me?
Imagine having no idea what to expect in terms of monthly bills because everyone's trying to rip you off. But since this family shares some similar beliefs to the previous one, Maybe we can get some sort of answer by listening to what their gripes are about American racism.
I'm very curious what made these people leave. I'm very curious. Let me guess, it's probably something minor. Nothing. It's probably something that's not even significant. That doesn't really matter in general.
As they talk about going back to visit family after being in Africa for a while.
But yeah, we were in a store. We were literally the only Black people that I'd seen for about 45 miles.
That doesn't sound like racism. That just sounds like you're unhappy if white people exist around you, which actually makes you seem kind of racist. I mean, I've visited plenty of places where whites aren't the majority, and I've never felt like people were racist just for existing around me as a different race. And let me just emphasize that they aren't the first ones to accuse white people of being racist simply because they're in the majority. It's literally the main argument of Robin DiAngelo's famous book, White Fragility, and a lot of people repeat
the white fragility. I need to hear this again. Which he's gonna argue here. Base steer, get rid of the dude.
As they talk about going back to visit family after being in Africa for a while.
But yeah, we were in a store. We were literally the only Black people that I'd seen for about 45 miles.
That doesn't sound like racism. That just sounds like you're unhappy if white people exist around you, which actually makes you seem kind of racist. I mean, I've visited plenty of places where whites aren't the majority, and I've never felt like people were racist just for existing around me as a different race. And let me just emphasize that they aren't the first ones to accuse white people of being racist simply because they're in the majority. It's literally the main argument of Robin DiAngelo's famous book, White Fragility, and a lot of people repeat that sentiment.
They do have CNN, BBC, Al Jazeera here, international news stations that...
Like, man, well, if you'll be the only white and black neighborhood, I think you'll feel something. I feel like, yeah, if you're the only white person in a black neighborhood, you're gonna probably encounter some issues. If you're the only black person in a white neighborhood, you'll encounter some issues. If you're the only white person in a like predominantly Latino area, it is what it is. Like that is just the result of what happens. Hello? Congratulations? You encountered something that anybody will? But she can't complain. You chose the locality. If you don't like that, go another place. Very, very true. Very true. Hey, if I live in a neighborhood where I'm constantly being shit on, I'll leave the neighborhood.
That put it out there as it is.
Right, of course. They watch CNN, the network that is notorious for lying about everything, and will go as far as to doctor footage of Joe Rogan to make him look more sick because he didn't agree with him on COVID. So this couple probably doesn't have the most accurate depiction of America, but let's continue with what else they think is racist.
You had an experience when you were at the mall.
Yeah, so I'm out at the mall wearing this exact outfit, this shirt, and my necklace and my bracelet. Something I would wear any day in Ghana and it just be a normal outfit.
Oh man, that's too black, that's too ethnic.
You know, the black people who saw me, I would get jeers from them like, oh, who's this guy? Where's he from? What point? It was like, what point is he trying to make? You can see that in the like,
no, you can't wear that here, man.
Yeah, it was like, you know, yeah, we get it, you're black, you know. It was like one of those things.
So black people are now the racist because...
What? Wait, what? That's the reason? Congratulations, people look at you because you were clothed unusual. Wow. Hey, if I pull up, I guess people are racist because if I pull up in shorts in the middle of like the winter, -5 degrees Celsius, and people look at me weirdly, I guess they must all be have prejudice or racism. What the heck? Huh? Yes, people will look at you if you clothed unusual. Congratulations that you found that out.
Because they think your shirt is too loud? I thought the whole reason that you moved to Ghana is because you wanted to be around more black people.
One of the things that has been most amazing about this past year and a half is the fact that we're not black here.
would.
Not as our primary identifier.
Yeah, that's totally true because like in the States, you're always black first and everything else second.
I mean, only if you constantly feel the need to bring up your race.
That's true. That's true. Maybe the issue wasn't them being seen through the red lens of race, but them seeing through the lens of race. Maybe the racists were the people that moved to Ghana all along.
Anyway, let's see how he believes white people perceive the shirt.
For the white people, it was weird because they were looking at me like, who's this dude? Right? Again, what point is he trying to prove? You know, he's...
So basically, the white people did the same thing as the black people. They looked at you weird because you look weird. Congratulations, because you're dressing differently. Hello. But if I walked around England in traditional English clothing, I get weird looks because it's not common, not because of racism or prejudice. Exactly. You get weird looks because you look weird. You're uncommon, unusual.
It's just, the eyes were on me. And I know it's because of what I wore, because I went back the next day and nobody looked at me any different, and I had on, you know, just an Adidas shirt and a hat. So
you were dressed appropriately for your race.
Yeah. And so it just made me aware of, you know, how I was presenting myself. I couldn't just wear what I wanted to wear and be comfortable without noticeable eyes on me. I didn't like that.
So this is called the spotlight effect, where people tend to overestimate how much others are paying attention to them. He felt anxiety wearing that shirt in America, so he projected his negative feelings onto people looking at him. He also could have simply been looking at people more often because of the anxiety, which would prompt them to look back and result in more staring. But based on his story, no one told him that they didn't like the shirt, nor did he ask anyone what they thought. He just felt like they were negatively judging him. Now, me personally, I don't have any problem with his shirt. I actually think the design looks pretty cool and I like the color. I don't see why anyone would judge you poorly because of it. But I mean, come on. Surely they must have at least one example of actual racism that they've experienced that's not just in their head.
We were at a Walmart and we were standing in line, and the person in front of me who checked out, a white middle-aged gentleman, the cashier was a younger, blonde, you know, vibrant girl. The gentleman in front of me, hey sir, how are you doing today? Great, thank you. Did you need anything else? Nope. Have a great day. Gone. I get up there and I'm waiting for her to greet me, and she never did. So I was like, oh. So I, being me, was like, big smile. Hey, how are you today? Fine. Okay, so we finished the whole thing, right? And I'm waiting. I get my receipt and I'm like, thank you. I didn't get a have a great day. I didn't get a you're welcome. I didn't get a goodbye. I didn't get anything. My mom was with me and we took a few steps away and she was like, well, that was different.
I must have experienced so much racism. That is crazy. Because yes, that happens. Congratulations. That happens. The amount of time I said like hello or thank you, and I didn't get a hello or thank you back, while others did, is crazy. What the fuck you mean? Nah, dude, nah. This is the reason. This is part of the reasons why they left. That is the so-called racism. If that's the so-called racism, we don't have any actual problems for real.
I don't know, maybe she forgot? Cashiers check out like hundreds of people per day. I wouldn't exactly call this racism. Racism is like if someone beat you up because you're the wrong color, or prevented you from using certain public amenities, or made you abide by a different set of laws. Something that is not an example of racism is, people looked at me when I wore this orange shirt. I mean, this is so dumb that it reminds me of those girls who go to the gym while filming for their OnlyFans or their Fansly pages, saying, oh my god, that guy looked in my direction. He sexually assaulted me.
Do you feel like you...
It does have kind of that same energy. I've seen plenty of clips, by the way, of the women acting like this. Like, they do something, they do something that's like, in a way sexual, right? Right? But then they say it's not for the audience, like it's not for other people, but like people aren't supposed to stare, right? But they still film themselves in that way, and I'm like, bro, it's just odd. The same energy. Julian, the big hi, how are you doing? Hope you're doing good. Hello. Honestly, in my opinion, the less Akashi speaks, the better. To me, the better. But that's just me. You just don't want to be talked to, that's fine. I do not hate deer. Did anyone try to paint himself white and infiltrate? What the heck? No, that nobody does that. I guess some people would do that, but nobody does that. I don't think so. I don't think so.
Felt the impact of all of these microaggressions and slights and requirements for code switching and staying in your place, all of the things we just kind of talked about. Did you feel the weight of that before you started traveling to Ghana?
Yes, and it bothered me.
Oh no, microaggressions. Code switching, how
Oh no, these people. Their version of racism is just overanalyzing things. Nah, dude, no. That is the reason you left? That's all in your head? Dear, no I don't, but if you don't stop spamming, I might need to take some precautions.
terrible. Code switching is when you change your behavior based on the environment that you're in, which is something that everyone of all races does on a constant basis. I act differently around my friends from how I act around my grandparents. And yes, I also act differently when I'm around different races. But these people will have you believe that it's belligerent racism if an Asian person asks you to take off your shoes before
Yeah, that's just pretty normal because you act according to, for example, the culture. Like, Asians are usually more polite. Of course I will code switch and be more polite. What? Just like I'll be more casual with other people. Where I know I can be more casual. Because they're usually more chill. This has nothing to do with racism. You just, also, oftentimes I feel just it's also something to do with respect. My dose, yeah, after this one you can have your shitty dose.
entering the house. Oh my god, the Asians are forcing us to code switch and be less black because they don't want dirt on their floors.
We were out at a store. The boys were behaving the exact same way that they behave when we're out at stores in Ghana. There was no, like, they weren't acting crazy. Our kids are
pretty well mannered.
Well-mannered. Yeah. They're not ridiculous. But yeah, it was just uncomfortable. And I know that sounds really weird. Leo was doing what Leo usually does. He would take something off the shelf and bring it to me and ask if, we could have this. And then if I said no, he would put it back. If I said yes, he'd put it in the cart. But I felt like I had to, tell him not to touch things and, stay with me and don't talk loud. And all of a sudden I felt like I was correcting him. Stop being so black. Don't be yourself. People are judging you because of your color. You're the only black person in the room. You can't be you. You have to be the different version of you. Let's figure out how to code switch at the age of 6.
What? What does any of this have to do with race? It sounds like kids just being kids, followed by you instructing them on how to act in public. But for some reason, you've added this extra unnecessary level of anxiety to it. Honestly, it sounds like they were already behaving properly, and you unnecessarily felt the need to tell them, don't make the white man mad. Which, speaking of microaggressions, that kind of villainizes white people to your kids. This is so ridiculous, even if you assume that all the white people in the store were...
Is it a lot to say that a lot of the fears and racism itself, the way they see it, is passed down to their children and their children and so far and so on, which is also still a major reason why it is still such a big thing, which is why because it gets taught down to generations. Yeah, Deer had it for a while.
Secretly judging her children. How is that worse than people constantly trying to scam and backstab you in Africa?
As a very wise Ghanaian elder told me, don't trust anyone. Anyone. He specifically said, I don't trust him. He's pointing at his wife, he's pointing at his son.
Do you feel like it takes away from the experience because you always have to be on guard? Doesn't that like minimize the experience?
You know, there's dangers and you want to look out for them.
That is crazy. You would rather live in a society where you can trust no one than live in a place where a cashier forgets to say hi to you. But as much as there are people who watch CNN who do ridiculous things, there are also plenty of black people who hate this messaging and are tired of the racism narrative where no actual racism is occurring.
I am black, I'm not oppressed. I am free. Like, I do what I want. You have the skills. This is a country where you have the skills. You want to do what you want, you do it. Stop forcing on people to accept that they're oppressed. They are not. I am not oppressed. I am black. Black feels black more than any race. Where's the Black Lives Matter? Why don't you go? You start your case at home. Why don't you start? I'm not carrying anything saying Black Lives Matter. I know I matter.
I love how you have the white chick telling the black.
Yeah, fun fact, that happened a lot though. That happened a lot though. That happened a lot though. The thing is this, right? The thing is this. When BLM happened, it was eventually taken over by liberal white women. And then there were plenty of people that reported that they were not able to speak to people giving criticism that appeared at these marches by people who were not black, which I found very interesting. A lot of this is also victimization by themselves. It just is what it is. Trust me, don't trust anyone. Yeah, I have a short comedy one. I do have something.
Black girl that she's oppressed. That's just perfect. It reminds me of that moment where Kelly Osbourne tries to help the Mexicans out by saying, who will clean the toilets?
If you kick every Latino out of this country, then who is going to be cleaning your toilet, Donald Trump?
Oh, that's no.
In the sense that,
no.
You know what I mean? Like, when I'm saying
there's more jobs to be.
These people aren't your friends.
Yeah, if you kick out all the illegal immigrants, who's gonna do the shit jobs? Wow. That is some racism here.
They want to keep you down and demotivated so that you can't do any more than a low-wage job. That is the actual racism. You think these people want to help you when they constantly have this passive-aggressive set of lowered expectations for certain races? Like that statue of a black woman in New York where the creator was like, hey, let's represent black people with an obese woman who has her hands on her hips and kind of has an angry face. I just want to make sure that we
Why? What is this? What is this? Also, just bro. Yeah, the peak representation is an overweight. The peak representation is an overweight black woman that looks unhappy. What a representation. Wow.
enforce as many negative black stereotypes as possible, while I say that we're providing representation for the marginalized. The best part is that a bunch of black people in the comments on the artist's Instagram are saying that they hate the statue. Again, these people aren't your friends. I mean, they call being on time racist. They don't want you to be able to...
Expecting people to be on time is part of white supremacy culture? Duke Medical School claims? Well, it's over. We're all racist. Everyone is, even if if the majority of the country is not white, even if you're on time in I don't know, China, Japan, South Korea, Turkey, India, you're promoting white supremacy. Congratulations. We're all white supremacists now. Everyone who's on time
to keep a job. These days, they would look at that movie Stand and Deliver and say it's bad because a math teacher teaches Mexican kids calculus so they can get good paying jobs and experience a much higher standard of living. These people would say that you're whitewashing them or forcing them to live with aspects of whiteness by just trying to get them a good job.
I want to have a conversation with you today about
whiteness. I was having a great chat today with a dear friend of mine who is a black woman, and we were talking about white women and white supremacy and how a lot of white people uphold white supremacy by just existing.
I can see you're a woman.
I mean, we do see people of color go the capitalist route and try to become billionaires, but at the same time, it's always in proximity to whiteness.
You've got to be kidding me. Here, watch Iron
Whiteness equals I want to be well off.
Heart instead of Stand and Deliver, where the hero obtains her superpower by stealing it, and instead of being good out of a desire to help people, she wants to be iconic.
I want to build something undeniable, something iconic.
Riri, I see you. I see you're fed up, waiting to be acknowledged for your greatness. I can give you the tools to help you carry out your vision. But anyone who's ever accomplished anything iconic in life has had to do some questionable things to get it done.
Right, don't just make her a thief, make her arrogant and selfish too. You know how Spider-Man sacrifices the things he wants in life to help people? Well, let's do a black character where
I think this just not. This also goes for a lot of other characters. This literally goes for other characters as well, where like the heroes are portrayed as villains. I'm like, bro, that is not a hero. Why are you portraying a selfish whatever? No reason. Speaking of Turkey, Poke, I watched someone stream from Turkey. Okay, cool, cool.
she helps others defeat her own ego and show how great she is. Not all that different from the Ghana lady, actually. However, as I've said in previous content, I think the majority of black people actually find this stuff condescending and demeaning. And despite all the DEI types telling everyone that America is the worst place in the world, I think that most people understand that we actually have it pretty good here. Sure, there are problems and there are plenty of things that I would like to fix about this country, but the reality is that no matter where you go, you're going to have to deal with at least some BS.
Why is it so hard for foreigners to get a license in Japan?
I really don't know, but it took me 22 tries to do it. Basically, I failed it the first time, failed it the second time, and I heard that, maybe by the third time you'll pass it.
So the English test is a little harder than the Japanese test?
No, it's a lot harder. It's a lot harder, not a little bit, a lot harder.
Do you feel like it's discriminatory against foreigners to make this so hard to get a license?
Yeah, but that's the life you live in Japan.
And you've been here how long?
25 years.
And you have your license now?
I have my driver's license now. I'm driving, and I love it.
Yeah, this is annoying, and it should be changed in the future, and certainly Japan has its problems, but it's not a deeply oppressive system where people walk around in chains all the time, and neither is America. I think probably the message of the day here is gratitude. I say that because I see a lot of people who are just dissatisfied and unhappy all the time, especially because I watch a lot of crazies for a living who think that everything is terrible and nothing is.
Maybe not for a living, but certainly I watch crazies. Yeah, there's just moving into another country is just hard. It's just hard. From like the things you have to do to cultural norms, it's just hard. That's you take the good with the bad. It is what it is.
Is ever enough. That being said, it actually works very well to just take a step back and appreciate the things that you have in your life. Not for some hippie spiritual reason or as a moral platitude, but for practical reasons. If you don't appreciate the things that you have or have gratitude for them, you won't maintain them. You won't do what's required to maintain relationships, which will subject you to a lot of loneliness or being around a bunch of low-quality people, or you won't do what's required to maintain your personal items, which will ruin your bank account, or worse, you obsess over a new thing, buy it, and forget about it 10 seconds later. Does that not describe the Ghana lady who, by the way, chased the newest and flashiest thing like beachfront property while forgetting how good she had it where she came from? Meanwhile, she landed herself in a place that she hates with a cabinet that can't be opened because someone put a cooling unit next to it. So there's real value in taking a second to just be happy that you have clean water, electricity, a roof, and people who want to spend time with you, instead of always focusing on what you lack. Now, that's not to say that you can't strive for more, and you should strive for more, but be careful about doing that at the expense of things that are good in your life. Anyway, thanks for watching. Follow.
That's the end of the video. That was interesting to look at. That was interesting. I didn't even know that was a thing, like Blacksit and stuff. I didn't know that it was a thing. But yeah, some people move to other countries and realize, fuck, I'm actually cooked. it's just very interesting. It's just very, very, very interesting. But it is what it is. I just hope that people learn from their mistakes and not just move to a country on a mistaken whim. But it is what it is. Like, comment, subscribe. It's more than hard, honestly. No country will accept you as one of them. That's very true, though. That's very true. Like, you're never just like fully in there. It's just what it is. I don't know why Raging Diarrhea tried to portray me as someone who hates all race, especially since I watch Upoka and several other streamers from other countries. I have no awareness of that. I don't know. I can't tell. Yeah, let's give Deer his dose. Even though that man is a liar, if Deer says anything, never trust him. And you know why? He said he's done with the brain rot, but here we are, and he's just wants more brain rot. He said he was done with the brain rot, but he's a liar. Deer is a liar. Just wanted to confirm that Deer is a liar. She didn't do that, though. Very true. At least not here. Maybe in another streamer's chat, but not here. Not as far as I'm aware. Anyways, Captain America stops Bucky's helicopter by Coty Animation. Let's just get through this real quick. Chat, I've officially decided that I will become pro-choice and abort Deer. Share what you love with your friends. That was terrible. That was just terrible. Am I cursed? I am for sure. When I have to watch this, I'm for sure cursed. I found something that looked interesting, though. That seemed to be funny. I did find something that was interesting. That's why I wanted it. That's why I wanted it. Also, let me get rid of the stuff I watched. Real quick. I shared my love. I shared pain. Anyways. Stupid hub comments by Mando. Let's just look at this. I did like something like that before. I did something like that before. Where I reacted to hub comments. So now we'll react to hub comments.
The stethoscope isn't even in his ears.
That's very true. I mean, it's not there.
First!
This isn't YouTube Shorts, Nick.
Maybe he meant first to jerk off. What do I know?
Why are they naked?
I am so proud of my daughter.
Hold up, wait a minute! Why are you watching videos of your own daughter?
You can see the pain in this dude.
Stop the skibidi TikTok language.
Why?
DSBMO.
Roti is so good for real. Turn, Saher.
Cappuccini Assassini. Is this Ohio?
Especially on the hub. Like, what are you posting that on the hub?
Skibidi Riz is level 5 Duke. That is Yacht Ram Public Service.
Still wearing a nicotine patch while screwing. Gotta love that commitment to quit.
Dumbass ninja, that's a diabetic patch.
Can you do face farting video?
Gang what?
To get a job.
Really great video. But can you please refrain from dropping F-bombs? It makes it hard to watch with the whole family.
What the fuck? Ah, incest.
but the link said free V-Bucks.
He got verified with being a Minecraft pig. That's crazy.
This ninja verified as a Minecraft pig. What's finger paint? Paint. What? Let's. I am scared. Scared. No, I am scared. No. Hi, scared. Skibidi toilet.
Can you include a ham sandwich next time?
What?
What? Was he verified? I saw somebody being verified as Jesus before.
At around 9:21 in the video, you can hear one of the black guys in that gang say, "Man, I can't stand it anymore. This bitch smells like a dead fish."
Confirm.
It's be smelly. That's terrible.
Priceless info. Thank you, bro.
Guys, how do you make a weakness splash potion in Minecraft Bedrock Edition?
Why? Why? You could just Google that. Why did you ask that on the hub? Maybe Moist Critical makes corn.
These sound like Moist Critical.
Hey guys, Moist Cock here. Today we are fricking my stepmother. Let's go.
He's pulling his cock out.
I don't care. Luke's female enough.
Oh no! That's definitely femboy corn. Oh, that's ironic. That's actually ironic. You know why? He's named Kanye. And there are rumors that Kanye and Jeffrey did the deed. So I guess this isn't quite wrong.
What the?
Yo, there is no way I just found a funk video on the hub.
Finally, something normal.
Since to funk on the hub.
I always try to report those weird videos on my For You page on this website, but they keep showing up. But now I finally got something normal on the hub.
Who needs corn when you have sick funk beats?
5 by 30 plus funk plus noradrenaline plus still water plus prime plus.
Yep. Gooning to the beat. Gooning to the funk. What was it? Not just to feel their words. Not just to hear their words, but feel their words. Not just to hear the gooning, but feel the gooning.
All plus adrenaline plus lunch late plus looks maxing plus chest maxing plus arm maxing plus leg maxing plus spoon maxing plus sigma maxing.
Among Us is the best game this video. It's amazing! Never in my life did I think I would unironically jack off to Among Us corn.
But here we are. You jerked off to Among Us.
But here we are.
Shut the frick up, Ninja, you're sus.
That's pretty sussy. Sussy baka.
When the imposter...
Feet! Chest maxing. This can only mean two things. Either get huge, humongous plastic boobs, or working out. There's only two meanings.
Mr. is sus.
Shoot you! Haha, Black is sussy! AirPod shotty! Emergency meeting! Food nick out!
Holy fricking shit. Is that a mother fricking Among Us reference? Among Us is the best fricking game. Red is so sus. Come to medbay and watch me scan. Why is no one fixing O2? Oh, your crewmate. Name every task.
Ain't no way we got Skibidi.
I am definitely asking how you found this shit, because remember, you went extra onto the hub for this. You went on the hub for this, just looking for comments. I know what you are.
Toilet corn before GTA 6.
Huh?
No way, bro posted Skibidi toilet on the hub.
What the skibbity is this Sigma gooning on the hub?
Shut your Vrotias is so fire. Gert, hi.
Top G Sigma hawk to a skibbity cameraman in Ohio, bruh, with the Riz grind.
Level 10 Gadded Skibbity Sigma plus Rising in Ohio plus Pack God Veiny D Adrenaline.
Wait, this isn't free Robux hack. Wait, this isn't Technoblade Potato War.
What? RIP to the king.
This isn't Minecraft Redstone tutorial.
This is not Minecraft Party Link. My 12-year-old friend sent me.
Chicken jockey.
That was so random. Who knows? Maybe there's a video of Jack Black making out with somebody. What do I know?
Come find me and frick me all. I need you baby in my juicy M-A-M woof 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 ha skibbity Ohio toilet my. Cheese tripping I lost my dog.
My opinion on abortion is kind of a double-edged sword. I mean, I like the idea of eliminating babies.
Oh!
But I don't like the idea of giving women the chance to make decisions.
Bro, what is 295 people like this? What the heck is that comment?
This isn't Apex Legends gameplay.
I like Doritos.
Cool vid, but does this affect LeBron's legacy?
I goon for 24 hours at some times for the best mommy corn, and I've just found it.
What the fuck? This is not, this has to be during DDD.
What's your name, friend? We should call this new level of cooked after you.
This is Sigma. Anyone trying to play Fort?
What's your epic?
Today at the bank, an old lady asked me to
How I met my best friend on the hub.
check her balance.
So I pushed her over.
I am going to have to show this to the...
There's no way. There's no way. There is no way you got Rockstar Official and you are a channel and you are you got verified. There is no way in hell. This gotta be Photoshop. Nah, no way in hell you are.
whole dev team. This made me think I am gonna beat my son.
Do it!
Huh?
What the frick am I even doing with my life, man?
Rubbing your best friend's mom's feet.
Huh? Bro. Well, that's the post not clarity for you.
Free Robux.
It's free corn, though.
The length of those round glasses is on average 140 to 145 millimeters. The scale factor is calculated based on the ratio of the real glasses width to measured width, which is 6 centimeters. Applying this scale factor to the width of...
So this basically turned from... corn to a math problem. I respect the grind.
...of the peak in the video. 2.5 centimeters and length, 8.5 centimeters. Using the formula C equals pi d, where d is the diameter, the real circumference, or girth of the peak is approximately from 18 centimeters, or 7 inches to 19 centimeters, or 7.5 inches. The length is approximately from 19 centimeters to 20.5 centimeters.
Bro. Bro. Yeah, it's just, nah. If you're on the hub, solving math problems, or calculating somebody's dick size, I gotta say, there's no hope for you. Like, there's no hope for you. This is actually worse thing than watching it. Shane on the hub? Probably.
Cutest little fact on the hub for sure. He's so cute it's almost like watching a little one, but with crazy skill.
What the fuck? Huh? What? Yeah, I'm aware that there's a Jesus one. It helps you last longer. No, it doesn't.
What the hell?
This is faker than Santa.
Got verified as Walter Hartwell White.
Yeah.
How are you verified as Walter White?
She is beautiful, and I love how wet her pussy sounds. Could play with her all day.
Oh, fella, you're not playing with any at all, ever.
I will skin you.
Is it weird that I think about my teachers when I watch?
Are you homeschooled?
God, that ass is fat. Fuck. I will come back and watch more. God, I am fucked up.
Watch your language. My son uses this site.
Yeah, Deer has experience. We know that Deer has a severe addiction to corn. We already can confirm that.
There's some heat.
Those who drink still walk.
Mine looks like that, and I am kinda insecure about it.
You should be. That pussy is freaking disgusting. If that's what yours look like, I would honestly consider labiaplasty.
That was rather angry.
The Fortnite I searched up for.
This isn't a video on how to crank 90s.
Anyone want to play Fortnite? Who is?
Well, that could also be that he wants to crank 90-year-olds. Huh. I guess he's just into really old women?
Down to run duos sometime. Drop your users.
Dog, I made an account just to say that you can say anything at any time. Where is my free V-Bucks, man? I wanted it.
That was terrible. That was terrible. Please, I had to watch some wild stuff. That means bro confirmed he had to look it up himself. That's painful. But I am quite impressed by the dedication of finding these comments. Thank you for that. Like, comment, and subscribe. Alright, that was terrible. Alright, that was awful. That was really awful. So, I heard there's time. It's time, I've heard. For something.
Bonnie Blue.
Bogo has suggested this video. Me! I found this. It's time for our favorite woman out here! Bonnie Blue somehow just got worse by Cam Kirkham Reacts. Oh, the thing is quite simple. Is he going to talk about the petting zoo stunt that she tried to do before she got yeeted off of OF? I am curious. This is 4 days ago. We'll go into the video, not into Bonnie Blue.
Bonnie Blue just did her worst stunt yet. Well, hello there, you gorgeous donor. Today we're going to be discussing possibly the creepiest OF girl that has ever existed. I can't believe this person still surprises us. She is called Bonnie Blue. A lot of people might have heard of her. She is famous for doing various stunts such as...
Famous? I don't know if I would consider it famous. I guess sure. No, why have I come back at the same time as the Bonnie video? That's your dad. That is divine justice.
Sleeping with 1,057 men in 12 hours. Don't ask how, because I can't.
That's a Mariana. That's no longer the Mariana Trench out here. That woman is leaking. Anyway, good thing I need to go and do a stream. So yeah, bye. Yes, I'm noping out of here. Take care, GT. Have fun with your stream.
Can't explain it. Some people don't believe it happened. Honestly, I kind of want to be in that camp. She also allegedly faked being pregnant, and as of late, she also faked getting arrested, which we did actually react to in the Brits Being Idiots video. Very fitting title, you could say. She's also famous for just saying a lot of controversial things.
Slept with somebody that was too young to buy alcohol from the shop. So, I treated him to some alcohol, and then treated him to some of my hoes.
Just awful, innit? Like, why would you brag about...
Nah, just jump at this point. Just jump. Just take Bakugo's advice at the beginning of My Hero Academia at this point. Hell no. You're a... Oh my god. This woman is just... This woman sends women back 100 years.
about that. That is something that you don't want on your CV, I'm afraid. I believe she was in America at the time where, like, to buy alcohol is 21, so I believe that's how she kind of got away with this not being illegal, even though it's... like, why would that be your defense? Well, it's not actually illegal. Like, why would you say something where you have to clarify it? A lot of her content is rage bait, and she likes to just incite people to get as angry as possible, to give as much interaction as possible, so she earns more money. Unfortunately, that's the meta for a lot of weird...
You know what's the scary thing? You know what the scary thing is? Depending on which country she moves to, she may not be able to make videos, but she could certainly sleep with underage. Just a thought. She was pregnant. God knows who the father is. God does not know who the father is. He needs some serious investigation to find that out.
Creators these days. Now, she's recently announced her worst stunt yet. Like, I can't believe she's doing this. We're going to discuss what that is later in this video. But before we get onto that, I kind of want to...
It's probably the petting zoo. Pretty much, 2,000 men can do with her what she wants. That's pretty much what it is. Apparently, as far as I'm aware.
Just catch up with what she's been doing. She's been going on various platforms and getting interviewed about her content and about what she's got planned next. One YouTube channel that she's done multiple interviews with is Standout TV, which often gets like controversial people on to kind of just talk about themselves.
So let me ask you this random. Would you ever get married?
I'm already married at the moment.
What, to marry to the game, we're married to the wheelie? Is that what you're trying to say?
No, I'm going through a divorce at the moment.
She's married.
Just get the divorce. Who married this even? Who married her to begin with? Who married her to begin with? Lock that dude up as well. She an anti-character. She might as well be. I mean, hey, if there were tentacles, you'll know where that woman's going. I can't believe she's in her 20s. She's like 20. Isn't she 25? Isn't she like 25? She's like a year older than me. That is diabolical.
Bev, waste man.
I am married, but that doesn't stop me.
How does this woman handle this much stress, by the way? Do you know, like, a divorce for anybody in the world is just, like, the height of stress. Like, that's a lot of people's maximum stress they can take. How does she handle all of this as well? I have no idea. Like, surely this affects the divorce in different ways. Do you know if they're, like, kind of working out settlements, like, who owns what? I also wonder if our soon-to-be ex-husband is trying to take some of her money now that she's obviously, like, probably, like, a multi-millionaire now from her stunts.
I'm not gonna be trying to get bare of your money right now. Is he trying to get all your peas?
No, we're doing it quite reasonable.
I really want to know what happened in this marriage that, you know, made her mentally choose to go down this path, because she was all...
What happened? No. Is the question what happened in the marriage that made her go down this path? Or is the question what created the divorce? Because she's been in there, as far as I'm aware, for a little bit. Oh no, of course, that divorce, such a mystery. Yeah, we shall never know. Delusions. I bet that how.
Always kind of doing like OF content, but she wasn't really doing the extreme stuff. So what kind of clicked in her head where she was like, this is now the path that I need to take? A lot of people have kind of theorized why this is. Obviously we don't know for definite, but it is really sad that she has decided to kind of, you know, put herself in danger like this.
Like, obviously it's hard, like anyone go through.
I'm gonna be honest, my sympathy for this woman is gone. There's nothing there. Nothing. I feel nothing towards her. No sympathy, no, I feel not sad. This is the path you chose. This is what you have to deal with. Throwing a hot dog down the hole. Throwing a hot dog down the Mariana Trench would be more accurate.
Of course, it's stressful and you don't really know where to start. Especially at the age of 25.
You're 25?
25.
Chatting
Fuck is this woman 25? How is she 25? How is she a year older than me? Yet she looks like in her 30s. How is that a thing? She looks like mid-30s.
Bruv, got a whole world ahead of you, you get me?
Exactly.
Like,
So many more boxes to take.
That's what I say. What's your 5-year plan in the thing?
My 5-year plan is a lot of...
This is possibly...
This has gotta be rage bait. This has to be rage bait. This has to be rage bait. This gotta be rage bait. This has to be rage bait. I'm not believing that.
One of the worst interviews I've ever seen. What's your 5-year plan? Yeah, just to take a lot of dicks, honestly. You know, that's just trying to work it up, right, with inflation, obviously. You know, just trying to, like, you know, kind of match that.
It'll be a lot and a lot. Like, miles worth.
Miles worth. So then, if you was to give a number, how many willies have you, like, in your life?
I'm getting close to 2,000.
You're getting close to 1,000?
2,000.
2,000.
2,000 men. 2,000 men. So here's my idea. First get rid of her, and then get rid of the 2,000 men. Because the men aren't better. At all.
I feel like if you've, you know, slept with that many people, do you not stop counting after? I don't know, like, what number do people stop counting after? Like, 100's quite a lot, right? Do people, like, count after 100? Like,
Okay, here's some numbers. What's the average body count? The average body count is like 5. The average body count is like 5 here in Germany. No, US. The average body count is like 7 to 10. That's the average body count. Now the UK. There is no. It's 4! 4! The average in the UK is 4! What do you mean that 100 is a lot? According to average, that means 10, 15 would be a lot from the country she's from. Yeah. 100 is more than a lot. Pretty sure she said to 1,000 and turned into 2,000 a sec. Yeah, she definitely has over she definitely has close to 2,000 for real. For real. I don't think I've even met 2,000 men. How the fuck she has shagged them all? I do not know. I do not know. I cannot comprehend this. I'm too pure. Like, media trading is good. She knows her fans. Wanted to grade herself. Yep.
1,000? Like, do you know? How do you keep count? Like, have you got, like, a tally chart? Like, I'm really interested to know how you know how many people you've slept with at that point, because that is a significant number of people. Like, would you even know the names of everyone? Possibly not. Like, you could walk past someone in the street and they could say, like, oh yeah, I've slept with you, and you might not even know. Like, how many people is this?
Like, what's levels to you? Like, yo, I'm gonna be in the Guinness Book of World Records when I hit this number.
I think like 10,000. Imagine getting a number of 10,000.
I'm gonna throw up. Oh my god. What do you mean 10,000? That is not just throwing a wiener down, throwing a hot dog down the hallway. That's just throwing a hot dog down a black hole. You'll never see that again. You get like the 10,000 men just reincarnates. That like just evolves. This is satanic. This is satanic beyond belief. This is evil. What evil does to a motherfucker? Bro, 10,000. And the problem is, I believe her. How long has she... Okay, is there data on how long she has done OF? Okay, let me Google something. Is there a number? Two years. 2 years. 2 years. Let's say she has 2,000. Her number's correct and she has almost 2,000. Let's just assume that. That woman could achieve her plan in her 30s. By her mid-30s. I swear, if you I don't know, that's just crazy. That's just crazy.
Now that'd be something my daddy would be very proud.
Because I've seen quite a lot of like Bonnie Blue's interviews, I can just see through her rage bait now. Like, this is quite clearly a character, even though she is, you know, going through with a lot of the stunts. Like, her on-screen presence is very much not her. It's this front that she's built up. It's like an on-screen presence, and although like it is fake and it's not actually her, the impact it still has on people is very much real. Like, this interview guy, like, yeah, a lot of people think he's funny, and he is funny, but the way that he's speaking to her is really like derogatory, and he almost feels like he can speak to her like this because of the stunts that she's pulled. Like, it gives him like a free hit in his mind.
I feel like if you baptize this woman, right? If you baptize this chick, right? The water just turns straight up black. It just turns a deep, dark, abyss-like black. Like, you will actually perform exorcism on her.
To kind of speak to her just really weirdly.
Phone thing, he's not going to be insecure about the phone thing.
Yeah, like, you can't be concerned I'm cheating. I've just posted the video of it. You know what I'm up to. Of course I've cheated.
But with a guy, can they go and clot other gal?
No.
Why not?
Well, that's different.
I don't...
This is bait. This has to be bait. This has to be bait. This gotta be bait. Well, she has confirmed that she's a cheater. Therefore, you know what I think should happen to her. I don't need to elaborate.
I don't think it is. I don't think it is, love, you know. Well, I don't know, actually. You know, now I think about it, you know, if you're with someone that is in that industry, that's technically work. So I don't really... I guess that's just kind of like a couple...
No, you're just a cuck. You're just a cuck. That's what it is. You're just a cuck. I'm gonna be straight up saying, if you're in a relationship and your partner does OnlyFans, you are being cheated on and you are literally a cuck. And I will make fun of you left and right, up and down, horizontally and vertically, on my head, on my 2 feet. I will shame you into oblivion. I do not care. Apparently her dad is sub to her. OF might just be a rumor. I don't know. I think it wasn't her dad, but it was her dad's friends. I think, was it? I think.
Basis, like your own boundaries. But if yous have agreed that that's work, then technically that's not cheating. But if you do it outside of work, but then couldn't you just say, oh well, that one was a business expense, you know? So I was working out business there. I don't know. Where does the line get drawn here? What happens if you're both in the industry and you're both just business expense and different? I have no idea how this works.
Neither of these should exist. Neither of these. This should not exist. A relationship like that should not exist. It's weird as hell.
It's all complicated. I'm struggling here, guys.
You ever get like any smelly willy dudes?
I did have someone recently that sat on my face and they had like really big piles.
He sat on your face? What do you mean sat on your face? That is weird, bro.
I love that, you know, he picked up on...
Bro. That's crazy. I think all her neighbors neighborhood subbed to her. Are you sure they just subbed to her? I think they were in her already. If I find out Bonnie Blue is moving into my neighborhood, I'm packing my shit. Something diabolical is going to happen in that neighborhood. I'm packing everything and I leave.
That the sitting on the face was weird and totally disregarded that she said that the bloke had piles. Are we just going to gloss over that as if that comment just wasn't made? Not trying to take the piss out of anyone that's got piles, okay? I hope you've got the...
And she let him keep sitting there. Apparently, she has somewhat of a scat. There's some... Last time we watched, she elaborated that there might potentially be a scat fetish as well. I hate how much I know about her. It's so bad. Not just sub. They all Patreon. Nah. Now she needs Patreon because she's banned on OF.
cream and everything. I think that's how you sort it. I don't know, never had it. But do these men just have like, obviously they have zero, you know, self-respect if they're like cheating on their partners with body blue, with anyone in that case. But like, surely you would know you've got piles before you do that, you know, before you sit on someone's, surely you know. Why would you put someone through that? Like, think of the other person, man.
Like, over the bed, and then he sat on my face to get a job.
What's a job?
He doesn't know what a job is. Maybe I can teach it.
Nah.
Same. Nah, bro. Nah. We've seen this clip before. We've seen this clip before. It still gets worse every single time.
Nah, you're fine, love. You're alright. I can just see through this character now, though. Like, it's very much, it's almost like AI responses. It's like she's practiced her lines before she's got into this interview.
I got another thing,
Yeah, go on.
This is a mad idea, So you know about like the war in Ukraine right now, yeah?
Yeah.
So listen to this, 500 Ukrainian man.
Yeah. 500
Russian man. And they just got to clout you for peace. That's a good idea, bruv.
Bro, get this dude out of here! Imagine, united through Bonnie Blue. No. By the way, yeah, it's a fetish and it's also illegal. Look at his face. That's the worst one. Look at his face.
She could end the war, bruv. So like the last man standing, that's who we declare who wins. Would you do
What,
it?
like whoever doesn't finish? Or like whoever lasts the longest?
Yeah.
That seems
That's
like a
when we
very
end the
good way
war.
to resolve it.
Big, would you do that?
100%.
This thing could bring...
At this point, just get both leaders. Whoever lasts longer wins the war. Bro.
World peace, bruv.
What are you doing, man? Like, why is she letting this guy speak to her like this? Obviously, like I've said, he is speaking to her like this because he feels like he has a free pass to because of her job and what she does. But what are we doing here? Do you really think that if the UK goes, actually, right, Ukraine, Russia, we've got a wild card here. We're gonna bring a secret weapon. Do you think that's not gonna work? So just cut that idea out straight.
I would say that would work against the North Koreans, because here is a little side information. I think I've said this before. But the moment the North Koreans in Russia got access to corn, they got addicted immediately. That would work. She did not invent the word, she is the word. You will literally find a picture if you look it up in a dictionary.
No way. There's one person I don't want to see on the front lines for this country. It's Bonnie Blue. We don't want Bonnie representing us.
I think so, yeah.
Who would you fight?
It'd have to be Lily Phillips.
You would fight her?
Yeah.
I thought you two were like brethrens, bruv. Like,
What does brethrens mean?
Like brethrens, innit? Like you two were like sisters in the thing.
Like, we both do gang and love, like, doing crazy stuff, yeah.
You think you'd punch her out?
I'd win, yeah.
She's mad tall.
Yeah, she is really tall. She's like 6 foot.
But then she'd have the jab on you, though. How'd you get in and knock her out?
Well, I would just win.
You punch her out.
That is one fight that I just don't want to see. I feel like we're okay.
That's a fight I want to see. That's a fight I want to see. For real. And whoever wins has to cease all activities. So we got one already gone in this case. Wow, she does not like her anymore.
Okay, not knowing who the victor would be there. I feel like we're okay, right, guys? We don't need to see Bonnie Blue versus Lily Phillips in a boxing match. It don't need to be in the ring, okay? Every joke just seems like an innuendo when it's not meant to be. She also did another interview on Standout TV, and in this interview, this is where she announced her next huge stunt.
Allowing 1,000 pieces into 1 in 12 hours is disgusting.
But the more you talk about it, the more it turns me on.
Did an old man.
Oh yeah, of course I would. Old men deserve sex. I mean, the wife might be dead.
Love, come on. Think of the women that...
Get out of here. Get out of here. Bro. If you watch a documentary about Lily Phillips, I did not, and I will never. I've seen the clips. I've seen the clips. This woman was crying. That woman was just done after 100 men. That woman was just done. You can definitely say that traumatized her. Because she literally disassociated after like 30 dudes.
I've passed, man. Imagine, you've passed, you're up there, you're looking down at your husband going, oh, look at him, still getting the newspaper. Oh, he's walking back to his car. Where? Who the f***? Start getting in his car with him. You'd be fuming. You'd be like, Mickey, what's happened to him since I've gone, man? Look at him. That's
like, if I was in heaven, and I found out, as if I was a woman and I was in heaven, and I found out my husband wanted to sleep with Bonnie Blue, I'd go down into my body, I'd dig myself out of the grave, and I'm gonna beat this man's ass. What the fuck, Doug? You did watch it? Not the full documentary, no, just the clips that we watched and a few reactions. But not the full thing.
It's not my Mickey.
I don't discriminate whether you're married, 18 or 80. I'll take anybody.
What? She's sounding like a charity at this point. Doesn't matter what age.
Again, I cannot comprehend this because I'm too loyal. Like, if my wife died, I'd never marry again. I'd never date again. I had my chance. To be fair, that would also happen if my girlfriend died. Because, like, I just, yeah, I'd be done. It's actually sad. Lily was talking about the future in it, and she was like, someone has to marry me, but, like, no, they don't. She willingly slept with 100 dudes. No one has to marry her. And I don't think anybody, well, there will always be somebody that will marry her. I mean, Riley Reid, who's one of the more known Korn actresses, got married and quit Korn. So there are dudes that would be willing to take her. I am not one of those. The way down to marriage is strong in this one.
It is, right? You're never too late to start, are you?
Well, I'm actually doing my own theatre next month.
Oh, yeah.
So maybe you could come to that and you see the amount of men that pay to watch me be in a glass cage for 24 hours.
To do what in a glass cage?
Well, I'll just be like a zoo animal. They can come if they want to f me, they can f me. If they just want to stare at me, they're welcome to. But I'm going to be tied up in a glass box.
Oh, she gets to all audiences, even the cucks. That's cool.
For a couple of days. And my body is for everyone.
That could be a meme. That could be a meme. This is the perfect Twitter reaction meme. This is optimal. This is perfect. I will utilize this. His face is good. Oh my goodness. I still feel bad for Lily despite the fact that it's her choice, but Bonnie, though, nah, never, for real, no. Like, for Lily, I feel like, yeah, she doesn't. I feel like there's some, like I said, some severe, both are severely traumatized. But yeah, this is terrible. Not gonna lie, when I first heard she was doing a petting zoo, I was expecting to be actual bestiality. No! 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 No. That would be dangerous. But I could see her doing that. You know, you gotta increase the audience.
The world's gone mad. It's gone mad. We're too far gone now. I feel like we need to just kind of start again. I feel like, can the asteroid just hurry up? I always hear about it every, 10 years it's coming, but it never does.
God, I know you promised to never flood the Earth again. But there are other liquids that you can do, except for water. That would be useful, that you could use. Like, you know, lava is a perfect liquid to flood the planet with. I know you promised, but you need to do something.
Does. Next time, let's hope it does. Let's just start fresh, bring the dinosaurs back. If we just kind of, start, like on a game, when you've just f***ed too much and you just want to start fresh. Like, Animal Crossing, you want to make a new island and you're just like, oh, it's man, just leave it all. That's what we need to do. Maybe it's just the UK. Okay, the rest of the world we can leave you. The UK will start again. This is just too far. The first one she did was honestly horrific, where she slept with over 1,000 men in a day. But this is like next level. being in a glass square cage tied up.
This like I said, women like that sent women back 100 years. I'm 100% gonna put that one also on feminism for giving up the on the idea of getting rid of corn. 100% feminists are at fault for this as well. Men and feminists. Factory reset humanity. This is making me consider chastity. Bro, in comparison to her, you're a virgin. In comparison to her, you're just a virgin. It's just the truth.
Like, this just sounds like a really f***ed up season of You. Is Joe Goldberg gonna be there? I'm not watching the new season if this is what it is. We are gonna watch an interview where she kind of talks more in detail about it, but from what she's said here, it seems like people have to pay. When I initially heard this, I was thinking surely like 2,000 men aren't going to pay to, you know, do whatever.
Homie, you overestimate us. You overestimate us so much. Cam, you overestimate us.
They want to do with Bonnie Blue in like a clear glass cage. But then I thought, actually, it's men, you know? So probably there is some men out there, I don't know if there'll be 2,000, that would actually do this, which is the frightening thing. Like, everyone always talks about, oh, like, Bonnie Blue's a terrible person for this. And, you know, you could argue she is for, like, kind of, you know, creating this kind of platform. However, this platform would not exist if it wasn't for certain types of men. She wouldn't have the ability to create this content if the market wasn't there for it, is what I'm trying to say. And that's the scariest thing. I say this whenever I react to Bonnie Blue, but it's so scary that you could know someone in your life that would pay to go to this event.
So you're gonna get...
If I know somebody that would participate in something like this. We knew each other. We don't know each other anymore. We knew each other. Like, I had somebody, the moment I found out that they cheated on a previous partner, I just cut them out immediately. I had no chill with that. You gotta go. You gotta go. I don't want to be close to somebody like that.
Get paid to be in a box and just let anyone do whatever they want to you.
Yeah,
And
but obviously I get paid once I make the video, but the actual act is completely free.
Oh, okay, so it's free entry. Oh, God. I mean, paying for it doesn't make it any better, but that just means more people are going to turn up.
No, it's free of charge. Anybody can come.
Is there like a limit or a
Literally.
certain standard of man that can be around you?
No,
Or
as long as
inside
they're
of
of
you?
legal age, like anybody and everybody's welcome. I don't discriminate. Whether you're fat, skinny, small, big, anyone.
Why is she trying to make out as if this is like an inclusive event? We don't discriminate, no matter what you look like, no matter what your size is. Every size is welcome.
What if he was 17?
Well, then no, because that'd be illegal.
Would you still, if it wasn't on camera?
No.
No, so your limit is 18 years
Yeah.
old, but they are still...
I'd happily take someone like on their 18th birthday. Like, no problem.
How old
because
are
they're
you?
18, 25.
And you don't mind 18-year-olds?
No
Do you
problem.
not think it's damaging to them?
No, usually they'd have sex unprotected. Somebody they don't know, it could be on a one-night stand, they've been drinking, maybe drugs are involved. They're going into an unsafe environment that they don't know.
She's acting like she's Mother Teresa here. Like, I think because...
If you are 18, specifically if you are 18 and Bonnie Blue is your first time, I'm gonna straight up say this. I have no sympathy for you if you end up as a lonely dude with no women ever. I have no sympathy for you. None. I'm gonna be honest. I already have no sympathy for everyone else. But dude, you can't just throw that away. I look at this through the lens of somebody who has very conservative views on intimacy. I can't look at it like that, but I have to, because that's the only experience I have. She's so diverse. The DEI OnlyFans creator.
Because she said this scripted response over and over, I actually think she believes it now. Like, I actually think that she thinks she's doing a service to the community here, as if she's helping young lads out. Do you not find it disturbing, especially any mothers that are watching this who have a son that is around that age, that possibly your son could possibly have a thought that he may want to go to this? Do you not find that so weird?
Hey, that was rape, or hey, you didn't know what you was doing and you actually hurt me.
Yeah.
Them having sex with me, I'm saying, look, use me as a guinea pig. Try and error, whatever you want, because I'm consenting to this and I want to educate you on a woman's body. Because yes, you can learn sex education at school, but how much do you learn from a middle-aged teacher that's not been laid for years?
I don't think that's a great point, love, if I'm being honest with you. I can see this from your point of view, but I don't agree with it. It's what I'm trying to say. You're trying to say that practical is better than theory. But in this instance, I'm just fine with doing the theory, you know? I don't need the teacher to be like, okay, time for the practical. Anyone? I'm like, nah, love, you're all right. It's fine. Right, just shows the diagrams. I'm satisfied with the diagrams. That's enough. What is she?
Just give me a, that is, bro, nah.
Expecting from the teachers here. She's kind of putting the teachers down, saying they don't go the full way. And why does it matter when the teacher was, like, last slept with someone? That has no relevance to anything. When was the last time you slept with someone? A year ago? Ah, you're practically a virgin again when it's found your back.
Modern day walk-in education lesson.
Yeah, for
underage children.
Well, no, because they're 18.
Well, barely legal people, yeah.
And if you've got an issue with the age, then take it up with the government. Because I go by the rules, and the rules is 18.
Yeah, the rules is 18. Just because it's legal doesn't mean it's morally right.
So you've got an issue with the age gap.
But you're not in a relationship with these people. You're just barely legal people.
Yeah.
That is the problem. They're still
completely fine.
Children.
One thing I will say, which people don't like to admit, is like Bonnie Blue is really smart. She's clearly like rehearsed these answers and kind of studied what her comebacks are to every single question. And when the interviewer hasn't prepared as much as what Bonnie Blue has, it seems like they kind of, you know, it's almost like they're scrambling to kind of catch her out. But she's already like 2 or 3 steps ahead of them. She already knows the answers to all their questions. I'd really like to see her get interviewed by someone like, I don't know, like Louis Theroux or Stacey Dooley or someone like.
I want her to get interviewed by somebody who really challenges her beliefs, who really challenges her, who asks really challenging questions. Like, cause like when she gives answers, these feel like very studied. I want somebody who like really drives the nail in. The idea of guys my age being with her makes me feel sick. Like the dudes I went to school with are 18 now. The thought of her with them makes me mad, to be honest. It's just like, I believe you should do it with somebody you love. But I guess that's too prudish nowadays. Well, Poke, it's understandable from your lens of view because you saving yourself for one person. Exactly.
Like that, where, you know, they really kind of peel back the layers of the people that they're spending time with.
My nephew's 18. He's still a child.
I'll send him to me then.
No, I'd absolutely never do that.
Well, that is such a gross comment. I'd be already throwing the glass.
Hopefully I'll find him in my queue one day.
No, I don't think he will because he has like respect for himself. I don't know if something
the
you're
men
familiar
that
with.
come see me have a lot of respect.
They don't, unfortunately. I know you might think they do.
How many of you asked that I've slept with?
I would never ask anyone that you've slept with because I don't know
anyone.
anyone.
So you don't know that you've not got respect?
I can tell that the interviewer just wants to punch her square in the face.
Just lay them hands on her, lady. I'll root for you. Just knock some sense into her.
I do get from the interviewer's perspective, like, she seems just angry and she feels how, like, you know, a lot of women feel like, why are you doing this? Like, why are you kind of promoting this message that men can kind of do whatever they want with, like, women's bodies? I totally do understand the frustration, but it's just annoying that she can't kind of catch her out in a little game here. Bonnie Blue has done another interview where she kind of talks about what exactly is going to go down during this glass box event.
What challenges do you have next?
Bonnie Blue's petting zoo.
That's why I'm absolutely saying this should not be a thing. This should not be a thing. I mean, it is a thing, but it should not be a thing. Because it sends back women. Like, overall. Because here's an odd fun fact. Here's an odd fun fact that nobody ever thought about. Here's an odd fun fact. Isn't it odd that ever since corn became a thing, the rate of grapes has increased since? Doesn't that call something into question? I mean, it could just be coincidence. But what if it's not? I think Bonnie would enjoy the punch, masochist.
I love that the interviewer went, what challenges do you have next? As if she's going to do, like, the chubby bunny challenge. Or, like, the cinnamon challenge. Why was that just so, like, casual? Like, what you got planned? You got anything planned for the weekend? Glass box? Yeah, probably same, actually.
Bonnie Blue's petting zoo. I am going to be in a glass
petting
box,
zoo?
tied up, and it's going to be open for the public.
Oh.
Straight up tied up. What could go wrong? What just could go wrong?
My God.
Get me in the box, but people can join me to me, touch me, just look at me.
Where?
I'm going to be in the centre of London, but in a house.
Like, what? Like, why would you want to go in there at all? Is that not weird that people actually want to sleep with you in there and just look at you? Like, people are gonna come in and just go... Like, who are these men? I really, like, I've said this over and over. I think that if you go to one of these events, your face should be put on, like, a billboard. And then I want to see how many men turn up. Because it would be drastically lower. If your face was out there, if you were actually, like, I don't want to say shamed for it, but you were just kind of, like, displayed that you went to this event, the numbers would be drastically lower.
Oh, okay. Not
In a
like...
house, in a
right,
glass
okay.
box, yeah.
'Cause I was thinking like David Blaine.
I mean, I'd love to be on the back of a lorry in a glass box, my way through the London.
Right.
That would probably be illegal.
What the fuck? Actually, this woman is a threat to society. Put her in some mental institution and never let her out again. At this point, I'm just like, bro, this chick, that's icky wood chipper. She needs, not just the wood chipper. You need to drench her. You need to drench her in acid, because wherever you bury her, nothing's gonna grow there. Nothing. Like she's a walking biohazard. It's just terrible. Sex work in general sets women back. It doesn't empower us. It supports the belief that we're objects for men to purchase and use. Certainly does. Certainly does. But, you know, it's empowering. My body, my choice. It's just like... Oh, man. Oh, man. This woman. Can we even call this a woman? A black hole will grow where she's buried. Nah, that's just like wherever you place her, just don't go in there in like a 300-kilometer radius. That's crazy. That is just crazy, bro. This woman is enraging me. This is enraging me.
That would just be wrong on so many, you know, streets. You know, you can't do that, man. So like you heard, she's calling it her petting zoo, which is just horrific, obviously. Like, that is just grim. And she actually has made like a website for it and everything.
15th of June, I'm going to be tied up in a glass box and open to the public. You can choose to either get involved or just...
And you have to consider this. The numbers of these women doing these videos and all that shit, right, is growing. It is growing. It is so growing. In fact, 10% of women between the age of 18 and 24 in the United States, for Europe, I don't know, but in the United States have an OF. That means if I was dating women between 18 and 24, 1 out of 10 women has an OF account. Basically, that is just crazy. That's just crazy. That's just crazy. That's just crazy. That is a thing. She's basically a human sinkhole. She's a dick guzzling trash can.
Walk around, what?
Like, she's Semen Demon does not describe Semen Demon does not describe it. It's like I have no words for this.
Enjoy the show. But yeah, the website is back up and working, so if you want to get involved, then please do.
Oh, God. What's going on? It just makes me worry for, like, what's it going to be like in another 10 years if this is the way we're going. Like, I am just scared for, like, the next generation and what they're going to be like if this is what this generation is like. Now, instantly when Bonnie Blue announced that she was doing this...
When everyone's a sex worker, nobody is. That is going to be our future. Oh no. Some X. Like, at this point, it's just... That is just, oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my, it's gonna be terrible in another 10, 20 years. You're gonna be like at like 15, 20, 30% in the future. And when nobody's a sex worker, everyone is a sex worker, nobody is. You're gonna be, in like 20, 30, in like 40 years, you're gonna be shamed for not being a sex worker. And that's just stats on legal women. I used to say, oh my god, that's terrible, Eliza. Oh no. Hope you're in a better place now, and you don't have to resort to that anymore. So guys, born just in time. Next gen is fucked.
Quite rightly, a lot of people, you know, kicked back at it. A lot of people were angry about it, saying that, you know, she should never be able to do something like this is horrific, it's the worst thing I've ever heard of. And they're very right in that opinion. I also had that opinion to an extent, but one thing, I don't know why, but I almost felt like bad for her, that this was the, like, I felt sorry for her that this was the choice she was making. Like, what is left?
It's just terrible. It's just terrible. Chat, hold up. My cat is doing something. Never mind, she's gone now. Never mind, she's gone now. she went up a couple that she usually doesn't, and now she wants to kick down the stuff, you know? That was terrible. Oh. Oh. No, I'm good now, don't worry. I got away from it, thankfully. That's very good, that's very good. That's very, very good.
Led her in her life to get to this point where she feels like, you know, this is the right course of action. I don't know if a lot of people watching this know about the story of Marina Abramovich, I think that's how her name's pronounced. For the people that don't know, in 1974 she performed an experiment called Rhythm Zero. This entire performance entailed Marina just letting people from the crowd do whatever they wanted with her, just to see what would happen. She was like there naked, and she had what I believe was 72 objects on a table next to her. Some of these items were things that can be used to, you know, have pleasure with, just kind of simple items. But there was some more dangerous items on that table which could inflict pain. I can't really say what the things were, otherwise this video is going to get demonetized, but I'm talking like the worst of the worst stuff. Now I know what happened in this, but I do want to just read an extract from The Guardian just because it's the exact kind of process of how it went down. The performance lasted 6 hours. At first her audience was passive, but as they went on, they turned violent, with people using the objects to rip her clothes, and you know, it just gets worse and worse and worse. And basically these men, because they were allowed to do anything, just took advantage of her more and more as the hours went by. And as this was going on, she was obviously visibly in pain, she was upset, she was crying, and the men just carried on doing this, you know, performing what they were doing. And just taking this back to what Bonnie Blue has announced as a petting zoo, this
bro oh bro, that is terrible. What the fuck? Oh no, we are. If that's the day standard as well, now we're going back to troubling times, chat. We're going back to really troubling times.
Just instantly has such like strong connection between the two, because she's basically saying these random men can come in and do whatever they want. Like, she's putting herself in such danger here, and I actually feel bad that this is what she's like, this is how she feels she needs to make her money. Like she says, it's gonna be random people coming in, so they know nothing about these people. Like, these people could be the worst of the worst.
She doesn't, like, you can't even argue that's what she has to do to get her money. That's not even, you can't even argue that. Scrap that. Throw that out of the window. You can't even argue that. That woman is a probably makes a lot of money already. Probably has a lot of money. She could now quit and live her life completely comfortable. That is now what that is literally attention whore, what that is.
Well, obviously they're, you know, nasty people turning up anyway, but they could be violent people and really, really hurt her. And obviously if they're really close, like, her security's not going to be able to get there in time if something goes down. Like, this is one of the most horrific things she could possibly do. Now, I know in this video and other videos that I've talked about Bonnie Blue, I often, like, kind of blame the men quite a lot, and sometimes I get comments from lads being like, why are you blaming the lads? Like, it's not their fault, like, she's the one putting this on. And yeah, Bonnie Blue is in the wrong, but do you not think it begs the question, like, is this not an issue of have got with like lads at the minute, like they would even want to turn up to this. And even for the lads that don't turn up to it, it offers like nastier lads to just have a free pop at Bonnie Blue and women in general on Twitter and just be derogatory towards them. Like, here's some tweets that have happened since Bonnie Blue announced the petting zoo.
I mean, the last 3 men at the Bonnie Blue 2000 challenge. I mean, isn't it accurate? Isn't it accurate?
Like, the last 3 men at the Bonnie Blue 2000 challenge, like, that just makes us cringe. I don't understand why women are upset with Bonnie Blue's petting zoo. Her body, her choice. Isn't that what you wanted? Like, obviously, like, what are you trying to say here? Obviously not. Is this what you took from women saying, yeah, I just want, like, control over my own body? Like, what are you trying to say here? Like, are you trying to say that women should be proud of what Bonnie Blue's doing? Like, how can you not see that this is...
I hate the idea of like, that saying. I'd say, my body, my choice to a certain degree. Because, like, if you spin that too far, we'll get where we are now. My body, my choice has a limit. That has a limit. And I think we're long past the limit. Far past the limit. It took 20 years to dig that hole. Nah, it only took 2.
It's not a good thing. And just personally for Bonnie Blue herself, like, it also promotes a culture where people can come up to you in the street and kind of, you know, I don't want to say do whatever they want, but you're kind of putting that message out there, and the people that are genuinely a little bit tapped are just going to follow that message. Like, that's a woman that came up to her there, grabbed her, pushed her, called her a and then just, like, you know, pushed her and walked off. Unfortunately, this is the message that she's putting out, and you see, like, it could be a lot more violent in the future with people that are even nastier than this woman who came up to her. And I don't want to keep going on and on here, but it is easy for someone like Bonnie Blue to put out this message and then kind of be safe because she can hire security guards, or she can live in a mansion behind gates, or whatever. She can pick.
But you can't get me to feel any sympathy for her. None of it. She's now doing it for the love of the game. I feel no sympathy for her. Zero, none, nothing.
Pay for enough security that you're safe. Whereas other girls can't do that. Do you know what I mean? Like, you're basically putting, like, the entirety of, like, lasses in danger by promoting this message that guys can do whatever they want with lasses. And this is such, like, a head because I don't want to put all of the, you know, blame on Bonnie Blue because it is lads in general, but it just doesn't help that someone's poking the bear even further here. One thing that is interesting is to see people's response on TikTok to Bonnie Blue announcing this petting zoo.
I don't even want to give her the clout, but does anyone know if girls can go to this petting service for Bonnie Blue? Because I'll go in there or anything like that. I will go in there.
Ah, that's lovely, love.
I do not condone this type of behavior, but I understand. Honestly, it's not her body anymore, and men own it. That's how she acts, and it's just sad. It kinda is. Like I said, this idea, it promotes the idea. Like I said, it's just something positive, in a way, pushed to a absurd, unhealthy degree. My body, my choice was for abortions. It was for, even though I don't agree with them. But that's not the point. It was for dressing yourself the way you want. Doing whatever you want. Not being an omega whore. That was not, I don't think. Mission failed successfully, I guess.
Right, just go in there and just knock her out, are you? Right, that's nice. A true saviour. Cheers, love. That's great. Imagine Bonnie Blue looking good. Oh, a woman. Oh, well, I'll feel more safe now. Bang! Headbutt. Jesus.
Do you think they'll let women in at Bonnie Blue's petting zoo? Because I would actually go just to, like, give her a meal deal. I know if that was me, I would be hungry. I have to find out what she wants, because I know the meal deal can be the wrong one, but everyone needs one after a hard day, literally. And you don't have to be doing this, hun. No, your panani is burning up the gaff. It's hot. Just give me 5 minutes. 5 minutes of your time. We will sit down. I will hold your hand but wash them first, love, because I'm not touching that, I'm not being funny. And then I will say, do you want me to call 111 option 2 mental health professional? Because why are we here? What's led us to make these decisions today? And then I will be there, and I will be that supporting rock.
That is one thing that I'm intrigued by, is like what is like happened in her life previously to this, because I imagine, well, I don't want to conspiracize about what has happened, but I wonder if something really, sad has happened, which has kind of led her, because you can't just have a normal life and just kind of go into this. I don't believe.
Maybe something happened in a previous life. What do I know? Also, she definitely needs therapy. She definitely needs a mental health professional. Definitely. And man.
Believe that something has to have happened that has switched something in your brain to do ridiculous things like this, putting yourself in such harm. Imagine literally 2,000 women showing up, taking away the spots and just treating her kindly, getting food and stuff. Some people are so sweet. That would be really wholesome, right? And then nobody has to, sleep with any willies, right? Everyone's just bringing out food and chocolate and just picky bits. Each one some picky bits, Bonnie. I tell you what, I'll get you some. Shall I get you some mozzarella sticks? There you go, love. Get that down your gob, man.
If you are one of the 2,000 guys attending Bonnie Blue's petting zoo, make sure you grab yourself one of these cleaning bundles. There's disinfectant, antibacterial wipes, glass cleaner for the box, and they've even thrown in...
Oh my god. Oh my goodness.
free delivery just for you guys, because trust me, you're gonna need it.
Yeah, I feel like the guys that are going there don't wash in general, so I don't know if they're gonna, I don't think...
the guys that go there, they probably don't get any girls anyways. That's just my theory.
You're gonna motivate them. It is interesting to see like how kind of like half of girls are like kind of just wanting to figure out why she's like this and kind of feel bad for her, and then like another half are kind of just despise her.
This is everything I would personally bring to Bonnie Blue Zoo if I was lucky enough to go.
What are people doing, like a get ready with me to go to Bonnie Blue's petting zoo?
First on the list is PPE, personal protection equipment. Now that can look different for men and women, but for me, I'll be covered head to toe, every inch of my body, because you just don't know what will be flying out.
She would these like radioactive thingies, right? These radioactive thingies, these suits. That's what she's gonna wear when she pulls up. And for real, I can understand. I would do that too. I'd wear that too. I'm not a woman, but you can count me to the half that despises her. But to be fair, I despise everyone who is in that industry. I don't care, man, woman, anything in between. I do not care. I don't like you. Stay away from me. Thank you. And you know what's funny? That got me cancelled on Twitter for saying that about VTubers. But I'm gonna say it. If you remove the loot part of VTubing, you only have like maybe 100 female VTubers. Maybe a couple of hundred, that's it.
About in there.
Wait, so you're saying you're going in like Breaking Bad, like Jesse, ready to cook? I've just realised as well, like the date that it's meant to be happening on is Father's Day. Could you imagine just being...
That would be... That was 4 days ago. Would that be today? But that's Father's Day for the United States, so I don't know if that was meant for today. Take a good diagonal. That doesn't sound good. She's got to be carrying some mutated STD by now. That STD can talk at this point. That has evolved its own consciousness. Today, it could be. It could be. Father's Day. It's Father's Day today in England. Well, damn, that is today. That's an odd Father's Day gift. What the heck?
being at the dinner table, you know, just with your mum, and you're just like, oh yeah, where's dad? And just like, oh, he's just popped out somewhere. He's gone to the zoo. He wanted to see some animals or something. You'd be like, oh no. There has been people trying to warn her, like, hey, Bunny Blue, I hope you realise that you might die or have at least one person try to kill you at this petting zoo thing. She's joking here, right? Or like, she seems to be joking, but I don't actually think she is. This is a very real threat that could happen here. Someone quite easily, it could be the first person, could try and harm her. This is such a real possibility, and I don't think people realise this. Like, this could turn horrifically bad. Even worse than it already is before it started. Obviously, with my videos, I always try and offer just, like, as many perspectives as possible. Like, I don't...
Like, there has to be a significant amount of security. There just has to be, because if there's no security, if there's not a significant amount of security, oh my god, this could turn out horrific, in fact. Like, truly horrific. Like, they could actually, like, end her life.
Just want to show one person just because I feel like it doesn't give you just a good video. So I found this one TikTok that definitely is a lot more empathetic to the entire situation rather than taking the piss. And it definitely echoes how I kind of been feeling about it. She says Bonnie Blue is a human being before she's a corn star. She basically talks about the announcement of the event happening. If she really wanted to allow herself to be publicly violated in this way, it would not only cause so much damage to her mentally and physically, but would teach many men that this is acceptable to treat women's bodies as literal public property and further normalize violence and dehumanization, which is so true. Like, this has literally hit the nail on the head in my opinion. She further goes on to say that Bonnie Blue is just so deeply disconnected from her own body. Like, this is a cry for help, a tragic act of publicized self-harm. Whether you agree or not with that, that's just your opinion, but I definitely think she probably has dissociated from what she's doing. Like, there's no one that could, you know, carry out that act and actually feel, you know, at one with their body. I know that kind of sounds cringe, but you know,
Nobody that does that act, nobody that does that act is mentally well.
what I mean? And then she further goes on to say that, like, people are human beings first, and this is the entire kind of scope I've been trying to have in this video. It's easy to laugh about this situation and act like it's, like, not actually a real thing because you don't know the person that's doing it. But, like, Bonnie Blue is someone's, you know, daughter, someone's friend, someone's partner. Like, this is an actual human being that is going through with this. And this is just such a horrific thing because this human being has thoughts and feelings and is like everyone else. They're not, like, completely void of any emotion. As much as I hate what she's doing, I do feel bad for her. Now, luckily, literally, yes.
I don't. However, I do think that when something, such an event is announced and it's to that extreme degree, I do think 100% that law enforcement should be sent to that place to stop it. 100%. I think law enforcement, let the police pull up and literally stop it. Straight up.
Yesterday, Bonnie Blue actually announced that this entire event is cancelled. I did have the video of her announcing it, however, I feel like TikTok's deleted her account because the video is no longer there. But trust us, like, this, she has cancelled it. It came from her mouth. I feel like she probably has realised that she really wouldn't be safe in this situation. And I am actually really glad that she has cancelled this. She's announced that she's doing this live stream or something. I'm not gonna, you know, create too much kind of attention towards that as if she needs it already. But I am glad that, you know, the opportunity for something drastic to happen here is not going to be available anymore because I was really worried when I heard this was getting announced, and I definitely think it could have took a turn like the Marina Abramovich one did. Anyway, donuts, I hope you enjoyed this video, and I know it was a lot deeper at times, but if I'm gonna cover the subject of this, I don't want to just kind of have the typical opinion of just hating it and just like that. I kind of want to just have a conversation about it and see what you think, so hopefully you appreciate that. If you did want to watch another video from me, I would appreciate it. Click this one right here, little bit of
My view is incredibly simple. That's the end of the video, by the way. My view is incredibly simple. This woman needs help. In an insane amount of help. My view is also that anything like that, that there needs to be a severe pushback against the adult film industry. Like a severe pushback. That we will eventually start seeing. We will eventually start seeing this. As Gen Z appears to be more prudish, according to data, than previous generations. So I am 100% hopeful that the next generation after us will be more prudish. In a way. But we'll see. We'll see. The thing is, this will get worse before it gets better. This will get worse before it gets better. There will be a point where like every fifth woman, 1 out of 5 women will make corn. I feel like that's where we're heading eventually, and it will be terrible. Like, comment, and subscribe. Bro, what was a thing to get through? That was gross as hell. I feel like I need a shower now. Chat, I need a shower. I need a 30-minute walk. Sway dead. Like he said, he's going through something. He hasn't elaborated. It wasn't elaborated. But he did not elaborate anything, but we'll see. I don't know. Sorry, but I hope the future will be good. It won't do any good. I mean, with the idea that I'm pushing, which is waiting until marriage, I feel like even if you already have done the deed, you can still wait until marriage after that. Regardless. I feel like the message that I push is at least a good one. But what do I know? What do I know? We'll see. Chat, I need a quick break. I will be right back. I'm taking a 30-minute walk. I'm just kidding, I'll be right back in a few minutes. I have returned. I am back. Hello. Hello, hello. Alright. Alright. Next video that I need to look at, that I want to look at. You know, after this, I need something more chill after this one. I need something more chill. Yeah. I definitely do need something more chill. We'll do this one!
Just put the
We'll do this one! This looks funny. Oh, look at this one. This looks funny. Alright, I got something. Jobs tier list by just me, Habibi. We're gonna look at the jobs tier list. I have not worked many jobs. I've worked some smaller thingies like you know, putting some stuff into some like just carrying out stuff and like delivering some papers, like newspapers and shit. I did have an apprenticeship for a year, which I absolutely hated, but that was probably due to my boss being a piece of shit. Anyways, let's go!
Just put the fries in the bag, bro.
Where's my drink?
I ordered the 10-piece chicken nuggets.
God, what's
taking
Let me
so
guess,
long?
is the ice cream machine broken again?
Hurry up!
It's almost done.
Jobs! You love them, you hate them. If you're a longtime fan of my channel, let's be honest, you probably don't have one. But you know what?
Real.
That's okay. Yeah, sure, to some people, having a job is a sign of hard work, education, wealth, basic fucking dignity, but for others, it's really not like that. The reality is, not all jobs are created equal. Some jobs are a lot shittier than others, and at times, it doesn't even matter how much they pay you. If you're thinking about getting a job, it's very important to weigh out the good and the bad, which is why today, I'm gonna rank them. Teachers.
Teachers, okay. I would rank that in B tier. That can be really good. But in some countries it pays shit. And when the students are shit, you are shit.
Responsible for single-handedly carrying the next generation of kids while being paid fucking nothing to do so. I know for a fact that anyone trying to become a teacher in 2024 is doing so strictly for the love of the game, because I don't know how the hell you even deal with all the bullshit that comes with the job nowadays. Imagine having to teach literally the most brain-rotted, ADHD generation of kids yapping about fucking—
This will be me, chat, this will be me. This will be 100% me.
gooning and ditty parties how to read, do math, or pay attention in lectures longer than 30 fucking seconds. All for like 40 grand a year. The older I get, the more I understand why Walter White was like, fuck this shit, I'm gonna cook meth. Because no matter how passionate a teacher may be about teaching, the effort isn't rewarded at all. Like after already being worked like a dog throughout the school year, teachers have to literally spend the summer crafting an entire blueprint on what to do the next year, completely unpaid. I didn't even know that. I thought teachers got a nice summer break paid off, like, hey champ, you earned it, go buy yourself a nice Happy Meal.
Not really. You gotta absolutely. This is gonna be horrific. And I can tell you that studying for it is just as ass. Because they teach you nothing of value. The only course that I have this year that gives me anything, really, is the course for task-based things in English. That's the only thing that teaches me anything. You can grab academic writing and throw it into the trash bin because it's useless. You can take, what was it? Academic literacy, throw that away as well. You can grab my history courses and drown them. You can take the psychology course and drown it because it's not useful. Nothing is useful. It's not useful for teaching!
You'll see in 2 months, but no, that just doesn't happen because they're paid only for the school year, meaning that for the entire summer they are doing schoolwork for the next year while unemployed, which in today's economy means that most teachers have to work a second job during their summer break just to survive. I remember when I
don't have that here. Thankfully, in Germany we don't have that here.
was a kid, I used to see one of my teachers working at Home Depot during the summers. At the time, I was like, Wow, he must be really passionate about home improvement. No, he's fucking broke! And they wonder why teachers are quitting in droves. I mean, shit, if I was a teacher, I would too, considering that ever since COVID, motherfuckers can't even read anymore, and students are disrespectful as shit. Kids are gonna be kids. I get that. But Jesus Christ, there's an actual incentive to be a menace in school now. From robbing school property or throwing hands with the teachers. It's getting brutal out there. What's the point of even trying to create a fun, engaging class environment when you're barely getting paid and the students are the ones bullying you? I completely understand why some teachers—
Accurate. Nah, I bully. I have a little bit of a foul mouth, so I bully the students. I've bullied the little guy so much. It just happens. But yeah, if you want to become a teacher, I'd recommend high school. I do not recommend middle school. And that's gonna be me, by the way. And I do also not recommend primary, because these little guys, they may look cute from the outside, but they're not cute. Like, I've told that story before, right? But, there was the kid in class that was black, right? And another kid just called it, "You are an N-word." And I was like looking at it and I was like, oh no. And the black little guy was like, "What is an N-word?" And the other one was like, "You are." Like, bro. I was like looking at this like, bro, yeah, nah, we're cooked. We're actually cooked.
teachers would have mental breakdowns in the classroom because the shit they have to deal with is just ridiculous. But you might be like, Habibi, there's always gonna be kids that are disrespectful and angsty towards teachers when they're growing up. That's just how it is. And you're right, but at least back then, teachers could respond by beating the shit out of them, so this is enough. Now, if you work in fast food, chances are that you're either a young buck trying to get some work experience or a 45-year-old wondering where it all went wrong. Because let's be honest, nobody likes working in fast food. The pay is shit,
Yeah, nobody likes, the pay is shit. You know what? If you work in fast food, at least the food should be free. Like, you should be needing to pay for food. Maybe that's actually in there, I don't know. But, yeah. At least let me eat! I swear, how are you doing? Hope you're doing good, stupid beast. Your body can't handle any more of the Monado. Don't go for high school. I can't. My degree will literally be fine for middle school. I can't even go primary school, even though I wanted to.
smells like shit, the customers suck, and your value as a worker literally boils down to nothing more than just putting the fries in the bag, bro. That's actually the very reason why customers feel empowered to treat you like shit. Because even though the job itself isn't very hard, fast food workers still gotta put up with so much bullshit mentally with these customers. You get absolutely no respect. Like some random 16-year-old will get berated over the price of food they can't even control. Or God forbid they make a mistake in an order. Sound the fucking alarms. I swear to God, bro, some of these freakouts, you'd think the employee ran over someone's dog, but no, it's all because some fat ass only got 7 Big Macs instead of 8. I mean, I guess the one positive in all that is that the more bullshit you put up with, the more numb to it you get. Dealing with these people for God knows how long will give you thicker skin. But again, nobody deserves being treated like this. I feel like the phrase, "the customer is always right," has given the green light to some of the biggest assholes to make an already miserable minimum wage job even more miserable. And these problems get even worse when you end up
Yeah. And let's be honest, a lot of these jobs will eventually be automated. That will eventually happen. Once people figure out how to use robots for it, these jobs are just gone. They're just annihilated, rebozo. That will just happen. That Xenoblade intro cutscene gives me the chills poke. Yeah, okay, yeah. It is a good intro cutscene, I agree. It is a really good one.
Understaffed and have to somehow compensate for the massive fucking volume of customers during rush hour. But the one thing that can actually make this job tolerable for you are in fact your coworkers. If you happen to have chill coworkers, at the very least they can slide you some drugs to get you through your shift. So I'd say this is like a D. Also, fuck Burger King. Being a doctor is one of the most highly respected professions in the world. It requires an immense amount of schooling and expertise.
Yeah, but that could suck really hard. You know why it could suck really, really hard? Consider this, right? Consider this. What if you accidentally kill somebody? Like, even if I had the brain to do this, which I don't, I barely manage to do the stuff I do right now, because I have to learn like triple the amount of what everyone else does because I'm retarded. But I would even if I had that level of intelligence, I would be so scared of accidentally killing somebody.
Expertise, and as a result, patients trust you with their health and well-being. Sure, you spend a whole ass decade of your life studying, developing various mental disorders, and have a ton of fucking debt to show for it, but you know what? At least I get paid good. Now, the ranking of the doctor job is kind of difficult because obviously a pediatrician is going to have an easier day-to-day than like a brain surgeon, so you can't really compare the two equally. So instead, I'll focus only on the one type of doctor that I would personally pursue as a career. You see, if I was a doctor, I know for a fact that I would specialize in plastic surgery. The internet and reality TV has made people hate themselves.
The plastic surgery. But even that, you can accidentally kill somebody with like the BBL or something, so even that would be crazy. Bro, honestly, not worth it. Education loans, long working hours, death all around you. I can't, bro, never. I would never, nah, I would never do that. I agree.
So goddamn much that being a plastic surgeon in LA or Miami is like the fucking GTA Infinite money glitch. BBLs, boob jobs, nose jobs, hair transplants, whatever the fuck this gig is.
Not gonna lie, being a plastic surgeon in Korea might make you mad money.
Chad face trend is. Plastic surgery covers it all, okay? And be honest, it's not like people just get one surgery and call it a day. Chances are, if you think your nose is too big and you get it fixed, maybe all of a sudden you look in the mirror and your lips or your cheeks start bothering you as well. And you go in for another procedure, and another one, and another one. Oh, but this one fucked up, so now you gotta get another one to fix it. Oh, hey, can I die getting the surgery? Yeah, you can die getting the surgery. Don't care, I need a fatter ass. And it's just this constant cycle of hemorrhaging money over insecurities that as a doctor, I would love to contribute to. So I would say a plastic surgeon is not just one of the best doctor jobs, but one of the best jobs, period. They make a fuck ton of money, their customers hate themselves, and if you practice in LA, you're basically in the Mecca, so S tier. DoorDash drivers on paper have the easiest job in the world. Bro, you just bring the food from point A to point B. Anyone complaining about that aspect of the job seriously needs to shut the fuck up. But as far as the pay goes, it doesn't...
Yeah, the pay would probably is very ass. Let's not deny that. It is an easy job, but the pay is ass. The pay must be for real ass. I don't want to be a plastic surgeon, but I kind of want to touch those gel implants. They seem so fascinating. I'll play with them all day long. Samek's just playing with those boob implants. I could see it. I could see it. I have an image in my mind now. I'll never forget that one.
Get any worse than DoorDash. You get like $2 for every delivery you complete, which a lot of the time is people driving extremely long miles every day just to be paid in these fucking pesos. Sure, you can grind out a bunch of orders, but depending on the area you live in, the rate at which you can even get orders varies. You could be spending like half an hour waiting for an available order, until finally, by the grace of God, Jimmy from Cleveland, 30 miles away, needs a bagel for a whopping $3. You know, I saw a TikTok where a dude was flexing about how he made $500 in a single day of DoorDash. Wow, doesn't that sound great? Oh wait, hold on, after he spent 16 hours on the road. It shouldn't take a genius to realize that when you spend more and more hours driving, you also gotta factor in the cost of gas and car maintenance, all when you aren't making shit. Now of course, there's also the tip, which is paid by the customer and goes 100% to the dasher. But unfortunately, a shocking amount of people don't tip, or if they do, not much. Unless you do this as a side hustle and not full-time, DoorDash is an F. You gotta put all that energy into something better to make money.
Scamming! Well, straight to India we go! Did you want to? They never break in normal circumstances. Just have fun. Just have fun. I'm not judging. Have fun. We listen and we don't judge in this case.
Scamming is a high-risk, high-reward profession. If you can pull it off, you will make a lot of money. But if they catch you slipping, you're facing up to like 30 years in prison, bro. So if you are gonna scam, instead of filing a job application, at least try not to commit something like bank fraud, because you saw some dipshits doing it on TikTok. Stick to the low-level scams if you want to avoid prison time. But unfortunately, a lot of these low-level scams have indeed lost their aura. Because unless you're over the age of 65, scamming is not as simple as Steve Johnson calling from Microsoft or the free iPhone you...
Yeah, the free congratulations. You want a brand new iPhone 15 Max? We know these when we are on sketchy websites. We know these. Yeah, we know these.
just 1 on 1, 2, 3 movies. To anyone with any basic tech literacy, these scams are very obvious. You gotta dig deeper than that. Now, coming to you as a D-list YouTuber, it wasn't shocking to see my fellow creators shilling a bunch of crypto bullshit like cock token to their audiences. Many of these scams, funnily enough, came right after a pandemic that left a lot of people desperate and clinging to false hope. And with that in mind, that's exactly what you need to become an elite scammer. Personally, I think the most profitable scam that exploits desperation and false hope has gotta be catfishing. And the best part about it is that anyone can do it, it's a lot more low-key, and as long as you're not technically lying in your messages, I don't think it's a felony. Now, let me make it clear that I'm not endorsing any of these activities.
I do not condone this type of behavior. But I understand. Yeah, honestly, S tier. The reward, but the respect, yeah. S tier. Catfishing. Real.
The idea of pretending to be someone you're not solely to finesse people desperate for human connection out of money is evil. But at the same time, part of me has to respect the hustle. Like, really think about it. For around the same price of the latest NBA 2K game, you can start catfishing literally right now. I'm not exaggerating when I say this, but
I would not dress myself as as a woman. Nah, that would be too much. If you're a girl, you can do that. If you're a girl, you can do that. I can.
But there's a non-zero chance that DMing enough lonely, chronically online degenerates with a single thigh pic and a Cash App link is the only thing standing between you and
I mean, wearing these socks and shaving your legs. If you have somewhat thin legs, that could work. That could work.
Generational wealth. You'd be surprised how many people out there are willing to drain their fucking bank accounts over a person they just met online. This is a serious problem, and it is your responsibility to make it worse. S tier. Now, depending on what you charge and how many clients you have, you can make a good amount of money as a therapist. Unfortunately, a crucial part of this job is having to actually listen to your clients yapping about all their stupid fucking problems for an hour. Like, bro, can you...
That would actually be somewhat easy. Just get hired by BetterHelp. You don't even have to have a degree, right? If you go to BetterHelp, you don't even have to have a degree. You just scam people. And act like you're a therapist when you're not. Problem solved. Doug, desperate times call for desperate measures. Easy, S tier.
Keep it to yourself, god damn! Being a news reporter seems like a chill job. Yep, sure the pay is kinda ass, but hey, you get to be on TV, and all you gotta do is read a damn teleprompter. On most days, I would say this is like a C tier. On most days. You see, for every
You could, if you were a news reporter, right? You could exploit this though. Because you could make your TV audience to a YouTube channel. So, you could do both. And if you look good, you could exploit this even more. Bro, I can be their therapist. I can listen to them yap. You'll probably yap to them, and they'll be your therapist.
Normal day on the news spent talking about the weather or a mass shooting. There are some days where the job of a news reporter gets a little bit more interactive, like in the event of a hurricane. Apparently during a hurricane, it isn't enough just to have a guy on TV repeatedly say, hey, we got a hurricane coming, evacuate to safety. No, for some reason, these motherfuckers send their news reporters directly in the line of danger. It makes no goddamn sense. The headline would be some shit like, 100 dead from hurricane, stay the fuck inside, and this the reporter on the TV. And from what I could find, I don't even think they get paid extra for this shit. So like, why? Why the hell would anyone put themselves through this? It sucks ass for both the reporter and the cameraman. Best case scenario, you almost died. Worst case scenario, you die. D. Picture this. You're 18 years old, you just graduated high school, and you love computers. So you decide to go to college and study computer science. And after just 4 years of grinding your computer science education, which 90%...
At that point, you might just play League for a living, not gonna lie. At that point, you might just stream League. Because that's just equally as nerdy. It's better with Bond while yapping, perfect.
was Indian YouTube tutorials, you have now graduated and are ready to become a software developer. But to your surprise, the hardest part about being a software developer isn't even the work itself. is getting the goddamn job. Trying to get a job as a software dev for a big company like Google or Facebook is like trying to find a YouTuber who hasn't DM'd minors. It feels impossible. You gotta go through like 7 fucking rounds of interviews before you inevitably get rejected. And these interviews can span for months, which makes getting rejected, or at worst, ghosted after giving so much of your time and effort, 7 interviews.
Isn't that most jobs? Isn't that most jobs? Not gonna lie. I know somebody who sent like close to 1,000 job applications, and he got ignored. And then he asked a dude's some friend's dad for a job, and he just got it immediately. He could have just done that immediately. Getting a job nowadays is hard anywhere, cause they just look at this and like, no, like 0.1 second, no, like. They don't even look at these. Like, at this point, you might as well not even send anything in. You can literally just type in an email, "Can I get a job?" and that's it. They don't care about your resume because they don't really look at it.
Interviews in feel like a giant waste. You know, people always wonder why software developers are so socially inept, but dude, if you spent months of your life dedicated to coding interview after coding interview after coding interview, I guarantee you wouldn't be able to answer a simple question like, tell me about yourself, because there's nothing left in you at that point. But once you actually get the job, it's like the exact opposite. You're not sweating your ass off coding a cure for cancer in under 10 minutes. More than likely, you'll be writing code and working on projects at a more relaxed pace while balancing a bunch of meetings on.
I mean, at one point, you literally just will be writing, like, actually, that might also partially be over, because, and that's a simple reason, AI is gonna take that over eventually, and then it is what it is. Like, you won't be able to do anything anymore. Like, once AI takes this over, like, it's done. It's done. Like, those jobs will be done eventually. So you won't be able to do anything anyways anymore.
On top of it. Obviously, some days could be a bit more stressful than others, especially the more experienced you are in the field. That's just any job, really. But to compare that with what you have to go through to get the job is night and day. The pay is great, the environment is extremely chill, and in about 6 months, you can expect to get laid off, but this is an A tier. Unless you have connections in the industry, becoming successful as an actor is very tough. A lot of it boils down to luck, because you could spend 20 years plus doing acting gigs and never break through. But at the same time, like gambling.
That reminded me. I watched a few Bollywood TV shows like back then, right? And some of these shows, like these like dramatic moments. Oh my god, it's just so terrible.
Gambling, it could take just one opportunity to change your life forever. Like the bitch from the Progressive ads. She's been doing this shit for like a decade and makes $1 million every year. I know she definitely didn't expect this to go on for as long as it has, especially when she got the job, yet here she is. But yeah, most actors are broke, so give up. Retail and fast food kind of feel like two cheeks of the same ass. Still underpaid, same shitty customers, but just a little less stressful. I will say that.
Yeah, I know a lot of stories from retail. A lot of stories. So many. I know so many shitty stories from retail. Oh no. No. Don't pick this. Honestly, I know more horror stories from retail than I do from fast food. And I can say fast food over retail. Fast food over retail. Please.
The nice thing about retail is that you're not constantly being pressured to deliver something to a customer like you would be working in food service. But even though that's the case, retail somehow ends up attracting the biggest NPCs on the planet that I honestly don't know how half of these people even function on a daily basis. It's like the second people walk through those sliding doors, their brain instantly turns into mush. For example, literally the second you walk into a grocery store, you will see a big ass dairy sign all the way in the back, sometimes even with a goddamn milk PNG slapped on it, telling you exactly where to find the milk. Yet somehow, these motherfuckers will be mindlessly roaming around searching for the fucking One Piece until eventually asking you, the employee, where it happens to be. And this doesn't just happen in the dairy aisle, it happens in every fucking department. But in the same way that retail...
For real, like NPC, side questing. Sometimes I see people run around like some customers walking around and it's like, what are you, an Oblivion NPC? Like, what are you doing? Side questing? They just walk around aimlessly. They have no goal in mind. You look at their face, and there's just nothing showing. There's just a blank face. They are side questing.
has brain dead customers, they're also the entitled ones. These are the Karens that consistently shop at the store, bitch about the price, and then expect a discount for their loyalty. But when the cashier, who's only worked there for 2 weeks, doesn't have the authority to do that, it's typical for the Karens to start arguing and threatening things like, "I'm never shopping here again," or "You just lost yourself a
Where's the manager?
a loyal customer." Retail is also a lot slower than fast food, which makes the job so goddamn boring. At least in fast food, the intense pace keeps your depressive thoughts about the job at bay. But when you work in retail, where the time goes very, very slowly, the voices only get louder, dude, which is really bad and doesn't help when right around November 1st, Mariah Carey begins her annual piercing of the eardrums for every fucking retail employee nationwide. D! From the screen to the ring. Shit sucks.
YouTuber! No, not F tier! I'm right here. I cannot be F tier.
Man. My life is like a video game. As a career, being a Twitch streamer could be really nice in terms of money and the amount of work you do, but that's only if
that is if you become successful. If you don't put Twitch streamer into the same category as YouTuber, it's actually over. Because on YouTube, you make more money than on Twitch, so that makes no sense. And you grow faster.
If you're one of the top streamers. It's really difficult to get a following as a small streamer on Twitch because the platform is dominated by the people with the most viewers and streaming hours. And in order to compete with that, you need to grind. Strictly from a health perspective, the grind of a full-time Twitch streamer has got—
Even if you grind, that doesn't help you. I see people stream 8 hours a day. They have like 5 viewers. That doesn't work.
To reduce your life expectancy by at least 25 years, because devouring fucking Grubhub on the daily and never leaving your house or your gaming chair is so unbelievably bad for you and linked to so many goddamn health problems. On top of that, Twitch is also a very volatile platform. You can easily get banned and lose your entire livelihood by tomorrow. Twitch will literally drop the ban hammer on people for the dumbest shit, yet for some reason
they will not only drop the ban hammer for things that happen on Twitch, they will ban you for things that happened off Twitch. Like, they literally banned a VTuber for her model before she even streamed. You gotta realize this. These fuckers went on Twitter looking for that VTuber and saw it and were like, yep, we're gonna annihilate you before you even stream. Hi, cool Axolotl. Hi, how are you doing? Hope you're doing good. Twitch is not a safe place. Also, you have Hassan here. Oh no. If you managed to avoid getting banned for breathing, the hips, chat, the hips. We have Hassan. We have Hassan's dick guzzling trash can here, over here. Ludwig, perfect.
Top streamers and like a bunch of OnlyFans girls are immune from it. You are not competing on an equal playing field. You know what? Just to visualize this, let's play a little game. I'm gonna give you 3 choices, and you tell me which one out of the 3 got a permanent ban on Twitch. A, nudity. B, getting fucked on stream. C, endorsing terrorism.
The answer is none?
The answer is none of them.
Accurate. Yeah, I think the chick that got her back blown out on stream had like a 3-day ban. It was nothing. Like, she was just annihilated for 3 days. That was it. That was it. There's also another dude who got you know, his wiener blown. And you could see that something was going on under that table, by the way. Nothing happened to homie. Nothing. Nothing. They don't care.
Thanks to the lovely moderators they have on Twitch. And dude, some of these streamers are
like, you're literally safe as long as you aren't a man, white, straight. Like, you're literally safe. Like, you're literally safe. Like, as long as you aren't any 3 of these, like, as long as you aren't this combination, you're literally safe on that platform. Like, nothing will happen to you. Okay, VTuber. VTuber. If you aren't a white, straight man or a VTuber, you are literally safe on that platform. Like, they will not do anything to you. Because, you know, the Twitch CEO, has very specific needs. He can't deal with this anime shit. He needs his, female Twitch streamers to you know, to coom. How do you do that? I have no idea.
Repeat offenders, yet there are no fucking consequences. But hey, don't say the word simp. That's a no-no there, buddy. C.
That should go below Z. That should go below F. That needs an extra category at this point, because you make no money on Twitch. Zero. None.
Now look, I'm not here to disparage anyone serving the military. It's one of the most honorable things to do, and I respect their sacrifice to the country wholeheartedly. But being a soldier in the army, let alone during an active war, doesn't seem worth it to me at all. For starters, they don't pay very well. So the way military pay works is you have base pay, which is guaranteed, and I'm gonna be honest, base pay is kinda shit, and stays shit for a very long time, increasing gradually based on your rank and years of service. Not to be selfish, but if I end up having to put my life on the line, I'm not doing it for minimum wage, bro. But in addition to that, there are a bunch—
Yeah, I think if you go into the military, 100% you should be getting paid a lot more. A lot more. Incredibly well, in fact, because you're putting your life on the line. You're putting your life on the line, so it should be paid a lot. Hi, Austin. How are you doing? Hope you're doing good. Military, a solid D. Respectable, but it's so dangerous. Yep.
bunch of other non-guaranteed add-ons to the paycheck depending on your circumstance. Like, say if wherever they have you stationed doesn't have you living in the military trenches, you'll be provided with additional money to pay for your rent and food, which I think is really nice. And you also get a fuck ton of benefits as well. I honestly feel like it's the military's PR that pisses me off more than anything, not even the job itself, because they spend so much money on these annoying fucking recruiters to show up everywhere. I've gotten like hundreds of army recruitment texts when I was a student, and I can't tell you how many times they would pop in.
The PR is also sometimes just shitty. I mean, some of these ads are literally just like, oh, like some of these ads, let's face it, a lot of women don't go into the military. Why are your ads catering to women? Like, what are you doing? And they threw that away because those ads don't work. Like, people don't like those ads, which is why you have actual, like, military ads now. Again, in the United States, for example. And here we have started to do that too, because, you know, we need that cannon fodder eventually. Been busy. I've been fine, I guess. Pretty busy, by the way. That's fine. It's life. Take care of that. That's important.
Into my school trying to groom the 1.2 GPA motherfucker into enlisting. They would straight up say shit like, you can get this amount of money or buy this new car, just the lowest hanging fruit. If you really need to get people in the army, go after the people that make—
what the fuck?
little Dark Age World War II edits on TikTok. Leave me the fuck alone. But yeah, besides that, military is a B. So yeah, that's the list. Obviously, there are a lot more jobs I could talk about than the ones I listed here, but then the video would be too damn long. But on that note, what is your dream job? Leave a comment. I'm curious to know what all of you aspire to be in the future. Maybe one day you'll be putting the fries in
the back. Teacher, obviously. Though peak would be full-time. VTuber, that would be the absolute peak. But we'll see if that happens. That was a fun list. I don't agree with the streamer tier, where the streamer belongs, because that, like, Twitch, that probably deserves to go way under, as it stands right now, at least, with Twitch being Twitch. But yeah, I agree with most of them. I would say most of them are kind of doo-doo. Though, then again, I think retail would be on the same level as fast food. But yeah, it is what it is. Like, comment, and subscribe. That was nice. That was a nice video. That was something funny. That was something funny. Duck, yes! Yes, Sarmax, yes! What do you want? VTuber F tier. Roblox YouTuber F tier. For faggot. I'm just kidding. Yeah. This woman just screams duck at me, and now she does not respond. Average. Can we watch this one video next? Which one? This one video. Which one? Which one you want next? Which one you want next? 'Cause easy again. Obviously, there's a bigger audience for that. Moron. Like and subscribe so Pokey can live out being a streamer for real. This woman does not answer. I need the video. Which one? You want the ones you recommended? This one, okay. Let me check. Ah, I get 400 pounds. Okay. Do I not already have that in here? I do actually. Never mind. I do have that in here.
For the next.
Yeah, we can watch that. Sure, we can watch that. Why not? Yeah. Sure, sure. Now we can see the horrors of being a big boy. Now we see the horrors of being a big boy. Anyways. I gained 400 LBS for a day by Will Tennyson. We'll just look at that. We'll just look at that. That's gonna be interesting. To me, I have been overweight. I was close, or actually over 100 kilograms. I starved myself down to like 72. Then I started building muscle. Now I'm like close to 80, but I'm currently once again cutting. I will be probably like 75 kilograms. That is the plan. So yeah, at least I know how it feels to be at least in some way, shape, or form overweight.
For the next 24 hours, I'm going to be wearing an obese suit to experience how hard everyday tasks and activities would be if I were 600 pounds. Let's see how it goes.
Well, I'm definitely easier to see now, that's for sure.
Oh my god. Actually, it looks like he has tits now.
And I love how my phone, the Face ID recognized me. I've yet to see even what I look like right now. I can't even see the steps. Oh my god.
God damn. The thing is, it looks really realistic too. Like, this looks like a believable... This looks almost like a believable build. That is the crazy part. It looks almost believable. Like, it looks like a believable build.
That is insane. This is like a look into the future after a 2-week all-inclusive cruise. I think I took the bulk too far. This is if a bulk went generational. The size of my pants that I'm wearing are 8XL. I didn't even know that existed. Today is all about completing tasks of the expected and the unexpected challenges of being obese. And it all starts right here in our home, just doing some regular old chores. So I got a list, and let's get to it. Time to make the bed. Okay. I really have to get used to my circumference right now. Like, this is...
Going up the stairs, each individual step required so much more effort than normal, and I was already dripping sweat.
Welcome to the bedroom, which is now a missionary-free zone.
A missionary-free zone. But yeah, I know. Yep. Also, I know because a lot because my family has a certain attraction to being overweight. I don't know, but I'm the only one who was very thin for a long while. I certainly had an eating disorder as a child because I really just ate noodles, nothing much, and it wasn't even that much. I was even underweight at one point. So I know both extremes. It's just crazy. It's just crazy how you can live with that for a long period of time.
Oh shit, that was a bad idea. Okay.
Yeah, bro never gets up again.
Yeah, I mean, well, you definitely can't just roll out of bed. I gotta, like, strategize my exit now. I think I might need your help, man.
I'm actually feeling physically exhausted from just trying to get out of bed.
Oh yeah, it's gonna be long.
Just imagine how much strength it needs for just basic activities. Like, getting out of bed seems hard in this case. Getting upstairs seems hard. I wonder, like, if he bends down, if he can even, if he'll just trip over and fall.
Long day. Oh.
The simple task of just making my bed somehow became incredibly difficult.
136 beats per minute. Literally just making my bed right now. Sorry. Bed made.
Next up, unloading the dishwasher. I don't even like to do it normally, and this was just a whole new level.
Why you unloading your girlfriend? What's it called? What is coming inside of a woman called? Loading the dishwasher.
Every time I bend down, it feels like I'm doing a squat.
And even to get to this point, it's making me wonder how many more dishes I would have to do. All right, yeah.
Reaching to put a glass away is no easier.
Oh. What the f? Whoa. You can't just like sit down. You have to like descend with grace.
You have to descend down? It's that bad? It's that bad? It is that bad for real? Oh my god.
Holy shit. I shouldn't have sat down. Think about doing your table and you're giving your dad a piggyback at the same time. You're bending down to wipe the table and your dad's just blowing your back out. I don't even sweat at the gym. And I'm sweating making the bed.
Bro. Bro. Hi Bryson, how are you doing? Hope you're doing good. Hello. This is a Fat Simulator TV show. It's a video. I gained 400 LBS for a day. Basically, he just wears a fat suit and tries to do daily tasks while being this weight.
And cleaning the table. But the wifey should be here soon, so this should be interesting what she thinks.
To get to 600 pounds requires a lot of food and very little movement. To get an idea of how many calories I'd need, I used an online calculator which put me just under 4,500 calories to maintain my weight.
4,500 calories as a maintenance, which is low-key lit. Like, I would love that for myself, but unfortunately, I can't do that. So I'm thinking we're gonna make just a traditional American breakfast. This should keep me full for about an hour or so. We got some bacon, got some hash browns. When there's hash browns, you just know it's gonna be a good day. And a couple fried eggs. Let's get it. Nah. Oh.
Well, oh, look how he's I mean, you can literally see it. Look how he's sweating. Like, he's for real sweating in this thing. Holy fuck. I never want to be overweight. This just shows me again I never want to be overweight again. And if you are overweight, please fix it. Holy hell.
I've come to the conclusion today.
Reminder, homie has to clean it up. Sleepy Fox, hi, how are you doing? Hope you're doing good.
That if anything drops on the floor, it is now dead to me. Yeah. It's really starting to like make me feel sad. Just thinking about how this is some people's realities like every single day. To just even, wow, man. I need a sec, man.
In the middle of cooking breakfast, I had to bend over and take a break because I was physically and mentally running out of steam.
Like being like, just like, he's like this for a single day. Imagine doing this every single fucking day, potentially the rest of your life. And he's already physically and mentally drained.
This is frustrating. Keeping the fiber and the liquids to a minimum today because this was decently difficult to put on. Although I did not hunt or gather the ingredients of this meal, why does it feel like I fought for it? I fought for my life to make this meal. This isn't gonna work.
He can't even eat! He can't even eat! He can't even eat like this!
I really couldn't believe
Homie is happy. That's just sad. And the thing is, this guy trains a lot. He has a better physique than most. Imagine if this was a normal Joe from across the street. That would be terrible. That would be terrible. Like, I would have already probably stopped after, like, the first few hours.
believe how realistic this suit felt, but it made sense as this suit was designed for healthcare professionals to learn lifting and transferring techniques of larger sized patients.
Katie, you ready?
Ready.
Ta-da! Huh?
Aww.
What do you think?
You look really cute.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Would you still be married to me?
I wouldn't divorce you.
No?
That's cute. That's cute. He's married? That's so cute. Please let these be together forever.
Oh. Boba.
Who's that?
He's like, he doesn't look like Daddy. He sounds like Daddy. Did you eat Daddy? Oh.
Good.
Come here. Don't be Are you nervous? It's hard to even bend down and like pet your dog. I can't even imagine being like a parent and like can't even bend down to like play with your kids.
Or make your kids.
How many calories do you reckon in a mini schnauzer?
Do I reckon?
Yeah.
2,000.
Come here.
Come here, baby.
There's a whole lot more of me to love now.
There certainly is.
It'd be hard.
There's a whole lot of me to love now. That's funny.
Hard of me to enjoy it though, I guess. Okay, I'm gonna take Boba for a walk.
Yeah.
Oh my god, I'm sweating so bad.
I think you should pick that up. I'm not helping you.
Are you serious right now? What? We're walking the dog.
So walk the dog.
Okay, but...
Okay, fine.
Damn. Oh my god.
You okay?
It's getting really hard to walk. And I don't even actually have the weight on me. But my cuddle game is gonna be strong.
Oh, baby.
Yeah. This would definitely be a lot easier for me if I had rollerblades. And instead of a mini schnauzer, we'd a husky.
What do you mean?
Because then you could just run and I'd just be dragging. Okay, you take over.
You're done?
Yeah.
But what if he poos?
You pick it up, man.
Nothing's changed, I guess.
It was time to head out into the public, and of course...
Bro, it's over. He does not fit in there. He'll barely fit in there. And how does he get out? He barely fits in there already. How does he get out?
It was a challenge.
I'm not in the mood for an extreme game of Twister, so I think we're just gonna Uber XL it. Hello, how are you? Might just need a couple minutes here. Okay. Oh, I can't do the seatbelt. I brought a fan with me. We're at the gym, as you can tell, getting lots of looks right now, but that's fine. You don't see a lot of 600-pound people at the gym. That's probably because it's tiring, probably pretty painful, but also a big reason is there's probably a big fear of being judged, rejected by people around you, which causes these people to avoid social situations altogether. Don't go out to eat with their friends, don't go to the mall, and not even come to the gym. So I'm gonna document my experience, and we'll see how it goes. Oh, this is as deep as I can go. My stomach's getting in the way. Mike Israel would not be happy with that depth. All right, now getting up is more the challenge. Here we go.
Bro. Yeah, he can barely work out like this too. Cause he's too immobile. That is crazy. Wow.
The one thing that's a good advantage about being obese is your bench, your bar path is blessed. Look how I just received the bar. It just sinks in. Boom. Boom. Give me 315. Let's go.
Is this you by chance?
It is me. Nice to meet you, man.
They somehow still recognized him. They somehow still recognized him. That's crazy. Okay, that's funny. Okay, they still recognized homie.
Give me a back slap. There we go.
Five more.
All right. 315 for 4. I'm gonna take it. It's not my best, but hey, look what I'm dealing with. The hardest thing was actually just like stabilizing myself on the bench because I'm literally triple the width of the bench. What's your thoughts when you see an obese person in the gym?
I think they're making a change for the better. A lot of people see that as they're lazy and incompetent.
It kind of motivates you, it doesn't disgust you?
No.
Yeah.
I don't think it doesn't.
Yeah.
It actually motivates me.
It motivates you, yeah. Why do you guys think it's so hard for obese people to come to the gym and start working out?
When I started going to the gym, I was also like very fat, right? So I think it's like more like what other people think about me.
Just looking at you.
Yeah, it's mostly what others. The problem is up here in the head. It's not really everyone else, because let's be honest, everyone else is just there to do their thing, you know, finish their sets, work out, right? The problem is up here. Of course, there might be a douche out there or a douchette that it may act weird towards you, but most of the time it's all up here in the head.
I'm not gonna lie, I was like, this gotta be Will Tennyson. You look a little sus.
All you knew was me?
Yeah, I looked a little sus.
I took the ball too far, man. Yeah. Why do you think it'd be hard for an obese person to start coming to the gym working out?
Mostly, I think they are not motivated.
So if you see an obese person, do you think that they're lazy? Do you think that they're unmotivated?
Maybe they are not motivated. Maybe their schedule are like busy. Sometimes.
Yeah.
That will be the reason.
Right.
Maybe.
So if you saw an obese person in the gym,
Yeah.
what do you think?
Might be you had some medical reason to join the gym, and might be like there are people who set the goal like I want to get lean, and
yeah,
they are seeing someone, and yeah, maybe they're getting motivated. Like I don't do body shaming, but I will ask what's the reason of getting fit. Like, then might be there is like some personal reasons.
Right.
Yeah. So yeah, that's all.
If you guys ever see an obese person coming to the gym, what goes through your mind?
Oh, I think they're just trying to better themselves. I'll be honest.
Yeah.
Right? Put in the work. Yeah.
So you look at it as a positive thing. You don't seem like disgusted or.
No, of
yeah.
course. Yeah.
What's your thoughts on obese people?
I think obese people, they're okay, but they should try to get better and get in the gym and always improve.
They're okay.
While I could use some of the machines, many of them were just not possible.
Can't use that one. Couple things I've noticed. People are looking at me in one of two ways. First one is they'll see me and then be like, what? And then they'll start smiling, like it's kind of funny. And the other one is they'll walk by me, look at me, and then try to look away as fast as humanly possible. They don't make any eye contact with me whatsoever. The other thing is, trying out all these machines is very discouraging.
I think both of these are not reactions to discriminate. I think both of these are just like a reaction to not wanting to make somebody uncomfortable. In a way, I don't think it's like a nervous laugh more so than like, look at this fat person working out. I feel like it's more just like a nervous laugh of like, oh, okay. The thing is, most people aren't 600 pounds and they are scared to do this as well. And this just increased exponentially for obese people. Very true, very true. At the same time, it's also like, people who are like really scrawny, right? Really small. They don't have like much going for them in general, right? Physically. I feel those could also go through the same thing.
Like, first of all, I can barely fit into anything. And even in the things I can fit in, kind of, I can't actually do the motion because I'm so limited with my body, especially when just like everything in your life's difficult. It's just another stressor to add on top of it. So I can't even imagine, just what people of this size have to go through to get in shape. It's crazy. Look at this sweat stain. Crazy. I'm also like, why are people recognizing me? Why? That's concerning.
I look completely different. I am completely different. How can they still recognizing me? I guess no matter how much you put on, they can still recognize you. I don't know. They aren't, but it seems so discouraging, bro. I'd cry right there. It's like you are just the odd one out, a monkey in the zoo. That's sad. Yeah, it is. It is. This video also just really disproves the idea of losing weight is easier than gaining weight. Because if you're at that weight, losing weight, going to the gym is not easy.
A lot of obese people, you know, they say that it's hard for them to come to the gym because they feel like people are watching them.
Yeah.
You know, they don't feel comfortable. Can you see that?
I have heard like some stories of like
Really?
people making them feel uncomfortable, staring, judging their form. And I
Right.
think like the gym doesn't need that type of like negativity.
Do you think it's mostly like the younger kids that are doing that, like like Snapchatting and like just
Yeah, anyone. Some people like film and like record people.
Yeah.
With like the intention to make fun of them or post it on TikTok.
Right.
I've had friends tell me like they've seen like kids like laughing at people and stuff like that.
Yeah.
It's pretty bad. But.
Yeah. Wow, that's pretty. Honestly, f that.
For the most part, it feels like most people welcome obese people in the gym, but I wanted to hear from someone who's actually been on the other side, so I contacted 26-year-old Brentley, who at his heaviest was 575 pounds.
Oh! Ooh! Ooh! That's terrible. That's terrible. Oh my god. You can lose weight without going to the gym though. Just eat less and walk around your house. Yeah, true. But I mean, for these people, even walking around just a little bit is already incredibly straining.
Just want to say, like, congrats on all the weight loss.
Yeah.
It's
Thank
over
you.
200 pounds, right?
Yeah, 230.
Wow.
When you were just starting going to the gym, what was that experience like for you?
It was very anxiety inducing going there, seeing, all the other people had been there for quite a while. They were in good shape and like I kind of felt embarrassed.
Did people's perceived opinions like of you affect how you saw yourself?
Definitely, yes. I'd get a lot of comments about how I looked, about how, my neck was too big and I looked like a frog, or I'd get Peter Griffin or all sorts of stuff.
Instead of using an Uber again to get around, I decided to use public transportation to see if I would draw even.
Oh boy. Oh boy. Getting motivated to change is hard. The problem is not the motivation. Like, plenty of people do something out of motivation. They just drop it after it because they can't keep up the discipline. That's the problem. Yeah, here, Austin. Pretty much said it. Yeah, that's pretty much the issue.
Even more unwanted attention.
This kid keeps staring. What's up, man? It's pretty crazy. Wherever I go, I cause a big scene. I step on the bus, I cause a scene.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Wherever I go, I cause a big scene. Oh no. I'm sorry. That just was funny to me. Well, he literally is. He literally is.
I walk into the gym, I cause a scene. It's pretty uncomfortable, especially if you're somebody who just likes to keep it low-key. All eyes are on you, no matter where you go. I can definitely feel some sort of embarrassment because I'm taking up pretty much 2 full seats. And I really don't want to. And I feel like people would look at you and be like, oh, this guy's lazy, he's inconsiderate because he's taking more than 1 chair up, but you really have no choice. She wanted to laugh so bad.
Yeah, she wanted to laugh. Yeah. Yeah, she wanted to laugh. Yeah. I could see that. I could see that. I was able to see that too. Yeah, I was able to recognize that immediately. Like, let's go back real quick.
1 chair up, but you really have no choice.
That's the face of laughter. Look at her. Look at her. How she's struggling. How she's holding back. How she's holding back. Look at her. Look at her for real, for real. Yeah, you see that? They're crazy.
She wanted to laugh so bad. Holy We are at the mall, and I am on a mission, and I have 3 things that I need to do. 1, I gotta find a date night outfit. No, I'm not eating for 2 and calling it date night. I'm actually taking my wife, Katie, out for a fun date at the arcade. 2, I wanna see if I can find a workout outfit because I'm a bigger person aspiring to get in shape. We'll see if there's options for me. And 3, well, I have to get lunch. I'm starving, I barely eaten. It's 12 o'clock. Yeah, let's go. Holy, I need a break from walking in. Do you guys have 8XL pants?
Yeah.
What's so funny about that? You just start laughing. You don't think you have 8XL?
Like these are all the track pants we have here.
Okay. Yeah. I was wondering, why'd you laugh?
Hmm?
Why'd you laugh when I asked?
No, I thought you were. Because when I see someone else smile, I usually do that.
You laugh?
Hmm?
You laugh? No?
Bro is getting caught in 4K. The rest of the fat suit looks silly, so it is kind of funny. They use these fat suits to actually train people who have to lift really heavy people. So they're at least that is given. The front looks really good, in my opinion. Yeah, like if you see them from the front, it's like nothing. Like the back looks alright. That clearly doesn't look normal. But when you look at him from the front, or like further away, you would probably not. A little further away, you probably not notice. Also, the face is done well.
Okay. All right, thank you. I see XL, I see double XL. I think that's the biggest that we got. And yeah, as you can see.
Yeah, no way.
There's no shot. That's going around one of my legs. Maybe. On to the next store. Double X, triple X. So these are the only triple XL options. These are the only 2 men's active things for triple XL. Nothing more than that, just 2 sweaters. I think that we might have to go over to the bedding section, bring togas back in style. It might be the only option. Holy f***, I'm dying.
How would you say your experiences back in the day, like going to the mall, going shopping for clothes?
Oh yeah, it was really difficult. I remember going to Walmart this time, and I walked just like from the parking lot into the little entryway, and I got so out of breath that I needed to lean on a shelf. And then as I walked around, I kept needing to lean on things. I couldn't even walk all the way around my neighborhood to get some steps in without leaning on the mailboxes.
You can always never forget also, which is also crazy, the fact that all of this excess skin, that will stay. So that's an additional issue. That will never fully go away. That will stay. It will build, like those fat cells, they will get smaller, they will build back, but not to a degree that this will not disappear. Like that is excess. That will not disappear unless you get surgery. You're stuck like this, kind of.
That's literally what happened to me in the video going into Walmart. I had to I walked in and then I had to just lean over on one of the clothing racks because I was just out of breath.
Really?
It's crazy.
Yeah.
Wow.
It's a scary feeling. Did you ever get claustrophobic in that? Because I know I felt claustrophobic underneath all the fat and I couldn't even take it off.
I had just this overwhelming feeling of heat and sweat.
Yes.
It was killing me.
Oh my God.
I wore basketball shorts and sleeveless shirts in the winter.
I couldn't wear a jacket. I'd be all sweaty.
Wow.
Probably the most uncomfortable experience I've ever had at the mall. Everyone's looking at me like, why is this dude not at the food court? I'm confused. It's because I'm trying to shop for clothes. Is that so crazy? Right now, these people are here laughing at me. It's kind of, hello. Damn, bro, this is making me actually feel kind of sad.
I got a lot of stares. I noticed I would enter a place and immediately everyone would look at me sort of.
I went to this park to get a walk-in, and this preschool teacher had all these kids.
It's good that he did this only for one day. I could imagine that if he did that for multiple days in a row, that this would probably cause some severe mental issues and probably add to body dysmorphia. Probably. Because, like, I could imagine, like, if somebody did that for a prolonged period of time, they could actually develop some serious mental issues from this experiment. That reminds me kind of what Nora Vincent did when she lived as a man wanted to live for a man for a longer period of time, and then could stop the experiment and said, yeah, I'm not doing this anymore, this is too hard, and then later ended herself.
Around, and the teacher sort of scolded the kid, said, hey, don't stare at him, and the kid said, but he's so big. It really did sort of hurt the heart. But yeah, I just played it off.
I feel like I'm just like this one big joke, this spectacle. No one really cares to respect me. And it's just really surprising. It's probably the least human I think I've ever felt. Do you guys have any plus size section?
No.
No?
No.
So what's like the biggest size?
Yeah, XS, XS, and X extra large.
So is there anything that you could show me for an outfit?
No, unfortunately.
No? Okay.
We only have a XS and X, the regular XS and X.
For regular, for regular people?
Yeah.
Okay. I wonder, why do you think that fashion's so minimal for people my size?
I don't know.
Demand. I just simply think demand. The vast majority don't ever reach that level of being overweight. A lot of those don't ever reach that kind of level. Like, this isn't like, everyone in, like, a lot of people in, like, the States are overweight, but not to that degree. Therefore, this doesn't really exist that much. Just like when everyone would be this size, right? Just everyone, you would not find anything that would be small. I think this just comes down to demand.
I don't know exactly, but because it's big corporation, so they normally invest on the, regular size stuff. So you need to go, for example, to the specific outlets that's
for bigger,
big size, yeah.
Okay.
Which I don't know.
It's really looking like my mission is going to be a complete failure. Nothing is even close to the size that I need. I think my best option is to use a Sharpie and draw a tie on my shirt that I'm currently wearing.
Hi, how are you?
Hi, how many of you?
For two?
Two?
Yeah, can we do a booth?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Here now?
No, I don't think I'm gonna fit.
Huh?
I don't think I'm gonna fit.
Yeah.
Sorry about that. Thank you.
Wooden chairs is a big thing. Just the other day, I was at my father's place. He offered me a seat, and there was a wooden one and there was a metal one. And he offered me the wooden one first, and I said, I'll take the metal one because it's probably strong enough to hold me. And I'm like, I'm probably not heavy enough to break the wooden chair anymore, but like, I used to be, and that's still in my head, and it's still a worry because there's...
Very true, very true. Most stores carry plus-size clothes online because the bigger people don't tend to shop in stores. That's also very true. That's also very true. You are correct with that. But overall, in general, I think the options are just smaller because the demand isn't that high.
Really nothing more embarrassing than breaking another person's chair.
Really embarrassing that I can't even fit in a booth when you want to sit in a booth. And then there's other people around. And then, yeah, you really just feel like you're always on watch. So I asked the server to give me whatever you want. So is this server gonna see me as someone who needs a diet, somebody who's eating myself to death, or is she just gonna see me as a regular customer giving me her favorite thing on the menu? We'll find out. I couldn't fit in the stall, dude. No. I'm beginning to kind of like really starting to...
Even being so overweight, you can't even go to the bathroom. That's crazy. That is depressing.
Believe that like I'm like super gross by how people are looking at me, and it's like making me feel like so bad. And these are the reasons why these people like stay at home, avoid social situations, because people are mean. People have to do better, man. we have to do better. Like, seriously.
I was living in my grandmother's basement at the time, and I just like really withdrew from basically.
And this is the United States, right? This is the United States. There was a lady who went to France who was also heavily, pretty much very overweight, right? And she was complaining the entire time about not fitting into anything, in fact. Not even fitting into anything. Like, she couldn't even go through, like those train station thingies because she was just too large. Or, like, entering houses was difficult and shit. Yeah, that is the reality. It would probably be even worse to move around in Europe than it would be in the United States. I could see that.
All my friendships, all my activities that I like to do on this side, you know, it was pretty much just alone down there.
Why do you feel like obese people are seen as like lesser than in like the general public?
I think there's a general idea that we put ourselves in this situation, that we eat our way up to that, and we, you know, are lazy to this point. But I find that a lot of bigger people tend to, you know, shy away from healthy eating because they feel like it would just be more miserable than the way they are now.
Oh, you got me an appy? Hell yeah.
Okay, enjoy it. Be careful, it's hot. Okay?
Thank you very much. Do people get appetizers for lunch? Do people get appetizers for lunch?
Yeah, I mean...
I'm okay with it. I mean, chicken spring rolls? Hell yeah. But I don't know if people get...
He is very distrusting.
Thank you. Ooh, what do we got here? Chicken quesadilla and fries? What was the reason? What was the reason behind this choice?
Oh, because it's my favorite.
It's your favorite?
Yes.
Okay.
Try it.
That lady is the cutest thing in the world. I love her. What's your favorite thing? It's mine now too. I swear.
People born obese, not their fault. People who eat their way up. This is up to this. It's their fault. I think it could it just be people are born obese. That's the first thing. Except if you have like a condition, right? That's a different thing, right? Like a medical condition. That's a different thing. But it could be both. What if it's a combination of both?
My favorite foods were just what I'm currently eating. Are you guys with me? I think you're with me. Holy shit, that's good. That's some gravy. Oh, you go, girl. It's good.
Yes?
Yeah.
Like it?
Dab it. Thank you.
Yeah, you like it.
A little friendly date night competition at the arcade. What do you say?
You're going down.
Yeah?
Yeah.
I feel like the scales are going to tilt in my favor with all these games. No pun intended, except for DDR.
Why? Because I got good dance moves?
I don't know if I might break the machine. How does it feel walking with me?
Like I'm walking with you normally.
Yeah, no different? You don't feel like you're like cheating a bit?
Oh my God, bro.
What are you at?
It's like brick after brick right here. They called me free throw in high school, but I guess for a different reason. But
Buckets after buckets. Game over. Ah! I won.
Holy shit, I got 3.
I got 24.
Damn. My belly is getting so in the way. So you might have to take the lead here.
That motherfuckers.
I'm like legitimately handicapped. I can't even shoot the Banshee. Oh shit. It's actually kind of hot watching you do this, babe.
Yeah, you like that?
Yeah.
That bitch ass.
They're so cute together. They're so cute together. They're so cute together. I love them. They're cute together. Most of the time, yes, but personally, I believe you can't go that overweight without having some issue. Either mental, could be depression and stuff, or just a chronic condition. Yeah, a lot of it's upbringing. If you grow up obese because that's what your parents model, then you won't want to change. And if you're still obese when you turn 18, you're more likely to stay that way. Very true, very true. Guess I broke out of that. Out of that. Because in my family, a lot of people are obese. Actually, everyone except me. So I guess I broke a generational curse.
There were many moments at the arcade where my size just got in the way of enjoying my date with Katie. Games we wanted to play together, I couldn't because I couldn't fit in the machine, which caused me to just watch her play on her own.
There's so many times today where something's happened to me that's kind of uncomfortable, and you almost kind of just want to make a joke about it to kind of fluff it off because you feel bad and that's your way of coping with it. And a lot of people who are overweight, like, make jokes at their own expense to make themselves feel more comfortable, but they don't actually find it funny, and it's not fun. So if you guys laugh,
or the food. I'm gonna say that being overweight is oftentimes not a symptom. The food might be the coping mechanism here. The food is the coping mechanism, because once you have the enjoyment is gone, right, for most stuff, and food is the only thing that can still bring some form of enjoyment. So that's what it could be.
laugh at a joke that they make, just realize that they're actually hurting deep down. I used to be there. I used to make jokes all the time with my friends about my weight. I felt super uncomfortable. So just know it's not coming from a genuine place of thinking they're being funny. They just think that that's what you want to hear. I'm about to start an earthquake. Here we go.
And in addition to that, now you have this body positivity movement and fat influencers and fat con and stuff, which promotes and glorifies obesity to an additional level. So even the people that would probably seek help, they won't seek help because they now feel justified in being the way they are. So that helps in addition to that.
Now we gonna make you lose your mind. I'm just jumping.
Oh my god, man, the extra weight is killing me. There's no way I can play this.
No?
No. Every single game, pretty much, that I want to play, I either can't fit or I'm hindered by my body. So even though I'm trying to have a good time, it's just a constant reminder of my situation, which kind of sucks. And have you noticed anything today, just being here?
Oh yeah, I mean these kids right here are just staring and laughing.
Yeah.
Everyone's looking. It's hard to see and to be around.
Yeah. And I feel like it's taking me back to when I was younger in high school, because all I cared about were how people saw me, eyes on me, because I was uncomfortable in my skin. And just seeing people look at me and feeling kind of weird about it, and it's making...
I'm still uncomfortable in my skin. I am still. That won't ever change. It was easier for me to lose weight than it was for my bigger relatives because I was just overweight. They're obese, Yeah, I see that. So for me, when it started, it was after I got my breakup, after I got cheated on. I just started eating more and doing less. I let myself go, and then I eventually reached 102, 105 kilograms. So basically almost 40 kilograms overweight. And I was like, bro, we cannot continue like this eventually. And I started doing calisthenics. I started starving myself and I started doing calisthenics. And then I slowly lost all of it.
Me feel that again, which is strange.
One day I just had a moment where I woke up from this cloud fog I was in where I didn't realize how fat I was, and I literally went into such a panic that I tried to literally rip the fat off my body with my bare hands, and that didn't work. So I just, day by day, it was just this desire to be out of this.
To other people who were in your position, do you have anything you want to say to them?
A lot of people are tempted to make big changes, but just take it day by day.
First, I started, not eating past 6, and then I started not drinking soda. I switched to diet soda, and I started counting calories, and that really took me off. Stay calm and keep going.
Amazing. And has your confidence been growing?
I think the worst approach you can do. Crash diet starving. I had about 1,000 calories per day, but at least I had 180 grams of protein, so that was that. But yeah, I ate barely 1,000 calories a day, and I was like, "Yep, that's not fun."
On this journey as well.
Oh yeah, definitely. I used to be super shy, super soft-spoken and quiet. I barely spoke at all, and now I'm like getting very much more like easily excited. I jump around.
That's amazing. I'm proud of you, man. That's amazing. Spending 24 hours in an obese suit was tough, and it opened my eyes to just how challenging everyday life can be at 600 pounds. But here's the thing, when the day was over, I got to take the suit off. But for many people, this is their reality, and they can't just step away from it. Remember, the words we say to others and even the way we look at each other can have a huge impact. We should all strive to encourage, uplift, and genuinely want the best for everyone. Let's be kinder, more compassionate, and supportive, because we're all in this together. Let's keep spreading positivity.
Very true, very true. That's the end of the video. The message of that video was good. Good that I reacted to this. I fully agree. Encourage people to better themselves. Don't glorify it. Don't be mean about it, but don't glorify it either. Encourage people to help themselves and help them. That's really all you can say. Like, comment, and subscribe. That's just the truth. Damn, that was crazy. That was crazy. That was a good video. That was a really good video. Alrighty. Alrighty, okay. As for the last video, W message for real. For real, absolutely. As the last video for today, I got this recommended by Frogs, and we're putting it as the last video for today.
I find it quite...
Yeah, Frog just randomly throwing things, DMing me things, as usual, huh? As usual. Real quick. Alright. So that's what we're gonna watch. That's what we're gonna watch as the last video. It's a long one, but we'll do it. Anyways. Why People Hate Asmongold by Pada, I think is how you pronounce it. Let's just see. Let's just see what this is about. I think people just hate Asmongold for various reasons. Some people think he is a degenerate. Some people think he, you know, some people just call him various different things. It's just crazy. I don't get the hate particularly for him, because the things he says aren't even that outrageous. If anything, he pretty much says what the average person thinks. And, like, people are always surprised when they go watch his stuff, and it's like, oh, I heard this dude was a right-wing grifter, and then they hear some, like, that he's, like, in support of Bernie Sanders and stuff, or, like, that he's a racist, but yet he watches a video about a black person, agreeing with that black person. It's like, just because somebody on Twitter says something does not mean it's true. I found him through a bad situation, the inferior culture, and the first impression sticks, you know? Yeah, I get what you mean, but I also feel like that is one of the very few YouTuber apologies that was somewhat genuine. Take care, Eliza. Alright, let's start.
I find it quite strange how a lot of people on the internet just jump to conclusions without any hint of evidence. It's sad to see how critical thinking seems almost endangered among the chronically online. A lot of people just follow trends of hatred without actually taking the time to find evidence to back up their accusations. Just because a lot of people are saying something.
Because if they have to look up things and they have to challenge their own views, their world might crumble, and they don't want that, especially if they want to push an agenda. That's just what it is. What is Asmongold? He's a streamer. He's a streamer. Pretty big one. In fact, he was number 8 on most searched terms on YouTube, in fact, globally. That was pretty crazy. It wasn't bad, I agree, but I don't know, I can't bring myself to like the guy. I don't dislike him anymore, though. I'm fairly neutral to him. I don't really care that much. I guess the thing is, like, you don't have to agree with all takes somebody has. Like, you don't agree with all of my takes. That's fine, right? That's totally fine.
Something doesn't make it true. We've seen this happen with a lot of public figures, especially in recent years. A good example would be J.K. Rowling. I'm convinced the majority of people who hate her do so simply because others do, because it's become a popular trend. I remember watching a video on critical thinking by a teacher, Warren Smith. In this video, Warren challenges a student of his to actually think for themselves on this exact topic. All he did was encourage his students to broaden his perspective and look into the situation himself, using rationality and critical thinking.
So let's get specific though. Let's define bigoted opinions. What opinions are bigoted? We're going to treat this as a thought experiment. I'm not going to say what's right or wrong or what way to think. The whole point is to learn how to think, not what to think.
Yeah.
So when you say bigot, you're starting with the conclusion that given her bigoted opinions.
Yeah.
So first let's start with, does she have bigoted opinions? So when you say bigoted opinions.
She has.
So I guess now that we're looking at it like, oh, there's not much difference between me or her, do you think it's fair that she's being attacked by a large group of people and people are calling her, like you said at the beginning of this conversation, you said, given the fact that J.K. Rowling is transphobic, how do you feel about Harry Potter?
I feel it's very simple, in fact. I don't think that J.K. Rowling's takes are that atrocious or bad. I can, in fact, empathize with her and understand what she actually most of the time means, which is that trans people are trans women are infiltrating spaces where they should not be in. I can fully understand when a woman does not want a biological man in her bathroom. I can fully understand if a biological woman does not want a biological man in a woman's only gym. Or a woman's only anything. I can't fully understand that. In addition of that, we have fully dismantled of what a woman actually is. That has not really happened to men. That has happened to women though. So I get what I can understand where J.K. Rowling is coming from, definitely.
Now, retroactively looking at that statement, do you think that was the best way to phrase it?
No, I feel like an idiot now.
Warren Smith then apparently got fired from his teaching job for encouraging critical thinking.
So it happened yesterday.
What the fuck? How'd you get fired for that? Huh? That is great. Bro got fired for questioning. That is crazy. Yes, but it's different. I know you. I don't know him. I have my own biases, you know, and at least I can't talk to you about. I can talk to you about why you think that way and stuff. Yeah, I guess. Yeah, I'm a bit closer than someone like Asmongold. That makes sense. Yeah, Deers said something on and just disappeared. Maybe Deers retorted, which is totally fine. I mean, that's fine.
Yeah, I was fired from my full-time teaching position.
This decline in critical thinking is one of the many reasons I believe a lot of people dislike Asmongold. In certain online spaces, especially among specific communities, there's a lot of hate towards.
Yeah, I mean, let's be honest. Nobody like. This is Reddit. Reddit is a little weird. As a gay man, I'd feel safer and like look at this takedown here, right?
That is.
As a gay man, I'd feel safer in Palestine than I would in roach and rat infested bedroom. Sorry, you know that they would kill you. Hey, and in fact, would you say that about Iran as well? Because remember, Iran transes away the gay. Like they will force transition you. Just so they can say there are no gay people. Which Assad, in fact, approves. Iran is, pro-trans. Yep.
It's unwarranted and simply built on lies. The more I looked into this, the weirder this echo chamber became.
Asmongold is just like someone who makes a living off stealing from other people.
It's like, you're a racist motherfucker. Asmongold is a fascist. He's just like, actually one of the purest examples of the moderate wing of fascism thing. Also,
I'd be very quiet, Vosh. I'd be very quiet when it came to Vosh. Aren't you into lolly horse stuff, Corin? We saw what you have in on your hard drive. Be very quiet, homie.
So Asmongold's editor is a Nazi.
So Adolf Jr. over here.
This is the fake laugh he does, and
what the fuck? I've never seen these clips. Holy fuck, I've never seen these clips. Oh my fucking god. This is really all based on lies.
I don't respect him at all. I don't know, maybe his audience is like 12-year-old boys. Maybe they really buy this and think it's funny.
He's racist.
In my research for this video, I genuinely tried to find actual substantial reasons for the hate outside of the lies. I'm an advocate of trying to see both sides' perspectives on any topic, so I found quite a few videos on YouTube that I'd like to unpack and try to understand why there is so much hate against Asmongold. First off, by what I've seen, a lot of the hate against Asmongold seems to have stemmed from other YouTubers' disdain for React content. In my research, I stumbled across a video titled "Asmongold is Bad, Why I Don't Like Asmongold Videos" by a channel called Savior 3.0. In this video, we hear the usual rant about React content having a negative impact on other channels and YouTube as a platform.
He gets the benefit from all of this unpaid labor. He gets the benefit from all of this hard work from other content creators, but he doesn't actually have to do any of the heavy lifting.
This YouTuber then played an excerpt from a large and actually pretty popular channel.
That is me. I call myself a slop tuber, and so are many others. Join us. Join the slop tubers. At least I credited. And my video, I am getting better. I am getting better at yapping. I am getting better at putting out my opinions. I am getting better. I am, in fact, getting better. My reactions have become longer, in fact. Some of these reactions are so long yapping that I sometimes quadruple the original video length. So here's that. Take that.
Channel called Dark Viper AU, where he spoke in depth about why React content is bad for channels and the platform as a whole, using Asmongold as the primary example.
Over the last few months, I've learned that very few people seem to understand why React content is harmful. React content is a system of exploitation that siphons an incalculable amount of money and exposure away from the hard-working into the pockets of the incredibly lazy.
Dark Viper had some decent points and clearly did a lot of research into this, but somehow in this whole video he missed what I believe is the most important aspect of React content. I'll actually read a comment that I found while watching this video because I think it best describes the problem with this argument. I don't agree with the idea that reaction content is stealing. When watching someone like Asmongold, it's not about the original video content itself, but rather about his personal take and—
Which is true, right? People don't watch reactions because they want to see the original video, right? They watch reactions because they want to see the opinion of the person reacting to it. Sure, the video that is reacting to it, that I'm, for example, reacting to it, sure, that plays a part in it, but I think most people just want to watch, just want to see the opinion of that person. Not only that, but I feel like what a lot of people, what it is for a lot of people also, like for me, when I watch reactions, also like, it feels like I'm watching it with somebody else, which makes it a just more pleasant experience. I don't know how you guys see this, but that's what I think. That's just what I think. Welcome back, Eliza. I don't think that it's stealing if you actually add something, and I try to add as much as possible as I can.
commentary. People watch him because they want—
Like, I've also started to, like, edit out the pauses. I think when you recently watch my videos, you've realized that, like, there's more edits and I start to cut out stuff that there's no point in, and, like these speaking pauses. I try to get rid of that. I try to minimize that.
want to hear his thoughts, see his reactions, and experience his unique perspective. His popularity is built on his personality and how he engages with the content, not just the content itself. Even if he simply talked about the videos without showing them, his audience will still tune in because they're following him and his reactions, not just the video being reacted to. Reaction content requires charisma, personal insight, and the ability to entertain, which is what draws viewers in. This is nearly a perfect comment in the context of Asmongold, but the only thing that is disputable is that not all React content is actually done.
Not all React content is built the same, right? We have people like as a Sniper Wolf who literally just like she sits there, watches a video, and is like ha ha ha, and then moves on, right? Or XQC who just sits there and looks at it and is like that's it, right? He doesn't do much more than that. He even stands up during the video and just disappears and lets the video run, right? And then uploads that. That's a completely different situation, right? It really depends on what you try to add, and I try to add as much as I can. The thing is this. That type of behavior, obviously, I disagree with that 100%. Like, you can't just let the video run, and then, upload that. That is just weird as hell. And if you don't say anything, that's weird as well, too. And usually when I have to stop in the middle of a video, I'll just stop the video, put up the be right back screen, and then return. Except if it's something short and quick that needs to be done. For example, a cat going up on the shelf. That's a different thing.
Done in good faith. Some of it is blatant stealing. The Actman has a fantastic video titled The Dark Side of React Content that I completely recommend on this subject. In fact, in his video, he even mentions how Asmongold reacting to one of his videos, yes, affected its viewership negatively, but how he spoke to Asmongold and Asmon agreed to watch his videos a few days after release in the future.
What I realized is that if you're a big creator who's going to react to someone's video, you should wait at least 4 days for it to be pushed in the algorithm naturally. And that's what Asmon and I talked about and agreed on.
I think that's a reasonable take. Yeah, I think that's a reasonable take. Yeah, I think that's a reasonable take. I'm also like that. If anybody ever sees my reactions and they don't want me to react to them, I will not. Or if they want, wait a few days after the release, wait a few weeks. I started to do that with some of the videos. Like, some of the videos I don't react to, immediately. It also depends on what it is, right? If it's, drama stuff, obviously, I can't immediately upload that. I'm fine with that, and I think most drama creators are fine with that. Like, right? More Pegasus, Ref, they're probably fine with that. But, I feel like if that's I feel like that's fine. That's totally fine. If you ask me to not do that immediately, that's okay.
After this happened,
the Actman then went on to talk about the positive impact reactors like Asmongold have had on his channel.
Some might say, but Actman, he's stealing views from you. Those views belong to you. Maybe they do. I can't say for certain, but what I can say is a lot of people who are subscribed to my channel wouldn't be subscribed if Asmongold never made these videos.
Although I agree with aspects of Dark Viper AU's video, there's something he says here at 15 minutes and 5 seconds that I completely disagree with.
I hope by the end of this video that you will come to understand why this exposure and money would either entirely or almost entirely have gone to other content creators if not for Asmongold's interference. Not just the people that Asmongold steals labor from, but everyone in the wider market.
You could easily say the same thing about every single channel on YouTube, including Dark Viper AU. Dark Viper.
You could say that about almost anything, right? When somebody has an original idea and somebody copies that, shouldn't that money just go to another person? If you're making Let's Plays, right? That's the argument, that's the problem, right? If I'm making Let's Plays, and I put those on the internet, then other people can watch those, and they can experience the entire game, the full game, without ever paying a cent. With that, you open the box of Pandora, because then technically, everything is just it's just stupid. I don't agree with that. That's a catastrophic take.
has 1.5 billion views that could have otherwise gone somewhere else if he didn't have his channel.
Bottom line, a React video has the same value proposition as going to a movie with a friend. Seeing and discussing a movie with a friend can be more enjoyable than seeing it alone, but you would never say that the friend who took you to the movie should get a cut of the movie's proceeds for sitting in the chair and giving you his opinion on it.
This for me is a gross oversimplification of what.
Wouldn't that literally just be the same as giving a review? If you gave a review of the movie, you're literally just saying what's going on in the movie. Shouldn't that money from the review go to the movie then in this case? Because you're spreading other people's content? Like, the argument falls flat if you consider a lot of other things.
Is really happening. I would say that React content is more likened to movie commentary. People choose to watch Asmongold or other React creators simply because they are entertaining. Dark Viper AU's video, while incredibly well made, also lacks a very basic understanding. People prefer to watch React content over original videos. Behind every single view is a real person living their real life by choosing how they spend their time. The argument that Asmongold interferes with other people's ability to make money is a massive over-exaggeration. This video clumps people who watch Asmongold as this collective hive mind that doesn't really think for itself. I would consider myself an Asmongold enjoyer, and I have absolutely nothing.
I absolutely, as well, do like to watch Asmongold's takes. Like I said, I may not agree with everything, but I do like to hear his opinions. So like I said here in the beginning, it is certainly more about the opinions of Asmongold than it is about the original video.
Nothing to do with anyone else who watches Asmongold's videos. I just choose what I want to do with my time as a casual guy going about my life.
What you do not see is every time any reaction video appears where your video would have otherwise appeared. Any time where one of your videos would have got an impression, except it then went to a reaction video. You also do not see every time a reaction video is chosen by a viewer instead of one of your videos.
Now, I am not saying what Dark Viper is arguing is entirely untrue. There are people who would have watched some of these videos without first having seen them through Asmongold, but there's absolutely no way of knowing this, especially to what extent. If it were as simple as Dark Viper AU puts it, then I don't think React channels are the real issue anyway. Consumers choose how they want to spend their time.
Right, wouldn't it be the consumers? Like, there's a demand for it, right? There's a demand for it. And when there's a demand for it, there will people who will have this demand. People enjoy my reactions. So why should I stop making them? And I enjoy them too. Why should I stop making them? In addition to that, I not only do reactions, but I also stream games. 5 times a week, 6 hours. Every single day. Upload Pokemon videos too. Like, not everything is just React content. In fact, streaming time, it might be more of it might actually be gaming than it is actually reactions. I guess the video content would be mostly reactions, but that makes sense.
And that's ultimately what drives viewership. Dark Viper tried to dispute this argument in his video by explaining that just because there is a market for it doesn't mean it's a good thing. In my opinion, this argument is possibly the most important on the subject, but Dark actually didn't give a strong enough point to argue against the market deciding on this.
But shouldn't the market decide? No! There is a market for every terrible thing you can imagine. The existence of demand for something does not justify meeting that demand through exploitative means.
The primary message behind Dark Viper's video is that React content is objectively bad or objectively immoral, without giving any hint of acknowledging its nuances. I believe it's important to conclude that React content as a concept has subjectively and objectively good or bad sides depending on the context. At the end of the day, we, the consumers, are
Very true, very true. Like, one bad side is obviously, like, if you just straight up re-upload it and you're just, like, in the corner watching the video, you're not giving any commentary, you're not saying anything, obviously, then I agree. I fully agree. Are both of you just retarded? A retarded deer and a retarded apple? What is going on in my chat? You guys are weirdos. Today. Yeah, I just think the argument, like, there's pros and cons. There's 100% pros and cons.
are in charge. We dictate who profits by where we spend our money or our time. Yes, it's never good as consumers to support something that is explicitly illegal or immoral, but this is why I am challenging this idea that React content is just outright bad. I think what Dark Viper AU is saying is ultimately in good faith, and there is a lot of truth in this video. I recommend watching this video as it does have a lot of good points depending on context. Yes, there are a lot of bad actors out there that actually do just steal content without even giving any credit. This does exist and I am all for breaking this culture where possible, but I disagree with the argument that all of it is just plain destructive. I had the privilege of having Asmongold react to the very first video I made, the current state of AAA gaming, about 4 or 5 months ago. Because of this, and Asmongold following up by watching 4 more of my videos, my channel exploded. I even memed him about this.
Pretty, isn't it? Perfectly balanced. This whole...
Subscribe.
That's funny. Oh, that's actually funny. Okay, that was funny. I was going to write my opinion and then I got hit by a daughter-father roleplay. What? Because both of these are retarded! Take that to the DMs! I will just kill one of them, and I'm very much thinking about killing deer.
Subscribers aren't really the driving force behind YouTube's success anymore. The algorithm now prioritizes videos with strong watch time relative to their length. Every time Asmongold has watched one of my videos, thousands of people have popped in to leave a like, comment, or even subscribe, which is awesome, don't get me wrong. But then naturally, they click off and go about their day as they should. It only takes a few seconds for them to do this, but in the background, YouTube is tracking how long people are actually watching.
Yeah, the watch time is an issue, right? If a which is actually worse, right? If like your video, if they go like when you like have a video and you're like promoting it, if you're like promoting it and like leave a like, please leave a like on that, it's like, no, they should watch it. If they leave a like, just a like, that's gonna damage the video, because the watch time matters, because the YouTube algorithm basically tells you if people click off immediately, this video isn't relevant, and then it just gets annihilated. Sorry, but Asmongold's eyebrows piss me off. Keep them still. Yeah, okay.
The video as they visit my channel. When thousands of viewers only stick around for under 10 seconds, YouTube's algorithm starts flagging the video as not worth recommending. At the end of the day, YouTube only cares about one thing: advertising revenue, which comes from watch time. So yes, this is a negative, but in the long run, React content can still be incredibly beneficial. While the initial burst of traffic from a big creator's reaction may not convert into consistent viewership right away, it does something equally important. It puts your content in front of a massive audience that would have otherwise never discovered you.
Very true. Very true. Even with smaller creators, that's still true, I feel like. Like, some of the people, like, they find a channel that they would have never discovered if I didn't react to it. It may be a small amount, but it is still important. And I do feel like, that if people go to your channel after a reaction, and they just subscribe to you, it will still put them into your feed. And who knows, they may even watch them. Who knows?
Even if a large percentage of these viewers don't stick around, a small fraction will. Those who genuinely enjoy your content beyond the reaction will come back and watch more of your videos and engage with your channel over time. These are the people who become part of your core audience, the ones who comment regularly, watch your videos, and support your growth. Beyond that, exposure from reaction.
Very, very true. Like, I've seen plenty of people who literally turned like their success into a career simply because they just because, for example, Tectone reacted to them, and now they have a small but steady audience that is there, that just exists. That's fine.
Content can also boost credibility. When a well-known creator reacts to your work, It signals to their audience that you're someone worth checking out. In my case, having Asmongold react to my videos helped give me credibility as a voice in the gaming space.
I'm gonna be honest, like this guy, he's really cooking with this video. I actually think this is probably one of the best dissections of like the philosophy behind why these things happen in games that like I've seen. This is really good.
This kind of recognition can and has opened doors to collaborations, sponsors, and other opportunities that wouldn't have otherwise been possible. I also think that a potential fix would be a system where YouTube splits revenue from React channels, creating a more collaborative platform. But this is just wishful thinking. Just a quick...
It would be hard to implement that. There might be a system where that would be fine, but it would be hard to implement that. It would be really hard. It would be really, really hard to implement that. It could be doable, but it would be hard to implement.
Quick side note on this. I've recently been seeing people say that Asmongold's React videos are just him nodding or agreeing or raising his eyebrows the whole time.
Asmongold gets involved. That's right. The guy that will play a YouTube video in its entirety occasionally raises eyebrows and says the word sure a lot, like the person in the video is in the room with him.
Anyone who actually takes a few minutes to look into this would see that this is just not true. Just look at my video side by side, the
Yeah, that's true. I can guarantee you this video will be almost an hour long. At least almost. Like, even side by side. 50 minutes, 44 minutes, 14 minutes, 41 minutes, 14 minutes, 39 minutes, 15 minutes, 29 minutes, 11 minutes, 4 minutes. Even for me, the iDubbbz video that I uploaded today, the original size of that video is like 8 minutes. I turned that into 30. Which is kind of wild that I turned that into 30. That's kind of nuts.
Reactions he made on them. He clearly adds a lot to these conversations. Now, beyond the React content argument, going back to Savior 3.0's video, he then tries to go deeper into the premise that Asmongold is the most nihilistic person he has ever seen.
He doesn't hold much moral values. He seems to basically flip-flop between any type of argument which basically benefits him to his audience. He doesn't have any moral consistency, it seems like, from a lot of his advice and a lot of the stuff that he talks about. It seems Asmongold views values as baseless, and he doesn't hold religion or morality with much regard. He might sometimes communicate the usefulness in the individual and society and benefiting society and all that stuff, but it seems like most of his arguments seem to flip-flop because he is literally living in a tiny little echo chamber of basically a Redditor, addicted gamer who somehow got famous.
There's almost no evidence in his video that he has actually ever watched an Asmongold video because
I don't think so. I do think no matter how much you want to dislike Asmongold for his takes, he does have a certain moral... He does have a moral compass. He does have... I think he does stand for things. I don't think homie watched anything of Asmongold. Not even a little bit. I don't think so.
because he even states that Asmongold preaches his lifestyle to his massive audience.
That's also not true. Asmongold has said multiple times and advised against his lifestyle. He said multiple times, don't live like me. So, no he hasn't. He does not advertise this.
Which clearly couldn't be further from the truth.
The problem with that is if he doesn't have any educational insights, if he doesn't do any self-development of himself, but he's preaching educational ideas to the masses, this is very destructive and it reinforces, nihilistic tendencies to his audience, and a lot of these people are rather down bad, I would say. These are people without integrity and morality, and he's reinforcing these ideas to them because he...
Yeah, sure, a couple thousand people watch him, probably actually a couple million people watching him, definitely have no morals whatsoever. Yeah, sure. Nah, bro, you're just yapping at this point. That is just simply not true. That's just simply not true. That is just not true.
He doesn't have any education himself.
Now, to properly dissect what he is saying, yes, Asmongold has definitely shared some nihilistic takes in the past, but I wouldn't say he has fully embraced nihilism in its traditional sense. For those who aren't aware, nihilism is defined as the rejection of all religious and moral principles, in the belief that life is meaningless. Yes, Asmongold has shared his take on how he believes life is meaningless in the grand scheme of things.
I place like pretty much no value in like principles or morality. I think that these are top-down ideas that are given to you by the elites. And I think that if you look at most people that are in like an advantageous position, those people don't follow any of those morals or ideals at all.
But at the same time, he also seems to balance that with a more pragmatic or even absurdist outlook, arguing that if life has no built-in meaning, we can still create our own.
Because it's not like an aimless life. I do what I want to do. So you have goals? I do have some goals. Yeah, I have things that I want to do, right?
But he by no means has ever encouraged or preached at his audience to have the same mindset that he has himself. In fact, there's a lot of evidence on YouTube alone pointing to the contrary.
Nobody should watch my stream and say, I want to be like this animal.
Very true. Very, very true. He says that plenty of times. That's that plenty of times.
Listen, I don't think anybody with a successful life should want to be like me. And I really mean that. I genuinely mean that.
You don't want to live the way that I live. The way that I live is not some sort of enlightened in Buddhist nirvana. It is absolute pure degeneracy.
There is this natural tendency that we have as humans to automatically put up a guard against beliefs or worldviews that are either completely unfamiliar to us or contrary to what we ourselves believe. Not everyone is like this, but a lot of us are like this. Nihilism is easy to correlate with historical or fictional figures who have had a negative impact on their society. Some of us might have even experienced personal grief from people with similar worldviews. But this in no way gives ground for automatic hate, nor does it give justification for spreading lies. Now, I do want to ask, please do not go onto Savior's channel to harass him or attack him.
Obviously, that makes sense. That's reasonable. Though, to be fair, I'd say that even if you say this doesn't really fix, because people want to hate. If they want to hate, they're gonna hate. But I think it does block a few people. I can upload shorts of me yapping as well, if you really want that.
He's genuinely trying to convey a message he deeply believes in, and I would say good for him for doing that. We can simply disagree and move on. As Aristotle once wrote, it is a mark of an educated mind to be able to entertain a thought without accepting it. This brings me to my next point on why some people dislike Asmongold. There's a strange tendency, especially among those chronically online, to equate disagreeing with someone to hating them. Asmongold says some pretty crazy unhinged stuff, and he doesn't back down. And we all know people...
I mean, I also say some, like, it doesn't get any attention, but if it did, I do say a lot of unhinged shit at times. Thing is, I don't really care. Nothing's real. This is the internet. Once I'm dead, nobody gives a rat's ass anymore. Or if it gets wiped of the internet, nobody cares. Or if the internet it gets fried, it is what it is. So I don't really care.
People don't like it when others are like this.
America deserved 9/11, dude. F it. I'm saying it.
Do that. Not everyone likes Pokemon. Some people here just like you. Why not invite more people like that? Yeah. You're right, Gumper. I'll give you a hat pat because you're correct.
A good example of this would be the controversies surrounding Asmongold's take on AI and art last year.
Artists' opinions don't matter because what matters is the opinion of the people that are buying the product.
It's genuinely sad that people seem unable to disagree in a healthy, constructive way. Asmongold doesn't...
Which he isn't wrong. At the end of the day, the people predict what's gonna stick around and what not, what won't. And artists are doing a really horrible job at times. Artists are doing an incredibly horrible job at times. So bad, in fact, against AI, that people who are technically against AI would still rather choose AI than choose these artists because they're entitled. It just is what it is. It happens.
Shy away from controversial takes, and some people don't like this. I've gone around many Twitch and YouTube channels throughout the last year, and I find it fascinating how most channels are easily seen as mini echo chambers. I don't think many help dispute these claims, but I can also see how those who don't actually watch Asmongold can point fingers at his channel and say the same thing. But I've actually never seen a content creator who sides against his entire audience live as much as Asmongold does. He clearly doesn't pander to his audience. The man has even riled me up at times with some of
Yeah, some of the takes I'm like, bro, what the fuck is that? But it's true, It's just true. No, I did not say that. Some artists are doing a really horrible job against AI. And then people are more inclined to support AI than the people that make art. It is what it is. It's just like, people do not like when somebody just not puts their unfiltered opinion out there. I've seen that with Tectone. I've seen that with people like Kirsche, Asmongold, me, because I've got people that don't like that at all. It's just, Kitsu is also one of those. It just is what it is. It just is what it is.
his takes.
Like, the fact that Halo Infinite didn't launch with an official Battle Royale mode is unforgivable.
But I believe this is actually healthy, and I'll explain why later. I came across this video titled "The Most Disgusting Man of All Time, Asmongold" by a YouTuber named The Angry Asian. I watched it hoping he'd present a solid argument with some real weight to it. Unfortunately, despite the video being 13 minutes and 38 seconds long, he only spent about 1 minute actually accusing Asmongold of anything substantial.
He genuinely has the most racist and misogynistic takes on gaming, and just
his most misogynistic take: women in video games should look beautiful. That's the most misogynistic take. Yes, gaming needs attractive characters, because I don't want to look at Gorlock the Destroyer. I want to look at attractive characters. Thank you.
in general that I've ever seen in my entire life.
Is that whenever I see like a game that comes out and it has, you know, this is feudal Japan and like the main character is a black guy and a girl, I immediately like, there's like no escapism that this can provide, because the entire story is built on the foundation of trying to appeal to a quote modern audience.
And even in this clip, Asmongold makes a valid point. If a game is set in historic...
Yeah, if a game is set in feudal Japan, but the main character is black, something went wrong. Especially when we all know the history. The guy was not a samurai. He was like a guy who brings like weapons to people. In addition to that, the guy that Ubisoft consulted about the character, about the person, what was his name? I forgot what his name was. Regardless, doesn't matter. The person that was consulted for that ran once they found out that something like was like, he ran away when people were exposing that he said everything he said basically is baseless. Like, it doesn't matter. No proof. He had no proof for anything. Then Ubisoft obviously disrespecting Japanese culture with their merch. It's just not true. But PokeStream Pokemon is the only reason we watch him. That's actually not like that's actually not true. My reaction streams do in fact do overall better numbers wise than the Pokemon shiny hunting and like gaming streams. That is just not true. That is just not true. It's just not correct. They overall do better. It is what it is.
Historical feudal Japan, it shouldn't call itself historical while altering history just so the developers can push a political agenda. This guy literally spent the rest of the whole video ranting about Asmongold's living choices and hygiene.
How do people view Asmongold as a respected streamer and they value his opinions on gaming or just any topic in general when this motherfucker dead ass lives in his landfill that he calls a house? Would you give...
I mean, my guy. My guy. This stuff here is not clean. What are you arguing? What are you arguing? What are you arguing? You're just that argument is dumb. Shut it. Clean your own room.
A single shit what a homeless person living under a bridge on a highway has to say to you, more than likely, you wouldn't give a single what he has to say. So why would you care what Asmongold has to say? Because
isn't that kind of disrespectful? You're reducing people to the living situation. Isn't that just really disrespectful? Because you could spin that. Why do you could spin that in so many horrible ways? Because let's face it, if you say that, then well, oh, this person's homeless. I don't care about them. They have nothing important to say. I'll just move on. Oh, why get that person out of being homeless? They have nothing to say. They're not important. I don't care. I don't give a rat's ass. Like, bro, this room isn't dirty. They're clean curtains, clean bed. It's just messy. Yep, it's just messy. Also, I like the argument. Ever consider, like, this point is falls flat once you consider this. I don't think that Asmongold is the most mentally healthy person. It has a reason why it looks that way. So criticizing it doesn't even make much sense.
Let's be honest here, guys. Those homeless people living under a bridge 1000% are cleaner than this motherfucker. How else do you look at this motherfucker by not just saying, this dude is nasty as...
Substantial hate that comes...
He is nasty as fuck, but for some reason, at least I believe Tecto when he says that Asmongold doesn't stink. Apparently. I have no idea, I've never smelled Asmongold, but apparently he does not stink.
From a place of genuine critical thinking will always result in real evidence of why there is...
You know who stinks? Who was stinky in an entire... Who was stinky in a... Was stinky and just like... fully messed up an entire gym? iDubbbz.
Is the hate. If we look at history or even fiction, there are many figures that automatically draw hate out of us, mostly because of at least one fundamental cause. At least one decision that these figures have made that have brought this hate upon themselves. And it is always a decision that has affected other beings. Saying that you hate Asmongold because you think he is gross when his decisions actually don't negatively impact anyone but himself shows me that there is a problem with you more than there is a problem with Asmon. I would understand wanting to show him maybe compassion or sympathy.
Like, I get if you like somebody because they do something that you just don't like, right? They do something... Yuki! Thank you for the sub! I appreciate it, by the way. Thank you so much. Thank you. I can understand, right? When you dislike somebody because they did some abhorrent shit, right? They I don't know, shot somebody or whatever, right? They commit a crime, they did something that's just morally reprehensible, right? Fully understandable. Well, when somebody lives in a dumpster and they don't affect you, when you're so angry, why are you so angry about somebody's living situation? That's the more important question.
But this has no grounds for hate. I would completely understand the hate if he had maybe a wife or a child or a pet that he was directly affecting, but he doesn't. Why is it then that so many people throw hate and shame at Asmongold for this? Now let's look at another reason for the hate against Asmongold. This one has no substance, and I know because I genuinely try to find evidence of this. But within some communities, we see people
like the worst clips of Asmongold compared to some what other people say, like Frogan, Denims, Hassan, are like they are, in comparison, primary school insults. The worst thing that Asmongold has ever said was the inferior thing, right? That was the worst thing he ever said, in my opinion. But even that was not, like, horrific in comparison with what the other parties said.
Constantly trying to out Asmongold as a fascist, racist, sexist, and transphobe. Almost every argument on this is either completely baseless or just plain false. The closest thing to actual evidence that I can find to support this accusation of racism is Asmongold's controversy around his suspension on Twitch from October last year. Most people already know what happened, but I want to share my view on it so you can understand from my perspective why I believe at the end of the day, Asmongold's reaction to this gained him more respect from his core audience than it lost. First off, Asmongold messed up. He said something that was blatantly prejudiced against an entire culture. There is a level of truth from the perspective of extremist religions, but Asmongold didn't say this. Instead,
Yeah. Others have said words. That doesn't mean what he said isn't bad. It's not as terrible. Just, I feel like it's not horrendously bad, unforgivably bad. That's all I'm saying. Like, well, was the inferiority thing? Basically, he called Palestine an inferior culture. That was it, pretty much what he said. Can we watch this? How long does this take? How long is this? Ah, yeah, we can do that at the end, sure. We can do that at the end. Why not? Sure. Sure, we can do that towards the end. That will be the last one, though, for today. That's funny, though. That's funny. Okay, that one's interesting.
Instead, he broad brushstroked his point and called out an entire culture. He messed up, but you know who also believes he really messed up here? Asmongold.
So, a couple of days ago, I made some comments about Palestine, some just general, basically opinions that were trivializing the genocide that's happening there. I said something about it that was disgusting. I said that I didn't care about innocent people getting killed by another force, by anything. And I think that that's a horrible, disgusting, mean-spirited thing to say.
During the 2-week Twitch suspension Asmongold faced, I couldn't help but find either one of these two extreme views on the situation all over X. On one side, people were defending Asmongold and saying he was stating facts. And on the other side, we had people calling him racist, fascist, and words I don't even want to repeat here. But one thing that can't be disputed here is the fact that Asmongold actually messed up. He made an awful judgment on what he said, and he faced the consequences. Now, this is where I personally garnered enormous respect for him. Asmongold took responsibility for his actions. He didn't fight against it. In fact, he even showed gratitude for being held to account because he was able to take a back step and see himself becoming someone that he found detestable.
This is what's so crazy about it.
Which is crazy, right? This entire thing practically kickstarted Asmongold making changes, like starting to clean up. He did follow through his ceiling, okay, but he did start cleaning up a little. There were some changes happening for him. And I feel like he definitely is at a better place than what he originally was. I feel like that one really kickstarted a change of his behavior.
I think this has been going on now for like 2 years. I think that I've been slowly devolving into the most mean-spirited, rude, nasty, callous, psychopathic version of myself. And a lot of my friends have told me this. My dad has told me this. He said, you've got to chill out. You've got to calm down. I've been like, oh, that old man doesn't know what he's talking about. And I've finally had some level of accountability for that. And thank God.
His response to the situation really showed his true colors. He took the L and he apologized. I then couldn't believe the reaction from some of his own audience when he apologized. Some of them believed Asmongold followed an unwritten golden rule of never apologizing under any circumstances, which is clearly a complete misinterpretation of his actual stance. Asmongold has always stood by the principle of not apologizing in the context of pandering to people for a level of false.
The thing is this, it's not never apologize to the mob. It's apologizing when you genuinely did something wrong. And in this case, he genuinely did something wrong. The context really matters here. I don't feel like never apologize. Never apologize to the mob. He wasn't apologizing to the mob. He was apologizing because he genuinely did something wrong.
Peace or tolerance. He has always been against apologizing if you don't believe you've done anything wrong. Apologizing is never a weakness if it's genuine. I believe Asmongold's reaction bettered quite a lot of his audience. People seeing him respond like this challenged them as well. Maybe not enough people actually saw what really happened here, but it was a genuine sign of good character that I wish I saw in other content creators or influencers. This is one of the reasons I still have a lot of love and respect for PewDiePie to this day. One of my favorite words in the world is the word accountable.
I mean, PewDiePie, basically, like, yeah, there were some things like the bridge incident, which some people are still mad about to this day. Like, people are still mad about the bridge incident that has been so long. And of course, you know, we all know who he paid to do something. We know that. But in general, I think, like, PewDiePie's just chill. He's just chilling. He's just having his wife, family, and he's just chilling. Don't apologize. Don't apologize. Be a man. Never apologize. Pokemon Stinky. Crocorock. Wash your penis. If you don't, lice will crawl into your foreskin. Don't do it.
Humans are extremely fallible and we can have some pretty terrible blind spots in our lives. So any content creator that advocates for accountability is a content creator that I believe is worth following. I don't believe this controversy makes Asmongold a racist. It actually just reaffirms Asmongold as being a genuine fallible dude who can own his faults and advocate for bettering himself. Another reason I like Asmongold is he tends to play devil's advocate against himself. Asmongold has this beautiful ability at times to approach controversial subjects in good faith. It's something I've noticed about him over the years, and it's definitely a quality I hope he never loses. He doesn't always do this, but when he does, I find myself personally challenged. This has naturally encouraged his audience, including me, to have a slightly broader perspective when looking into controversial topics where people usually have an established bias. Take for instance a post on X last year from Kelly Lombardi, a global games product marketing manager at Xbox. Given how polarizing the gaming industry has become in recent years, it would be easy to look at her post and label her as an anti-white liberal elitist and move on. If anyone had the prerogative to lean into that narrative, it would be Asmongold. But instead, Asmongold challenged his audience and himself by sharing how he viewed Kelly's post from her perspective.
Am I the person?
Wait a minute, I want to read that post. Here. Raise your hand if you're not a white man and you buy video games. No hate to white dudes, it's just another day in the gaming industry that minorities have to fight to prove they exist. I don't particularly care.
Anti-white liberal elitist and move on. If anyone had the prerogative to lean into that narrative, it would be Asmongold. But instead, Asmongold challenged his audience and himself by sharing how he viewed Kelly's post from her perspective.
Am I the person that's going to have the hot take that this isn't really that big of a deal and I don't really find this to be inherently racist? The problem is that when you're a hammer, every problem looks like a nail. And I don't think this one's a nail, guys. I don't. Like, I don't think that this is advocating for, like, any sort of exclusion. I don't think it's advocating for degradation. I don't think this one is that big.
Yeah, it's just like, hey, here, we exist. That's it. Like, that's it. Like, she literally said no hate. No hate to white dudes. All good. She just literally said, hello, here. we're also part of this. Hello.
Of a deal. Am I crazy? And I get how you could perceive this as being bad. I do. And, like, I totally see that. But, like, I try to interpret things in good faith.
Seeing him do this really struck me at the time, and it pushed me to rethink my own assumptions. It even bettered me as a man in how I approach things critically, because my original approach to this post was anything but graceful. Like I said, Asmongold doesn't always do this, but he does do this, and it always gets his audience either thinking or actually annoyed. Another great trait that I believe Asmongold has that I personally like is that he stands behind what he believes. Although I sometimes disagree with Asmongold's approach to tackling some of these issues, I really appreciate how he doesn't back down from what he believes in, regardless of how unpopular his opinion is, even live with his audience.
Very true, very true. I've seen plenty of clips where he says something and his entire chat is against him, but he does not back down. I find that very interesting sometimes. I agree.
Maybe it's pure stubbornness, but I think it's good because it gets his audience thinking. Something for me that shows either really good character or a complete lack of caring is that despite immense wealth and fame, Asmongold doesn't change. I'm not really going to talk about the subject too much because it could just come from a place of genuinely not caring, but I've seen wealth do some pretty terrible things to some pretty awesome people, and I'm glad Asmongold just stayed true to being himself.
Didn't hire a
Though to be fair, I think his living situation, like I said, that's more of a how do you say that? I feel like that comes more from hurt, but that's just me. I feel like that comes from hurt.
made for a multi-million-dollar mansion. He stayed humble for real, 100p on a stack.
It is far too easy to demonize someone by taking what they say out of context or pushing your own bias using their own videos against them. So you could argue that I did the same thing here, but instead of demonizing Asmongold, I did the opposite. I'm not saying that Asmongold is without his faults. I'm just saying it's worth thinking critically about these things for yourself and coming to your own conclusion.
It's worth looking at things for yourself instead of taking the opinion from Twitter and taking the opinion from somebody else because somebody else said something. Just because your favorite content creator said something, that does not mean it's actually true. That does not mean that. The content creator himself could be wrong. Genuinely. They could also just push a narrative. You never know. That's why you look at stuff and check if it's actually true or not.
I think one of my goals with my YouTube channel is to try and help pull people out of any type of echo chamber they might be a part of. I find myself easily slipping into echo chambers that support my own biases, but I am always trying to broaden my perspective and look at things a little bit more critically. A lot of the hate Asmongold gets, at least the kind people think is genuinely justified, comes down to ideological differences. If you look around X, Reddit, and YouTube, you'll find plenty of posts from people who strongly believe in ideas like DEI, identity politics, or even critical race theory, going after Asmongold simply because he speaks out against these ideas. What's interesting is that a lot of these people don't seem to engage with his actual points or arguments. They just see that he challenges certain progressive ideas and instantly label
He challenges it, and people are like, they look at it and like, yeah, he's the piece of shit. Like, just look at it, think about it, maybe do some research. You might come to a different conclusion. But sometimes that's how humans are built. We're listening to each other, experience or trust each other's words. Yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense. That makes total sense. I feel like, once again, these people just look at it and like, yeah, no, I'm not gonna. Yeah. He's immediately wrong. They don't take any other perspective into account.
Label him as problematic or toxic. It's more about defending their own worldview than actually considering what he is saying. In reality, his views often seem more about calling out the extremes on both sides rather than attacking any one group. But of course, nuance doesn't always fit into the internet's outrage cycle. Now, I do want to add a disclaimer that I don't always agree with everything Asmongold says or does. Politically and philosophically, we have quite a few differing perspectives, especially when it comes to some of our worldviews. But this in no way should ever be a reason for me to spread hate towards him. Because I sometimes disagree with him, he has actually encouraged me to see things from a different perspective, which I appreciate and has actually taught me a lot. It's natural for people to hate people. We're born with this instinct. I personally try not to hate anyone myself, but that's because I build my life on my Christian beliefs and worldview.
Damn, that's incredibly based. That's cool. That's really cool. I feel like some of the people... There's, for example, something that I heavily disagree on with a lot of people that are like anti-woke and anti-DEI. And this is like the belief that every character needs to be looted out to the complete max. Just completely every female character needs to be whore maxed. I'm like, no. I prefer beautiful over sexy characters. And I do get some shit for it when I bring up beautiful characters instead of like really, really sexy characters, like whored out. Like I don't particularly like that. Of course, I'm not gonna be like, yeah, this shouldn't exist. Nah, get the fuck out of here. But I'm not a huge fan of it either.
And I also want to honor God with my life. But one thing I don't believe anyone should ever do is spread unnecessary hate towards anyone, especially if it has no substance. I am an advocate of holding individuals or corporations accountable for their actions or behaviors, if there is genuine warranted evidence to do so. Thank you everyone for...
That's pretty much the end of the video. That was cool to look at. That was very interesting. I agree with a lot of what he said. That is very true for Asmongold. I just think that we eventually lost the plot. We can no longer differentiate. We can no longer we can just no longer talk to each other because we're also kind of not raised to talk to each other. Even in school, like, we're just programmed to think like one way. It is what it is. That has been very much a problem. I just think that Asmongold is just a dude with his opinions. Sometimes I agree, sometimes I don't agree. I like the dude though. I like him. I think he's awesome. Regardless. And it is very healthy for him to actually exist in this space currently, with like people like Hassan running around and shit. But yeah, like, comment, and subscribe. I just want the female character that fights in something other than a bikini, to be honest. Like I said, I always bring up, I really enjoy beautiful female characters. Like a lot of the girlies in Expedition 33, they are pretty. Like other characters from like some Final Fantasy games, like Lightning or Vanille and stuff, like those from Final Fantasy 13, Shella and Milliard from Button Kaitos. Those I really like feminine, beautiful characters. There's a difference between beauty and sexy, in my opinion. Well, let's do the Asmongold one. The weird one. Stop modal. I need to look at this. Oh no. Nah. Who the fuck made this Asmongold clips? Oh no. I think I know what this is. It's the Transmongold.
Every single option makes me transgender. There's no option.
It's over, bro. Transmongold is real.
Not to be transgender. Makes me trans. This one does, and this one. I don't know why I have to be trans, guys. Forced transgender. This is what Donald Trump was talking about.
Fact check. Trump falsely claims schools are secretly sending children for gender-affirming surgeries. Some people would definitely be advocate for this. Nyara.
Feels good to see the real me.
It took a while for me to figure out why the face staring back from the mirror felt wrong. But once I was able to be honest with myself, it was a relief to figure out I was trans.
Who made this? This is amazing. This is great.
Guys, stop. Look. That's not. What do you mean put the toilet seat down? Come on.
Never mind, don't. Okay. If that if that yeah, you're a woman now. You forgot that? Put the toilet seat down.
Who did this? 6 years ago, I remember there's this one time I was at like this bar, and it was like, you know, the type of places that like guys go to, and they're wearing like captain's hats, like fishnet, long sleeve shirts, and also like leather pants. Okay, so I went to one of these places, but there were two gay guys that were there. Okay, and I didn't realize that I had sat next.
Okay, all right. Let me just. All right,
the guy was waiting for his boyfriend to come back, and the guy.
Oh no, where's this going? Where is this going?
Guy comes back, and he just reaches over. He reaches over, and he grabs my fucking dick, dude, and like.
Trans Mongol was inevitable. Yeah, imagine you're sitting in a bar and just the dude comes up and grabs your cock. Oh no.
I didn't care.
Why are you gay?
And
that's not.
I just.
What do you mean?
I didn't even care. Honestly, I really didn't. Like, it doesn't bother me at all.
Yeah, it didn't bother me at all. He grabbed my cock. I didn't care.
Doesn't that make you gay?
No, that's if somebody grabs my dick, it's not gonna weird me out.
You are gay.
No, Okay.
This is the first.
It's so over. He's not beating the allegations. Same like with Miss, he's also not beating the allegations. Oh my god.
Time I've ever done anything like this, even remotely close to this. This is amazing. I just never expected that I would be in this situation in my life.
What are you doing after this?
I don't know. Probably.
What the fuck are you doing after this? Oh no! Get the lotion, the wig. Oh my god. Yeah.
Want a shag?
Yeah, it's over, homie. You are not beating the allegations. This is wild. I've never seen this.
Gay! No! Okay, this one's
This one's AI.
fucking fake. This one's fucking fake.
I'm hurt bad.
I just
Guys,
want you to know that you didn't do anything wrong.
This is terrible. My guy Rose actually feeling himself. Yeah.
That. Guys. Who the fuck made this?
Not gonna lie. It's not even that bad. I know some people that would say would.
Who did this shit?
You gonna smash or you gonna pass? I think because of that big mouth. You gonna smash? Look at that mouth. I'm looking at her. I can see, even while I'm smashing her, I can see your mom joining it. I bet she's hot, isn't it? Crazy. No.
So who is gay?
Trying to get him a kiss on the cheek by a girl because it is literally. It is giving him a kiss on the cheek. On the cheek. That's it. Here we go. She's very cute. On the cheek.
Esmico will kiss your girl.
Yes!
The gay allegations were beat.
Thanks for coming. No, guys, that's not even what's you're so strong. No, I'm not. Dude, talked about cleaning a closet. No, I meant my real closet. Because my closet has a bunch of clothes in it. Before you go no. Trans Mongol is the ultimate god form. Oh, fuck. Like, if I had 50 dudes grab my dick, I still wouldn't be gay.
If there was 50 dudes grabbing my cock, I'd still not be gay. Why are you in the position where 50 dudes can grab your dick? Oh my god, that was good. Holy shit, that was good. That was amazing. That was amazing. That was a good ending video. That was amazing. Holy shit. That was amazing. That was for real crazy. Bro, like, comment, and subscribe. This is crazy. 50. No, 50 dudes in the bit game. Just a tiny bit. Oh my god, that was something. That was a thing, right? Oh my god. Well, Transman Gold is real, chat. Transman Gold is real. Transman Gold is not real. He cannot hurt you. Unless you're an athlete. Hey, or you're Myron from Fresh and Fit. Because he likes naked dudes laying on top of him as elf. And his excuse was it's sports. Yeah. Seg X is also sports. Yeah, I agree with that. It's me. I'm 50 dudes. Wait, Brave, that was an ad for a sec. What do you mean? Okay. Guys, I'm gonna be ending here. Thank you so much for watching. Transman Gold Supremacy. Yeah, guys, I'll be ending here. Thank you so much for watching. We'll be back tomorrow with the usual thing. I have kicked out Final Fantasy because I cannot play it. I cannot play it. Yeah, that's what I meant. Okay. I can't. It doesn't lag too much. It is what it is. It does lag too much. So I will probably do some Holocure tomorrow. There's a good chance. But yeah, thank you so much. We'll be back tomorrow. And yeah, bye bye. Take good care of yourself. Good night.